weird deflection of being like you're a dick and a bad friend, and you
Bro,
like.
it's not even like it's okay. It's just kind of under like what the fuck, man. There are better flags than this. It's such a LARP. It's just such a how do I shoehorn my fucking extremism to plant some seeds in the brains of these normies? Like it's so desperate. Fuck, man.
You cut me out of your life for a stupid joke. Like that's... The Michael thing, this story came out recently that I thought was pretty interesting too. Now this guy, Donut Operator, I actually know him. Well, know him. I think I played Dota with him once like 10 years ago, but my buddy Sean was...
Wait, what?
Yeah, but he was like a small creator at the time. And my friend Sean, who everybody know, or a lot of people know, we all played Dota together, and then they stayed friends. I used to always see Sean. Yeah. And then one day I was like, oh.
Totally new lore right now.
And then one day I saw he was like, his channel went really big. And I was like, oh my God, how about that? But and I had seen that Ian had made shooting videos with him too. It's literally everybody has a story. I've had mutual friends. I'm not going to say who they are, but mutual friends reached out to me and told me that they had a falling out with them.
You don't say.
And now here's another one. It's like and then here's this one, and now Michael's coming, and then I had a falling out with Ian, right?
You did?
You did?
Oh, that's a shame.
Well, not my fault. But anyway, here's Operator Donuts, who used to be friends with
Operator Donuts.
Donut Operator, whatever. Operator Donuts.
I think the whole drama here is that fucking Ian iDubbbz did a lot of cringe shit with regards to his boxing event, to the point where he was like panic messaging his old boxing coach from the event because he was worried about what the guy was going to say. And I don't really know anything about Anisa yet, apart from that very funny comment she made about Joseph Mengele being like a doctor who uncovered some groundbreaking scientific discoveries. I don't know what they were. Apparently, maybe he found out that if you try to sew twins together, they'll be upset about it. Like, they won't like it. But who knows?
It's kind of this. Actually, I kind of like mine better.
It changes my idea of the name.
Operator Donuts.
Operator Donuts.
Operator Donuts coming in.
Operator comma donuts.
Teddy got walkie-talkies for his birthday, and I love doing this. I go, Teddy, this is Dad, over, and I make that sound.
She does OnlyFans and is apparently a clout goblin. Listen, I know this woman is very problematic, potentially quite bigoted in the ways that she talks about certain things, and is a clout goblin, but she's also an OnlyFans girl. Oh my God! The fucking zinger.
Thanks.
The nuclear bomb.
He went to a range day with me one time. Like, we used to talk a lot about content creation and stuff. And COVID rolls around, I get bored at home, so I make an OnlyFans where I'm showing my meat.
Really?
And, well, basically, I'm taking a steak and I'm rating a steak. and like,
see, that's the reaction that you're supposed to have. Genius.
I thought it was funny. So I'd be wearing like just an apron. Of course, I'm wearing like boxers underneath. And I'd reach down and be like, "This is my OnlyFans," and this is an A5 Wagyu from down the street. And I would talk about it
this way first.
And I sent it to.
Go ahead. Olivia's raised her hand. Oh. Okay. Why did you raise your hand like that, Olivia?
Because Dan's trying to get your attention.
Dan, what?
He wants you to look at chat, I think.
Oh, well, just say that. Just say chat. Just say chat.
Okay, I'll have to remember that next time. Chat. Whatever you want.
Yeah. I do remember that we had some spat about some police brutality thing 4 or 5 years ago. I don't care. I don't know. He seems like a nice guy, honestly, based on this video. I don't have any hard feelings at all. Yeah, whatever.
Ian, and he got mad and called me and like said I was making fun of Anisa, and like I wasn't. I just thought it was a funny bit because I was sitting at home during COVID. And
you'll never understand what it's like to be an ally.
True.
Yeah, he told him that.
Straight facts.
He said you'll never understand what it's like to be an ally.
Man, these people are so unserious. I remember Vadim was saying this about me as well when he spoke to Dylan. He's like, look, it's not weird that no one really sees this guy as an ally. I'm like, bro, look at how much I fucking care. Like, everything I see about iDubbbz is I just get this impression of like a totally fucking pathetic, like wretched fucking dipshit. Low IQ, low conviction, small brain. Empathy levels severely lacking. Just saying. Another Ren buff? Hell yeah. Get your priorities straight, boys.
Wait, that's not a direct quote?
No,
Good
it
stuff,
is.
like-
It is.
I
His
just-
friend knows the story. Watch.
I just thought it was a funny bit because I was sitting at home during
me go
COVID.
back a bit.
This is my OnlyFans, and this is an A5 Wagyu from down the street, and I would talk about it. And I sent it to Ian, and he got mad and called me and like said I was making fun of Anisa, and like I wasn't. I just thought it was a funny bit because I was sitting at home during COVID, and
You'll never understand what it's like to be an ally.
yeah, it was he
shit
like
like
said
that.
stuff like that, and yeah, just like haven't talked to him since. That was like 5 years ago.
Over that?
Yeah, and I've like texted him and tried to reconnect with him. He just won't talk to me anymore.
Dude,
Discovers
that is
leftism 5
sad.
minutes ago.
That is like insanely sad. And it sounds like the joke he did was pretty innocuous.
Playing with his new
Like,
toy,
It didn't seem like
Ally.
he was trying to make fun of Anisa at all.
Did I miss something? Where does Anisa come into the pulling the meat out?
Well, Anisa
He
has,
has an
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans account.
And so he's like, you're making fun of my girlfriend.
Oh,
And he's like, no, I'm not.
that's a stretch.
And then he says, you'll never understand what it's like to be an ally. An ally of who?
Jewish.
The fucking devil? What team are you fighting for?
That's soundboard, man.
I was just gonna say I'm with Dan. I don't think that's a direct quote. I think he was saying stuff along those lines is what he was implying.
He said that stuff along those lines. I was unsure based off of the interaction.
I mean,
I think.
What about weapons?
Well, okay,
Let's get some
whatever.
weapons.
It doesn't matter.
Hell yeah.
Because
The sentiment is the
Fuck
same.
that.
so that was
Ooh,
interesting. And then
dazzling
Ian fires
longsword.
back at Operator
Hell
Donuts.
no, it's 1.7. Fuck that.
With just bizarre, and
Rapier.
I don't know what
Raper.
to make of Ian. I genuinely don't know what to say or make about this. But Yeet, God bless him, and Yeet we trust. Donut Operator reveals ridiculous reason why IDub stopped being friends with him. Says they haven't
I think
spoken
we're
in
good,
5
actually.
years.
We got good, strong weapons here.
And then Ian responds, ooh, you conveniently leaving out that your girlfriend at the time was pursuing OnlyFans. But you were too pussy to deal with that criticism, so you made a parody account. No, I don't want to be friends with a coward. Bro, what? This is not a good response. And he had time to think about it. It doesn't even make sense.
Headband.
That's
Hell
not an
yeah.
ally.
If you don't sound like an ally to sound like an ally to humanity, bro.
I don't know.
Oh, agility stamina. Okay. Oh, 3
If
gold. Fuck
anything,
that.
I
Too
feel like this
expensive.
would give Donut more empathy because
This
he's
is-
like,
no,
oh, your
1
girlfriend was
gold, fuck
pursuing
that.
OnlyFans at the time, which to me is
What
like,
did it
well,
look
then
like,
he
though?
probably really wasn't trying to
Shit,
insult anyone.
useless.
Right.
He was just doing a joke. But he said, you're too pussy to deal with criticism.
Hmm.
And by the way, using the word pussy as an insult, kind of misogynistic.
Ooh.
Like a little bit. Like if you're going to be
Reverse.
like, I'm Mrs. Female Studies, you know what I mean?
He's missed.
Or, well, Mr.
Didn't see that one coming, did you? Gup.
If I'm,
Professor.
I don't know why I
Gup.
said that. It is. It sure is. But if you're gonna be Mr. Women's Studies,
You're right. It's probably
then like
poor
you
choice
shouldn't
words.
be using pussy as an insult. And then while telling someone you'll never understand what it's like to be an ally.
And pussy too.
An ally of who?
we
The
good.
Grinch? Right?
the Grinch.
Yeah.
That's who you came up with as a.
I don't know.
As a
I'm
wicked
shooting from the
character.
hip. Where you guys at? Well, I'm floundering over here. You guys got nothing for me. What are you an ally of? Gargamesh?
Well, the ally of a Grinch would be cool because I'm pretty sure he's Jewish. So people use
Jewish.
Gargamesh?
no, the Grinch. I'm pretty sure he's Jewish.
Well, gargle. I think
They're both.
you're saying gargle mesh, which I don't think is anything.
Gargle these nuts.
Yo!
I was gonna say that. You just. I was waiting. I was
Fucking
waiting.
normie shows, man.
That's revenge for last week.
That's that was well played. Well played. GG.
That's revenge, bro. Dan got me really good last week.
Bump.
Yep, I'm wearing my suit today. I think Ian started breaking out in a cold sweat when he saw the suit.
Dope.
I would.
Yeah. Very dapper. You're looking.
And I heard
You
that
think you made him scared with your suit?
Get me out of here. Oh, Hearthstone.
You're doubting that?
I don't.
I heard that my watch looks really good.
Watched
You heard that?
Yeah, Zach told me that it looks really good under the
fair
cup.
enough.
I don't.
My buddy Zach, everybody. Zach, watch talk. So that's that. Okay.
You want
so
me to
that's all
suit
very
up? Bro,
interesting.
I hate suits. I despise them. I have no idea why anyone thought they were a good idea. I don't think they look good on people. Then they're stupid, they're dumb, and they're cringe.
And bizarre as well. Anisa also weighs in and got community noted. Uh-oh. Anisa. He also told, okay, this is also such a weird comment. She says, the donut fella took us to a gun show where a child accidentally fired a gun that was loaded on a sales table into the crowd, and everybody nonchalantly said ND in unison, like it wasn't a big deal. What's ND? No danger?
Negligent discharge, and I had to look that up.
It just means there's not a like active shooter. It was an accident.
Okay. So, like, if they took them to a shooting range or gun show or something, and someone else somewhere unrelated to them had an accident,
How was he gonna know that it was gonna happen?
why are you blaming him?
Because I will not shut up on Twitter.
You really got to not do that. You should shut up
I
on
will
Twitter.
not fucking shut
up. Why would you type this
I will
out and
tweet
think that
the
it?
stupidest shit.
It's not his fault. Did he give the child a gun?
Yes.
No.
I need to get my water.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I don't want to argue with you anymore. Oh, she further clarified, I guess, because she was getting bodied for being a dumb. I hate gunheads. Then don't go hang out with them. Don't go to a shooting range with a bunch of gun YouTubers. I hate
I forgot to pause. Fuck. Am I allowed to learn that Anisa is like a full-on fucking lol cow that I've just not been savvy to? I feel like that's the impression I'm starting to develop, that she's just fucking insane and is actually like the real dark villain in all this. I don't know much about her. We'll see.
Gunheads. By the way, Ian's a gunhead. He's the one that took me shooting, and he had a bunch of guns and stuff when we did that shotgun video or the shooting video. He has a bunch of guns, and he was saying he goes shooting all the time, and he loves guns.
What?
Yeah.
So
I hate gunheads. The king of actually. It was some gun event Donuts took us to at a range. People were selling guns. It was during lunch when no one was firing, and a child went to the sales table, picked up a gun that wasn't supposed to be loaded, and fired it. So what? I mean, that's scary and horrible, but what does that have to do with fucking him?
I don't even remember.
So hold on. This one? There's she has another comment here. Oh, here. There's an additional comment. The vendor was booted. The guns on the table weren't supposed to be loaded. You mentioned that. It was very not normal. Certainly not. The event made me hate gun culture. I went in with an open mind as a Canadian. I don't care that you're Canadian.
Yeah, why does that matter?
But it was so poorly run, and the people suck so hard, I became a certified hater after that. Okay.
I love the citing her Canadian identity for that too, because like America has like the most guns per capita of any country, but Canada's like way up there too.
What do you think
people in Canada have guns?
What
It's
do they
not
hunt
like
and they
foreign.
just have them?
What do you think they do with all the moose?
That's what I'm
Moose
saying.
everywhere. You
The
gotta be
meese.
armed.
I think in
It's the
Mudahar's
plural
video,
of moose. Meese.
he said Canada is like number 5.
There you go.
In the world.
As a Canadian. Also, you're in America. Act like it. Right?
Moosin.
Number 7. I'm getting up as I'm getting
Number 7 in the world.
which is pretty high.
That's high. There's a lot of countries.
America's probably has more guns than every other.
It's number 1 by like a lot.
What's 1, 2? Tell me the stats.
You have it pulled up there? What do you got?
Falkland Islands, number 2, Yemen.
Whoa, what's going on over there?
It's probably just because there's like 5 people living
Is
there.
it per capita or in total?
What?
Firearms per 100.
So it's per capita.
So it's per capita.
That's a good way. So America is what?
One.
Number 1, which is 120.
Well, what's the per capita?
120.
And number 2 is 60 something.
62.
We're like double the next highest.
There's 120 guns per 100 people.
Yeah.
There's more guns than there are people.
That's
the United States, right?
And by the way, we have like 400 million people in America.
Yeah.
There's
The population's got to be closing in on that. It's a lot.
393 million
that what it is right now?
civilian firearms.
Good lord.
Population of USA is 340. Oh wow, huh?
It's a lot of guns.
So yeah.
When did that happen?
I don't know. I thought it would be higher. That's a lot of people. America's pretty big, guys.
Dan, should we add the AK-47 to the flag?
It's my favorite flag.
I know Sweden is one of the highest in Europe, which is surprising.
But
It's got an AK on it and a fucking.
Was this? Oh god, I know what that's referring to. They're quick. We haven't done a hate watch in quite a while, actually. We have been a little bit neglecting. Is this an Asmongold react of it? Why not? Does he actually watch the clip?
Look at
Yeah.
even Will is like, oh no, oh no.
Oh,
he's doing.
even Will. I saw this.
Hey,
He's doing.
Even Will. Man, don't you fucking dare bring up Will Neff in this conversation.
He 100% was doing the oh shit, he's doing it again thing. He absolutely was. He's like, oh,
if you guys don't know this
jeez.
clip,
Yep, he was. This is absolutely what was happening. Now, maybe, and I know Will's his friend, it's one of his best friends, and so he's got to defend his friend. I get it. But everybody saw the exact same thing. They did. He's like, yeah, let's go back and we'll watch the original one, okay?
how many reacts deep is this? This is Hassan reacting
That
to
was easy.
Asmongold. No, Asmongold reacting to Hassan, reacting to Asmongold's react to the flag. Yes.
Let's talk about our favorite flags.
Oh, like overall, what my favorite flag? Yeah. Hezbollah. Look it up.
Oh.
Come on.
Wait, I don't know. Are these guys normies? Please tell me these guys are normies. I don't know who these guys are at this table. They seem like normies? Okay, because if they're normies, man, why does he do this? It's so fucking funny that like,
hello,
he's got the behavior of like an autistic fucking teenager who just like ruins the fucking group conversation by shoehorning in their special interest that no one else gives a fuck about, but it's for terrorism.
All right, quick note.
Oh god.
LonerBox.
And he's like, I could radicalize these normies. Like, bro, take a fucking break. Holy shit.
All right, so Will Neff, he's a normie, but I think his girlfriend is kind of like a political Andy. I don't know who's the girlfriend though, but she's like a political Andy, like with the Hassan Ober.
Will Neff is.
Ish. Well, no, Will Neff's girlfriend is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But those guys, are they normies or what?
QT, Will Neff, yeah, I'll say they're normies. I'll say they're normies.
Oh, Caroline Kwan. Oh, she's mental.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
she's
one,
a
yeah.
nutcase, yeah. But I don't even know if she would be like my favorite. Well, maybe she would. Jesus was Palestinian. I remember that one. That was based. Okay.
Come on, you really? I mean, like.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Talk
watch
to you
this.
later.
Yeah, thanks, sir.
Come on. Really? Did you bring it? Don't bring Will into this. You're the one that brought him in. No, you're the one bringing him up.
Conversation. Oh, I can't even watch this. Oh my god. Even Will.
Uh-huh.
Welcome to the Kick family blood wall. Yeah.
Yes.
Best summer the Kick move.
And so anyway, I just I'm actually kind of disappointed that he didn't react to me saying that the flag looked like a mustard label. But that's okay. That's fine. It's all right.
Oh no.
It's okay. The Kick family? Yeah, no, here it is. Oh, see, he's complaining about that?
Oh, I saw this. Welcome to the Kick Family Tech Tone.
Which, oh, by the way, the reason why he didn't finish the clip is because he knows it sounds bad to say it. He knows it sounds bad, and the reason why
Caroline is so uninformed, she might as well be a normie. Yeah, well.
he knows it sounds bad, and you know that he knows it sounds bad, is because he even said in the original clip, guys, it's okay, it's on the Patreon episode, it's fine. He even said that. So if he knew it wasn't problematic, why would he reassure them?
Why would he reassure them? Oh god, man, it's so stupid. Cringe. Unbelievably cringe.
Hand holding it up.
Calm down, bro. We'll get to you.
Look it up.
Brandon. So what is this one? Brandon Herrera. She's responding to this. Okay, I don't know. But anyway, this is a very weird deflection of being like you're a dick and a bad friend, and you
Bro,
like.
it's not even like it's okay. It's just kind of under like what the fuck, man. There are better flags than this. It's just such a LARP. It's just such a how do I shoehorn my fucking extremism and to plant some seeds in the brains of these normies? Like it's so desperate. Fuck, man.
You cut me out of your life for a stupid joke. Like, that's so toxic. And they're like, really? Well, you took us to a gun show once where someone had an accident totally unrelated to you.
Oh, good burn. Sick.
Here is... Right. Here... But did I look at this new clarification yet? Let me see. Yeah, I did. So here is Michael. He was on the show, okay? He came on the show with Ian. This is the guy, our guest who's calling in. Along with his wife, who did the videography for them as well. I don't know if I mentioned that. Michelle, I think her name is.
Bro, just say your favorite flag is Seychelles, okay? If you're ever in doubt, just pick some cute look. Just pick that, okay? Is that... What's wrong with that? Just say the Seychelles flag, because it looks like a pride flag, doesn't it? Barbados. Don't know Barbados. Oh, this. That looks like a Ukrainian fascist unit. That actually looks like a unit of Ukrainian right-wing soldiers. Kazakhstan. Hell yeah! That's so cute. Little bird and shit. Bahamas. This is a shit flag. Why would you tell me? Why would you give this to me? Stupid. I should just hang out with my good friends and be like, probably the Irgun. The Irgun. Is dope, dude. Dope. Definitely not one of those non-jokes that's actually kind of masking my sincere beliefs about the world. Exodia, thanks for the $4.99. Albania, true, the only nice country in the world. Knardish, thanks for the $4.99 as well. Israel Lonerstein box. Knows BB both sides are very fine musical people. Knows both sides are okay. Cute. Fuck you. The goal's got 20 minutes, guys. 20 minutes for the Super Chat's goal. Stop slacking. Fuck you. Barabas Dantiok, thanks for the $2. The objectively best flag is the 1977 Libyan flag. There's no way. This is Gaddafi in his fucking green book. It's just a blob. Wales has a nice flag, okay? Look at a fucking dragon and shit. Look at it. A cute little dragon.
And Kate, I'm sorry, Kate and Michael. Yeah, Kate. Here is the clip of them coming on, and I remember he was such a nice guy. He was such a positive guy. He seemed so supportive and accommodating. He was traveling.
What is this?
USA. Yes. Yes.
Good. Got our soundboards. Hell yeah. Download the soundboards, boys. Okay, good. I'm shoving them in. We are inserting to fuck. Where's my soundboard? Quick! Before my Zeppelin lands. I won't make it. I'm not going to make it. Fuck! Where's the goddamn soundboard? Is it moved? Add sound. Yes. Browse. Okay. Yes. Oh. Let's get a react emoji. Where's Elon? Do I have an Elon Musk? Okay, I'll just use some loner shit. That one. Dizzy box. Go. How's the volume on it?
Yes.
Too loud.
Yes.
That's a bit better. Okay. Upload USA.
USA.
Too loud. Okay, about that. USA. USA. Good. And then Hua. Okay. How many of these do I have in Discord? Do I have a limit? Emoji. Fucking. Okay. Hua. Right. Got him. Smash. Good.
With them everywhere they went, just like super on their side, right?
You had the Vine Boom one?
Nah, fuck that. You can send it
Why
to
not?
me. Just send it to me.
Bro, little bro pushing for you, bro. Oh my god.
Thank you.
And
you have a Scotch one.
it also means they had a
Kinda
front row seat. It's pretty much everything. I mean, they were there for everything. So this is 3 years ago. So this was, I guess, CC1 or 2?
Yes.
This was 1. He was in my corner for my first fight because my coach couldn't make it. Yeah.
Right.
And also, Kate gave me my spray tan for the first grader.
Right. Okay. So they're H3 adjacent, and he was gracious to stand in AB's corner and coach him, and that's so nice. So anyway, here's just a little bit a reminder. What do you think about his coach? Is he the real deal?
I think his coach seems legit. I mean,
this is Ian's coach, by the way. We didn't introduce. What was your name?
Michael Briggs, Bonafide Boxing.
And what are your credentials, Michael?
Absolute legend. I started boxing when I was 12 years old. I started with like freestyle wrestling, boxing when I was 12. I trained from like 12 to 15, then started again at 17, and then trained all the way through. And then I just left my old gym that I was at for over 17 years. And went on my own about a month before Ian got a hold of me.
Okay.
Hey, that's the 249, Sophie. Kiribati slag looks good. Yeah, it does. Aren't you supposed to pronounce that word in a massively different way? I don't know. Tash Gordon, thanks for the €5. Eid Mubarak, and Wales is clearly the winner. True. And Noonian Star, thanks for the $5. Cymru am Beith. Is it Beith? Baith? I don't know how to fucking speak Welsh, bro. What the fuck? I can say Cymru, even though it doesn't look like that's with the word that's written.
That's a part of their story is that they had just taken like a big risk to make their own gym.
Oh.
And then they were giving Ian and Anisa like a big discount because they thought it was for charity.
Ooh, troll.
And then they're like, wait, why did the creators get a fat fucking bonus? And like I, who actually needs the money to fund my new business, got stiffed.
No.
Stiff.
There's so much, guys. There's so much. Ian, do you think he's watching or do you think he closed it? You know? I wonder. Oh, Dan.
I was an amateur boxer, though.
Do you think you could take
kickboxer?
Do you think you could take Dr. Mike's coach?
Oh, for sure.
For sure.
I think I'll take probably any coach on the show for sure.
Whoa. I've seen him box. He is a beast. Can we have the coaches fight out at the end?
He's quick.
No offense to him, but yeah, I just would take any of them for sure.
That's
Ian
good.
always
I like the
described him
confidence.
as a spider getting hit with raid when he starts going off.
Oh shit!
Yeah, wild.
Unpredictable.
But then you die. That means like he just dies though afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. That's actually pretty much what happens.
and then
sacrifice myself every time.
So that's Michael. He came on. He was traveling with Ian. I mean, he came to the podcast for pizza's sake, you know. let's thank our. So we're gonna thank our sponsors, and we're gonna bring Harley, Michael, and Kate in, and we have a lot to discuss. A lot.
He's loving it.
So let me thank
So
our
much
wonderful
to discuss.
sponsors, and then we'll get right into the fun.
I'll take that back. Actually.
The action. Thank you. I want a big thank you to Mudwater. It's such a great product and a delicious drink. Ela freaking took it.
Where's the mud water?
She took it home.
It must be good.
Ela, where's the mud water?
It's really good.
I tried to make my
Kill
own mud water. I
tigers.
ground up a bunch of like
No
shiitake mushrooms and stuff, but it didn't work.
Then how do you add caffeine to that? You just
I don't know. It just was like a slushy of like chunky weird crap. It wouldn't work at all. But Mudwater is it's delicious. Last time we did a Mudwater spot, Ela was sitting where you are now.
Yep.
And she's like, this is amazing. I'm
Get
taking it home.
sponsor
And she
block.
has been drinking
No.
it at home.
It's
What
important.
is Mudwater? It is a mushroom-based coffee drink. It doesn't actually have coffee beans in it, although it is caffeinated. It's a cozy mix of cocoa chai.
Fucking is 476 has a very notable theme in their favorite flags, the blue and white. And they look really all the blue and white flags look really nice together. It's like icy, you know. Cute.
Turmeric, and adaptogenic mushrooms to help you feel focused and balanced, not wired. It really tastes very herbaceous, like a holiday herbaceous.
okay.
You like that or no?
I don't know what that means.
Herbaceous, like herby.
Okay. Yeah, it does.
But
in a good way.
I mean, is chai an herb? Or is that more? Is like vanilla? What's vanilla?
I don't know. These are
Probably not an herb.
plant, maybe?
Yeah, so anyway, it tastes like Christmas. It's very delicious. Every single ingredient in Mudwater are 100% USDA certified organic, non-GMO, gluten-free, vegan, and kosher. Shout out to my boys out there saying prayers. There's also zero sugar and no sweeteners added. To use Mudwater, you simply drop the powder in. It comes in like a jug. Scoop it out.
I'm not gonna lie, mushroom fucking coffee sounds kind of disgusting. No? And I love mushrooms, but I don't want to drink them. That's weird.
Put it into your water. You give it a mix.
It's really good.
It tastes great by itself, honestly. But if you want, of course, add some creamer, add some honey, add some CBD.
Creamer,
and you be
obviously.
seeing a
Fucking
great
Americans.
day. UBC Inc.
Okay.
The best part about Mudwater is it provides sustainable energy without the spike and crash of traditional coffee. It's a caffeine-free. There's also caffeine-free blends available. If we go to their website here, mudwater.com/h3, let's take a look at their product. Actually, so here's what it looks
Goes well
like.
with haggis. Absolutely
that looks
not.
delicious.
What the fuck?
Damn, over that ice.
It smells so good too. I'm not a coffee drinker, but when you all brew this up, smell real good.
That looks delicious. Yeah, it's really nice. You know, if you don't enjoy drinking coffee, you really should try this, because you might get that satisfaction that coffee drinkers get, but it just tastes so much better. And they have these cool offers, 43% off your order, guys, by going to mudwater.com/h3.
Thanks
They
for
have
the
starter kit.
$5, Tinky Tank. Mudwater sounds derogatory, not gonna lie. Yeah, okay. Maybe.
They have turmeric starter kit, original starter kit, matcha starter kit. Check it out. Yeah, they got all these options here for you. Mushrooms you can trust. I hate those mushrooms I can't trust.
There's some shady mushrooms out there.
I keep them out of my life. I learned long ago. Yeah. So, that's my boys over there at Mudwater. Ready to make the switch to cleaner energy? Head to Mudwater, mudwtr.com, and grab your starter kit today. Right now, our listeners get an exclusive deal. Up to 43% off your entire order, plus free shipping and a free rechargeable frother when you use the code H3. That's right. I've used that frother. Is very good.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
It's a powerful frother. It's also a brother. You can put it in soup.
Oh.
That's right, guys. Use code H3, get 43% off with code H3 at mudwtr.com. After your purchase, they'll ask you how you found them, and please let them know who sent you, us. And thanks for supporting our friends over at Mudwater. And I want to say thank you to Stamps.com. That's right, everybody. It's Stamps. If you have ever wanted to ship anything.
That's me.
Have you ever wanted to ship anything in your life?
I have.
Then listen up.
I'm listening.
It doesn't matter how small. It doesn't matter how big. It doesn't matter how much quantity. Stamps.com is going to revolutionize the way that you do mail. Let me tell you how. First and foremost, guys, if you're going to the post office, you're getting ripped
Why
off.
aren't we fast forwarding this? Because it's ethical consumption. What are you talking about? I'm good at it. I'm enjoying learning about Mudwater.
And
I'm
there's
also
no
too lazy
reason
to
for
go
it.
to the tab.
Listen to what they'll do. 88 up to 88% off USPS and UPS
Okay, I feel
rates.
bad now.
Whoa. 80 able to get this long.
It's so long. What
without
the
being-
fuck?
Your fucking porch, dude, and they'll come and
They're still talking about Mudwater.
Also, get rid of the ad, please.
There we
on
go.
the
That was
graphic
fucking
on the
eight. That was like
screen.
another minute.
Discord.
How
So
long was
what is
that?
this? Okay, this is
Hello,
Okay,
Spider.
quick recommendation. All right. I know all you guys. I know all y'all are pushing 40, but like, just put the VOD to 2x. Okay, Ethan, he's a quite of a yapper. Okay, all right, he's got a yapper.
You want me to go to two times speed for nothing, for free? What are you talking about? I'll speed it up, okay, for a handsome price. Otherwise, get the fuck out.
This, you know what? Oh, look at it straight. Look at it straight. So you would speed up a video for cash, but when I ask you, hey, you should stream on Cake or Twitch, you're like,
No, I don't like that, man.
You're wasting time on speeding up the video.
see chat, see this shit.
Get
When I
out.
asked me to be more of a capitalist. This motherfucker. Alright, bro. Alright, you fucking Scottish fucking twat. Oh, from Scotland, man. I got free hooker. This fucking guy. Alright.
facts.usps.com. Kids in the mail?
What? What the fuck?
What a time
Why does
waster.
this page exist? Wait, why does this page exist?
You're not the
Do not
first
try to
person
ship
to
your
ask this
kid.
question.
In the early days of parcel posts, a few parents managed to mail their children to relatives.
Oh,
What?
so there's a chance it would work. Is that what
So you're
they're
saying there's a chance?
Well, it's been over 100 years since somebody's successful.
In 1913, an 8-month-old baby in Ohio was mailed by his parents to his grandmother, who lived a few miles away. So it wasn't.
Just a few miles away.
It was basically a babysitter, express babysitter. Probably was on a pony at the Pony Express.
Is that the kid?
The baby was safely delivered. Regulations were quickly established to prevent any additional mailing of children through the U.S. mail. Is this? And then I'm assuming this child is related.
He's still in He's still in the sack that he came in.
Yeah.
That's
He
how
made
they
it,
delivered
man.
mail back then in sacks.
Anyway, stamps.com, guys. Code H3.
Shout out.
Yeah. Fun fact.
Is this a fun fact? I don't know if it's a fun fact.
I'd say so.
It's pretty fun.
It's a
We
little
laughed.
disturbing.
It's a little fun.
And it's a fact.
Why is the USPS
criteria.
trying to make like a fun
There's
interactive
so much
website? You do
tangent
the
on
mail.
this.
Just mail,
This
send
is
the
all
mail.
the fucking
that wasn't
Anisa
very
section.
interactive.
Here's this: 447 million rubber bands. Boing. The Postal Service ordered more than 447 million rubber bands in 2023.
That is a fun fact. That's a lot of
which
rubber
totals
bands.
24,000 miles, or one trip around the world. Boing. Shut up, USPS, and do your job.
Seems like a waste of rubber and
Stop
plastic.
counting rubber bands and do your job.
They're trying to reduce cost and waste.
If they want to reduce costs and waste, you could fire whoever's managing this website. Nobody's reading this crap.
Hire me.
We are.
You know, we just had this whole Doge thing, and this website's still up.
Doge.
Yeah, I mean, it probably could have been cut if they were trying to save a
I'm
little
just
money.
saying, like, he's going to cut USA.
What do you think the budget? What do you think the budget of running this website is?
$70 million.
That's what I'm saying. Knowing, you know, how the budget goes, probably 70 milli.
Elon.
We should reach out, offer the service to them.
We'll take over.
50 mil?
Privatize it.
I'll do it for 20.
Privatize the Postal Service fund pack.
Seriously, let's do that. Contractor, baby.
All right, so let's bring in our guests.
No, let's go on a tangent, Ethan. Do another tangent, please. I want to see a tangent.
You okay?
Me? Oh, I said let's bring in our guest.
Talk about daily triangles for 10 minutes, please.
No, I'm not keeling over. I'm just catching my spot here. So Michael was on the show, and then this is Ian put out a new video yesterday.
Oh, I never even saw it.
About concern trolling, which is
now. Thankfully for me, I have the
crazy.
majority of this
We'll get
video
into
already
this later. 'Cause
recorded. This is just
it's not super related.
Look at
to
him. He
this
looks fucking brain dead. I don't know. Has he always been like this? He looks properly fucking like his mind is mush.
All we're about to do.
Like he's been through a
But this video is
re-education camp, unironically.
He's must be the most unself-aware person in the whole world. He made a video concern trolling me, and then he put out a video talking about how he hates concern trolling.
Oh,
it's actually mind-blowing.
We like to troll.
And by the way, I'm not even trying to be catty about this. I knew that people weren't going to stick around for him, like, because I know the audience he's courting, which is like these snarkers, right? They'll come for the bullshit and the hate, but they don't even like you to begin with. They're not going to watch your dumb content, and frankly, it's dumb. Nobody's going to watch it. So this dude Cameron F305, who made the content cop parody about Ian, well, he put out his content.
Wait, so he really did just get fucking Because I've noticed that Hassan, I don't really see that much of him going around coming to Ian's defense. Did Hassan really just kind of use him like a one-use weapon and then ditch him for? Oh God! Didn't you watch it yesterday, bro? If I watched that Ian video yesterday, I don't remember a single word of it. I don't think I watched it yesterday.
Deputy in the same day, and he got more views than Ian's new video. And this dude has, he has 51,000 subs now, which is really cool. But he had like 3,000 or something when he started.
Shit.
This got more views than this.
Cameron is doing a fantastic job. I think he's a star.
This frankly shocked the hell out of me that it didn't get more views. I thought more people would show up for this, but you know, that's what it is.
Didn't watch
Pretty
it
sad,
yesterday.
pretty
Thank you
sad
for the
state of
249.
affairs.
I didn't think I did.
So let me introduce our two callers here. We have Michael.
No, go on a tangent.
Who was Ian's trainer.
He did so well.
And we have Kate, his wife, who worked as a videographer. Can you? Oh, you guys, can you turn your camera?
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no
And
problem.
and then Harley, we're gonna bring in Harley too. Harley, you're here.
I think if they turn it back now, it might.
Oh,
go
maybe
into
try going
portrait.
try going horizontal again. Maybe we'll fix.
Yeah.
If you go, or maybe it has rotate.
might-
there you go.
yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you guys. Thank you. There it is.
Thank you.
Harley, you here? Can you hear me?
Harley, you're muted.
I was talking on a muted microphone. Can you hear me?
Harley, everybody.
Hey.
We sure can, buddy.
Hey. Yeah.
Now, Harley actually put me in touch with these guys. And so how did you guys connect? Kind of Michael, Kate, and Harley, you guys were in touch, right?
Well, I know them from Creator Clash, actually. That's how I met them. And I never saw the clip, Michael, of you saying that you could beat up all the coaches. I'm telling my coach, we'll see about that. I don't know. He's not going as hard as you do every day, but I don't know.
I don't know. I've seen Michael. He's a beast.
Yeah. I don't know where he gets all that energy. I'm not a morning person, so someone like Michael would piss me off. I feel like he's good to go first
Is
thing.
this Harley? Oh God, I don't know these fucking normie names. Is this Harley from Epic Mealtime? Is that him? Harley. Yes, Harley Morenstein, the guy who took a stance on fucking Israel-Palestine over the Creator Clash thing, right? Yeah. Okay, Morenstein. Yeah.
In the morning.
Is that right, Michael?
Not always, no. Sometimes I need a couple cups of coffee.
Oh my
Good,
God!
he's
I
human.
love your
He's
guys'
human.
dog. Harley,
thank you.
Harley, Harley, stand back. I love your doggy. What? A girl or boy?
Girl, 12 years old.
Yeah.
Aw, she looks so like a little puppy still.
Yeah, she's still mad, yeah.
What's her name?
Winnie, like Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, I love her. She's got a little bowl cut.
Yeah, well, her hair's too long right now. We had to shave her body because we were out.
Is Winnie the Pooh a boy or a girl? I thought boy, but he seems quite androgynous the way that they talk, the behavior. Boy. Yeah, I think Winnie the Pooh's a boy. Yeah. And Christopher Robin's definitely just like got no friends, right? Like, he's got no mates, so he hangs out with fucking animals. Okay. Or is it Piglet? Is Piglet a boy or a girl? And Rabbit. Wait. Wait, are they not there? Are they not all kind of genderless? Obviously, Tigger is a boy. Tigger's a guy. Eeyore is a guy. You never realized that before. I have no idea. Wait, is Piglet a fucking guy? Don't derail me.
I think I'm not. I'm gonna answer your question. I think Piglet. I think it's a girl.
Yeah, I thought
Could be
Piglet
wrong.
would be a girl.
I think the tiger nigga. I think he's a guy too.
Yeah, their voices are their voices are a little bit like Rabbit and Piglet have kind of androgynous voices, if I remember correctly.
What it took like? Oh, Peter, like that. I mean, like they're kind of zesty though, no?
I know they have gendered them, like in the fucking thing. Are they all guys?
Wait, so this is a fucking sausage fest?
I think so.
Wait. What about is it the what about the kangaroo?
I think Rue is definitely a guy. Right.
Let me get the characters real quick.
I don't know, man. Christopher Robin's definitely like a fucking freak.
Yeah, he kind of zesty though. Some boss type shit, bro. I'm not gonna hold you.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of bestiality. Rue is female. Okay, Rue is female. Kangaroo is okay. Kanga.
Lesbian? What?
Kanga's a girl. Okay.
Kanga?
I don't remember that character very well. But someone else is saying that. Oh no, Rue is male and Kanga is okay. I got you. Yeah. All right, fuck.
All right, Scotland.
You about to eat
You're never gonna get.
I have two terriers. I've got a Yorkie and
We met one of them when we were there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We did.
So, guys, first of all, thanks for calling. I really appreciate it. Oh, great. Hold on one sec, sorry. I have to request access from myself. To access my nubs.
You dork.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Yeah,
Nice-
you guys know AB, right? I mean, AB was singing your praise, Michael. You were in his corner, right? Because his coach was unable to attend. That was so nice of you.
Yeah, I love AB. Yeah, I helped him train for a little while as well. I helped a lot of the fighters from Creator Clash 1 train. But yeah, I love AB. He's a great guy. Yeah, I'll be in his corner any day.
There it is. Oh,
Thanks, bud.
so nice.
Appreciate you. I actually, we were supposed to go out to eat, the three of us, recently, but my grandma got sick and I had to bail last minute. Yeah. But nice to see you guys.
Yeah, good to see you. Yeah.
And Kate, what did you do for Creator Clash?
I traveled with Ian and Anisa along with Michael, and I did all the recording for all the sparring sessions, all the meetups with all the YouTubers, even small interviews with like Eric, who also fought on CC1. So I have a ton of content, and Ian promised us that he was going to put out this documentary that was going to share the journey of how Michael took this video game nerd and turned him into a boxer. And so that's how they sold it to us when they first came to us. And so I was super psyched that this is going to be a way for me to help build my husband's brand and also put the work out there. But it never came through. And so when he most recently put that video out saying that he told a big lie and he was never going to put out a documentary, and all he has is a ton of 4K videos of him doing stupid shit or something like that, it was actually very hurtful to me.
That's your footage that he's talking about your footage.
Yeah, exactly.
3 years. Yeah, 3 years of filming.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thanks for the $3, TV. Stop the cap. Isle of Man is the best flag right now. Mate, for a fucking $3 donation, I'm not even putting it on screen. Sorry. RIP. No, hang on. That's mean. Isle of Man flag. Let's derail. Oh yeah, it's like 3 mechanical legs. What the fuck? It's so weird. Okay.
Well, yeah. Before the 61, we filmed the year.
It was 10 months. Yeah.
Yeah.
Was he paying you at the time, or like what? How was he compensating you?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
So I do want to say that, like, for dynamic filming, I usually charge $150 an hour for dynamic filming. But because I was under the impression that this is going to charity, me and Michael, would always scale back on charging them. So, for example, instead of charging him $150 an hour, I would charge him $100 an hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And by the way, I've heard that from other professionals
an
now.
hour.
I'm starting to hear
yeah.
people say that. Who, like, one of the announcers put out a video recently. Maybe you guys saw it. He was like, Wade. Yeah, he was like, they offered me a salary, or they offered me payment, but I declined it because I was like, it's for charity. I'm good. But then they took that money that he generously forfeit, a guy who's not rich, by the way, and gave it to all the fucking creators. It's nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, we were also promised a bonus on CC1, and we never got it. But because Michael is so nice, he didn't want to, like, make Ian feel uncomfortable and ask Ian and Anisa about it. I was pretty upset by it, and I thought it wasn't fair, because how is it that we put on this great event? We raised $1.3 million for charity, and he promised us a bonus. And then right after the event, he just kind of pretend like he's too busy to check in with us, And then we...
Yeah, after the event, like, once the event ended, I didn't see him again for about 5 months. So, because he was working with Dax on some show, and so he never trained.
Bro, and so I've seen people talk about this a lot. I haven't really seen Hassan or Denims or any of these people, like, make any strong defenses of Ian and Anisa. Like, what's happened there? Did they really just milk him for what they could get, and now he's spent fucking weapon? Like, what the fuck? They stuck by Noah after he did his whole, I'm going to shit on red pillars for how they treat women, but actually I'm a bit of a sleaze as well. But I guess because he's moved on to kind of like the Free Palestine stuff, so no one really cares about any of the boring, shitty, gay idpol stuff anymore. Man, Ian's actually just used and abused, eh? Human shield. Oh no.
Trained. So the only 8 times that Ian ever actually trained.
Millhouse is defending Ian. Okay, so that's basically no one. Millhouse is really retarded. He's really stupid. Millhouse is literally like the ultimate, like there's often like a stereotype made of them by right wingers and all that, but he's the real thing. He's like the real deal. He's literally the guy who fucking cheers when Hezbollah fires at Israel and then cries about fucking genocide when Israel fires back. He's that person. It's not like a mischaracterization or hyperbole or anything. He is just that person. So if he's the only one defending you, that wretched fucking dweeb, then yeah, you're fucked. You're so fucked. The guy who thinks that I got paid to go to Israel to do propaganda because he saw that Progressive Victory worked with me. He saw that Progressive Victory paid me. And he's like, look, here's the proof that he went to Israel to do propaganda. I'm like, Jesus Christ, man. Get your fucking skull checked.
I trained him from July until May, and then I didn't see him again pretty much for several months. And then he started training again to fight Alex. Pretty much we started at like the end of December. And then that's when like they had to kind of get serious with the camp because they realized like Alex was training hard. So really I only had 10 months with him to begin with, and then about 4+ months with him for the second event. And then I've never seen him again since then.
Yeah, I was talking to AB. I think it was pretty normal that the boxers at least gave their coaches a tip, especially because you were there. You weren't just working for him. You were helping everybody out. It seems like you guys were both like super involved in this event.
Yeah, one of the reasons he was even able to kind of connect with Manny Pacquiao's people who hooked him up with Mike Leonardi was like one of our connections. Our friend Eric ran into a guy in a bar in Vegas. And that was the guy they were supposed to get a hold of, but he was not reaching back to him. So we were able to get them connected with the people that connected them with Mike Leonardi. So we were literally there from the. I was there from the beginning for everything.
So that's, you guys had a really unique point of view where you had like a front row seat to everything.
Yeah.
It seemed like you were with them intimately more than probably anyone else involved in this event. So there's all these interesting little details that you guys shared with me. For example, one being that I think it was you, Kate, that mentioned that he and Anisa did in fact pay for Hassan and all of his compadres to travel to and stay at Creator Clash 2.
Yes.
Yeah. So they were talking about that long before, about how they had to fly in all these people. They were first of all, they rented the hotel for over 300 creators and flew a lot of them in. When the first year it was much more scaled back. We just had a couple floors of like some place, like a nice suite place, but it wasn't extravagant at all. And then the second year they did that full hotel for 300 creators. They flew a lot of people in. One of the people they flew in was Froggy Tonic, and they flew him in from France.
That's insane.
And Froggy had told us that he was there to salvage the documentary.
Yeah.
And that was super offensive to us because we're like, what do you mean salvage the documentary? And he said his job was to go around and like film Anisa having interactions with everyone. So we didn't know if that meant they were going to make the second documentary about how, or the actual documentary about how like Anisa was responsible for the event, because she did put a lot of work in for the first event and she did put a lot of work in for the second. But at the same time, in the first event, she didn't get credit for it. So she felt.
Froggy Tonic is saying this isn't true. So not everyone. So they're saying that these people didn't actually get paid to fly over. They flew over on their own dime, on their own buck. Is that how you say it in America? Can't believe I'm just picking up these phrases naturally now. God.
Felt like she deserved all the credit. So I think that's why they paid Froggy Tonic to come film her and follow her around for the second event. But yeah, they flew in a lot of people. They rented out the whole hotel for 300 creators. And when we asked them if Ian's dad was going to be there, because he was there for the first event, they said they couldn't afford to fly Ian's dad in. It was too expensive.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty sad. And Froggy Tonic told me directly, because I met him at the hotel, right, where we were all staying at in Tampa for CC2. And he was like, oh, you're the videographer that has all the content of Ian sparring. And I said, yes, I'm super excited. I've been waiting for this documentary, but it never came out. So I heard that you're taking it over now and you're going to help with the editing. And that's when Froggy Tonic told me that, yeah, Ian and Anisa brought out his whole crew from France.
His whole crew?
I think it was just him.
Well, he had a few people that were holding the cameras, his camera guys. Because the interesting thing was that usually when like someone is a videographer, they would be the one filming most of the time. But it was interesting to me that
he was just directing.
Yeah, he was more directing.
This fucking guy thinks he's Spielberg?
Scorsese.
What the hell's going on?
Camera people with him that were actually doing the work.
I don't remember that, but I do remember for a fact that he had told us that he was flown in to salvage the documentary. Anyway, so we were just offended by that because we were like, what do you mean salvage the documentary? And then him saying that he had no idea how to make the documentary for the first event. I had taken him from like 140 pounds as like never played a sport a day in his life. 10 months later, he ends up fighting Dr. Mike in front of over 10,000 people with 100,000 pay-per-view buys. And the fight itself was like a Rocky moment. And then he he literally took interviews with everyone before the fights, after the fights. He got all the coaches to interview. And then he said he had no way to make the documentary. So I was just like, how can you not make a documentary?
Yeah.
AB made a documentary.
Everybody made a documentary.
AB, Harley, I was in their documentaries, but I wasn't in Ian's documentaries.
What the fuck?
Yeah. It's so sad to work on an event, like to work such a big event like
You
Creator
guys were
Clash.
so invested. Yeah.
We were so invested.
And
yeah.
it would always drive me crazy because I could tell Ian wasn't really proud of his work. So one of the big things is like it was very hard to get Ian to train because he doesn't like boxing. He doesn't like boxing.
Oh no!
Well, that seems to be a somewhat of a
problem.
It's an essential skill
point
for the event.
Yeah. So I would try to make the session
because he's
as fun as
boxing.
possible.
Just to be clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
he doesn't.
But I think that's why it was as traumatic as it was for him as well. Because he was dealing with like a lot of trauma and a lot of issues when
See, I don't really like boxing. That's why I don't box. It's usually what you That's the correct way to go about it. Anyway.
Our boxing sessions. And don't get me wrong, that happens with a lot of fighters in general because fighting is very hard. Whether you're fighting MMA, boxing, whatever, it's very hard because you're getting beat up constantly, and then you're supposed to show up to the gym the next day and the next day and the next day. AB can attest to it, right? So it's mentally very hard. So I did feel bad for him because I could tell his heart wasn't into it. So then to be into something like that your heart's not into, that's why I didn't see him once the first event ended. We didn't see him again for several months. And I told him, hey, come in once or twice a week, train for fun, make it fun for yourself. Because when you're in a fight camp, it's not really fun. You just have to keep training.
Right.
But then he never came back. And then so I was like, oh, wow, he really doesn't like boxing. And then he did an interview with Anthony, or the guy from Smosh, and he was talking about boxing, and I was just like, oh, he doesn't like boxing at all, and he's making it like public now the way he was talking about it. And then even in the video where he's trying to promote Creator Clash 3, he said, oh, all I have is 4K footage of me going, and it's like, that's called boxing training, Ian.
That's what boxing looks like.
Yeah, that's literally what you're doing. And then if you notice after he walked out of the third event and stepped away, he goes, I'm through with this boxing shit. I've been doing it for 4 years. And I was like, well, wait a minute. You trained for 10 months for the first fight. You took 6 months off. You trained 4 months for the second fight. And then you never came back to boxing again for over a year. So I'm like, how are you sick of boxing? Like, you obviously hate boxing. So, so it was hard for me as a coach to just get him to train. Also, like half of the sessions, we'd have to train Anisa. So every session, instead of being just training for Ian for a fight, I would have to take half of the session and train Anisa.
So whose idea was that?
Hers. Yeah. But the thing about it is, Ian goes along with it, right? Because I feel like if Ian would have said, hey, no, I need the time to train, it might have been different. But he's just like, oh, no, she needs to train before I train.
But she didn't even fight. She wasn't even fighting.
No. And so literally in like the training footage, half of the sessions I had with him would be with her. And then she would come in with like all sorts of drama to the gym. One day she was super dramatic and I was like, oh my gosh, what happened? And she related Will Smith slapping to Chris Rock to somehow Ian having to defend her online. So she was like super dramatic the whole day. And I'm like, I can't even train Ian today because she's so dramatic. So that was constantly
Give me a sec.
Fuck you. I believe everything these guys have to say. Fuck it. It seems like because she's actually talking about how she's the lady who's, is she the boxing coach's wife? I don't know her name. She seems like she's really got stuff to air out because she keeps on talking about how like emotionally like they've hurt her and stuff like that, and like, she's upset about things. So, shit. Seems like there's a lot to go. There's a lot to come out here. Fuck. Dingus, thanks for the tier 1 sub.
The slap, guys.
Yes. She came in distraught, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what happened?
Yeah.
She's on Chris. She's on the slapper side, right? Like she was empathizing with Will.
She felt like she felt like Will was Ian.
He had to slap.
Ian has to slap all the people that insult her, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Wow.
And so, but anyway, so
that's true. Will, I'm not putting this word. This is my observation. Will Smith is one of the most famous cucks.
Yeah.
And again, that's my analysis, not your guys'. But it is an interesting analogy, right? For them to be idolized because Jada famously had an affair with her son's friend.
What?
You know, so I wonder if that's how they relate more so than the slapping.
Jesus.
You know. Yeah, it's just me. I'm doing a little psychology here. Psychology in Los Angeles.
I got a couple questions actually, if you don't mind.
Harley, what's up, man?
Yeah,
please, by all means, yeah, chime in anytime.
Okay, yeah, I had a couple questions here. Let me get.
What's happening?
Set this up right here properly.
Oh!
Get this in order. Did you guys get any paperwork, by the way? Did you guys sign contracts? The fighters had contracts. I'm curious if the coaches had.
No, we never had a contract.
No.
Oh, interesting. Because that would have been like something that would have detailed what's like what like. I mean, did they? I guess by word they told you it was charity, and they didn't ever.
Right. Yeah. So, and I'm still hoping that the first event was all charity, other than Ian taking his fighter purse. But what was crazy about that is then you said you had a $27,000 bonus, and I was always under the assumption that there was no bonus because even though he told me there was a bonus, he then disappeared for 6 months and I never saw him. So I was like, was there a bonus or was there not a bonus?
And you confronted about that? You asked them, or you didn't want to
I just let it be.
Because I'm the same way, by the way. I never spoke about money with Creator Clash. I have a guy.
What is this thing with like they're hiring fucking like freelance people and talking about bonuses? That is probably not a good way to go about it. You should probably just charge a rate. Okay.
My team that does that. I wanted to not talk about money, and plus it's awkward when it's a charity thing. You're like, I don't want to. Am I going to ask for money?
Yep. Right.
Yeah, and it's awkward when it's your fighter, and then you have to train him for a whole nother event. And I mean, truthfully, like a lot of times fighters will
American culture can fucking die.
Say they're going to pay a coach and then not pay a coach, so that happens sometimes. So truthfully, unfortunately, I'm used to that. Right, where they're like, oh, there's more money coming in, and then the more money coming in just goes to them. So you get used to that as a coach. But I am under the assumption that the first event did all go to charity, and then the second event was supposed to go to charity, but instead it went to the hotel, the pre-party and after party.
Was
and
there
I
a
one thing to
moment
say about the after party, because he said he was using the after party to help promote the event, but I have no idea how an event after the fight will generate money for the fight.
Well, so that's it. In his most recent video of concern trolling, in the beginning, he says he's explaining how they lost money in the second one, and he goes, the event before the boxing was to promote it, and that sounds reasonable and normal. But I don't think he even mentioned the fact that there was a massive gala after the fight where Anisa got to play as MC and give out awards and shit.
So we actually didn't even know about the gala until about probably maybe less than a week before the event, or a week before the event. The only reason I knew about the gala was because Ian had invited some of his training partners, and they were on the email list, and so they kept telling me there was going to be a gala. And I assumed they were talking about the pre-party, because the first year they did do the pre-party, but it was much smaller. It was on a way smaller scale.
Hey, La Fajita Fascia. Thanks for the $4.99. Or is it Facha? Remember to tip your streamers. Good advice. Also, the Hezeb flag is just the IRGC logo, which makes it lame. Wait, is it? I did not know that. Damn, that's actually really cringe. Fucking imperialism, man. Schizo Goblin, thanks for the tier 2 sub. I 100% Baldur's Gate 3 before LonerBox respected Sev's gift and gave us a BG playthrough. LonerBox 2 better. It's coming, okay? Just there's a list of priorities, okay? I don't know why you guys don't understand this. From Bongo, thanks for the $5. Baldur's Gate playthrough. When and no, I'm not Sev. True. Meme, thanks for the $4.99. Bro needs to get on the Mudwater sponsor train. I wouldn't say no. Anyway, let's do a new goal. We have to do a new goal. New goal. There it is, guys. It's a bit more modest, okay? A bit more mindful of your poverty-stricken fuck existences. Whoa!
In the second year. And then also, so we had no idea. So when everyone was asking me about a gala, they're like, what are you going to wear? I was like, I'm going to wear sweatpants. What are you talking about? And then they're like, what? You're going to wear sweatpants to a gala? You're crazy. And I was like,
first year, it was like, the first year was like a little party thing. It was like a Sweet 16 vibe.
Which is all you need.
Like, it's game set up. Yeah,
we had Super Smash Brothers set up. It was in the hotel both years.
That sounds great.
It was much more casual, but if you dressed for that, like I was told specifically to dress nicely for the gala, that there would be pictures and such.
We found out it was a red carpet event that they flew Getty Images in for. So they straight up flew Getty Images to take pictures for the event. But
yeah, they're the only. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, when we asked them about it, and I said, "Hey, is there a gala?" And they said, "Oh, you guys don't even worry about it. You don't have to go to that." And I said, "What?" This is what Anisa said. And I said, "What?" And I said, "Well, some of the sparring partners got invited." And she said, "I don't know how they got on that list. They weren't supposed to be on the list." And in my mind, I'm like, Ian had invited them. He sent them the email personally.
What
right?
a disgusting
So
human being she seems to be. I'm sorry.
Oh, she didn't want any of us there. She only wanted like creators there or people that would, I guess, make her feel like she could get more clout. So she told us we didn't have to come to the event. She doesn't know why we would want to be at the event. And I said, "What's the event for?" And she said, "And it's an award show." And I said, "What are the awards for?" And she said, "They're awards for the boxing." And I said, "Why wouldn't his coach want to be there? Why wouldn't his team want to be there?" I was like, that makes no sense. So everybody else, all the other coaches I talked to, I said, "Hey, did you guys know about the gala?" They said, "Yeah." I said, "Did you bring a suit for it?" And all of them had freaking like 3-piece suits with like kerchiefs and everything. I had sweatpants. I'm like, what the
dude, that's so messed up. Why? It's like you're the guy connected with the event organizers, and they're explicitly excluding you guys.
I know why. I honestly believe that the reason why Ian and Anisa excluded us and did not want us to know about the gala is because we're both very professional, we're both very direct, and very transparent. If they told us that they were going to throw a huge gala after the fight and it was going to cost a ton of money, we would have asked them, "Why are you doing this?"
Yeah,
because Anisa already told us, she shared with us prior to CC2, like a month before, that they were negative, was it 500K already?
Yeah, at the
Whoa,
time.
whoa, hold on.
Yeah, that's important.
Say that again. Say that again.
They were negative 500K before the event.
Yes.
Before, so going up to the event with the ticket sales and the PPV sales, they had, when the event started, they knew they were down $500,000.
Yes. Keep in mind that they moved to a bigger venue and they sold a lot of tickets. But before the event had started, they said we're fine. So the reason we found this out was because I wanted Ian to start doing 2 training sessions.
Bro, did they really just do like a fucking networking event and self-enrichment thing, but call it charity? Oh no. Holy fuck. I should do that more often. I should just call every stream a charity stream. Fucking brilliant, man. That's so wise. I do sometimes wonder, there have been a few times, and I won't name names because I don't care to look into it, but like, there have been a few times I've seen people do charity streams. And I don't know if it's been entirely clear that the money went where they said it was going to go for a few people. And I don't even know if anyone there in some of these audiences are clever enough or like proud enough to care, like self-respecting enough to care. I don't know. But I guess that kind of investigation is not really my style, so we'll see. Lana, thanks for £5. Charity. True, yes.
A day. And I said, Ian, you need to start doing 2 a days.
I am disabled, okay?
And he was like, "Why should I do 2 a days?" And I told him, I was like, "Ian, you're not good at boxing, man. My brand is at stake. So you need to do 2 a days. That's what pro boxers do." And so I
Wait,
told
did you
him,
actually say that to him?
Yeah, yes. And then I told him, I said, "My brand is on the line." I said, "You can go back to YouTube. My whole life is fighting and coaching fighters." And I'm like, so if you don't have a good performance, that's going to look bad on me. After the first event, for the first event, he didn't do any of his cardio. So that's why I ended up gassing out so bad. And I truthfully believe if he would have just done his freaking cardio, that he would have won that fight. But they couldn't do the cardio because 10 weeks before the first event, Anisa wanted them to buy a house. So instead of doing 2 training sessions a day at that point, they had to cut out training to go look to buy a house. And he moved into his new house the week before we left to Florida. So he literally wasn't training like he was supposed to for that whole first event because they wanted to go buy a house when they could have just rented a place for 6 months or a year. And then Ian could have focused on the fight, had the fight, and then found a new place. So I found that super offensive. I'm like, "You're not doing anything I'm telling you." And they would lie to me, and he would tell me he was doing his road work.
They would lie? Why would he lie? That's like lying to your doctor.
It made no sense because he acted like I told him to do things because I wanted him to do them. And I really wanted him to do things because that would help him win the fight.
Yeah.
So when I tell him, hey, you need to do this, he'd be like, and then not really do it. He didn't realize how important cardio was.
This was versus Dr. Mike. Isn't Dr. Mike like a lot bigger than iDubbbz? I guess it doesn't necessarily matter as much in boxing. I guess maybe if you got more, if you're taller, you got more reach. I don't know. Man, Ethan's fucking feasting on on these two. Oh my god. Is there any way to confirm what they're saying? I mean, if they're saying anything, like when they're talking about money and shit like that, like them being 500k down, like things like that would be easy to disprove if it turned out not to be true. So, have people refuted any of this? Mike had 10 years of boxing experience. Do I want to watch that? We'll see.
Was until the second fight.
What
when
do you mean
I
he didn't realize how important cardio
Ego
is?
Raptor's still
That's,
going.
that's
Damn.
like the
I used to
entire
watch him.
thing. Yeah, that's everything. That's the whole thing.
It literally is everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And so,
you know, hearing all this, strikes me as ironic because he was always, and Anisa, going on about how they hold boxing in such high esteem and they want everyone to train and this is life or death. This is serious. You get in the ring and people die in the ring. And and hearing him speak so loftily and respectfully about boxing, but then hearing he's like, oh yeah.
It's not easy to prove there's no public accounting information. No, but I mean, if Ian and Anisa had evidence to the contrary to this, like the amount of money they were down at the certain stage or whatever, or like how much money they made, and where the money went, I think you'd think they would have receipts for all that, wouldn't they? Like that would be kind of insane. If they just came in to make all this stuff up. I mean, who knows?
Yeah, no, I lied to my trainer about running. It's like, what?
yeah, I feel like a lot of that was them regurgitating what I would say. A lot of it, when I would tell them things about boxing, they would go repeat those things. I don't know how much of it was like them actually believing it. But so for that second event, so I tell him he needs to do 2-a-days. This is like 2 weeks before the fight. I'm like, we need to do your 2-a-days. And I said, my brand is at stake. Well, he went and told Anisa that I told him my brand was at stake. So the next day she comes into the gym super mad and she's like, our brand is at stake. We're $500,000 in the hole right now. And we're like,
I wish I knew that. I wish I knew that at that time. I think a lot of the fighters would have liked to have known
What
that.
is this YouTube subcom?
I don't think
Is this the H3 one?
none of them needed to be in the dark about that, you know?
yes, completely. Well, and that's the thing. They said you guys didn't promote enough, but they weren't honest about the fact that they were spending the money from the ticket sales on the hotel, on flying people in, on all these other things. So it was just like...
So those decisions, the gala decisions were made while in the red.
Yes.
I have a question about that.
So she was like, we're already down 500,000. And she still had time to cancel stuff when she said that? Like, how before the event was that?
Yeah. I mean, it was 2 weeks. It was 2 weeks before the event. I mean, they
So
knew
she
they
could
were
have made some
500K
last
in
minute
the hole.
moves. Yeah.
They knew they were 500K in the hole long before that, right? That's just when they yelled at us about it.
Yeah.
So they could have definitely made moves to reduce spending.
We wanted that awards show so bad the next day. They really, really wanted to have that awards show so she could give out awards. Once again, you had heard, like Ian said, he didn't want to have the fight just end and have everybody go home the next day.
He said, I'll quote him because it's very rich. He says that the first time afterwards, he woke up and everybody was gone. And he found it super depressing because he didn't get a chance to process his trauma, which seems a little bit hyperbolic, frankly, if I'm being honest. I mean, it's like a self-inflicted charity
trauma.
event. I wouldn't call that exactly
punch in the fucking head.
I wouldn't put that up with like maybe like fighting in a war. I don't know. But but I guess we all define trauma differently. But so he goes, so in that case, I wanted to throw a party afterwards where we could all talk to each other and process our trauma. And then he says, we lost money, but I don't regret throwing the after party.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think that was a lot of her words, because like he would say things that she would say. And so, for example, he said, well, we thought inviting Hassan and all those other people was going to translate to more buys, pay-per-view buys.
And they didn't even promote. They didn't even care.
No, it made no sense to me. I'm like, people don't watch fights because Denzel Washington's in the crowd. They're not
Right.
like, Denzel Washington's there, I need to watch the fight.
Right.
Like, it makes no sense. And if they would have taught, so a lot of decisions before the first event, they like spoke with us about, because I know boxing. I've been around boxing my entire life. So I'm like, oh, I could help them with all these other things. And then for the second event, I felt like they wanted to make it much more like their own version of a TwitchCon, their own version of a VidCon.
That's what he said, yeah.
She said that she wanted to be like a VidCon. And we are new to the YouTube world. Like, we never been to a VidCon. And she's like, you guys haven't been before, but it's super cool where all these famous YouTubers come and everybody gets to vibe out. And so I was just like,
Vibe
is this
out.
like Comic-Con?
Yeah, she was really mad the first year that like, because she would always talk about a certain group of people. It was like somebody named Pokimane and all these other people. And she would always talk about how she wants like them to be there and she wants to be a part of their group. So a lot of it, and then so that's why like, and then the first year was like during that girl's birthday party. So
No, sorry. Knowing that detail, it breaks my heart that she had to settle for denims.
Yeah. I don't even know these people, but yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, the only people I really know in the YouTube world is you guys, because you guys were so nice to us. Like, we got more.
New Corey video. Well, I need to watch two now, don't I? I need to watch the one about Israelis talking about expulsion and Palestinians talking about who should run Gaza. Not now, but we will. We'll get on it.
Clout from being on your show. Then we
if I ever go out to Israel again, it would just be to hang out with him for a week or 2 weeks. Just go and do all the rounds with him.
Ever did from working with Ian, because he would never show any of the work we did. He would never. Yeah, and then everybody else, it drove me crazy. Like AB would shout out his coach, Wale, Lucky Boy, and then
AB was AB was all about it, man, and you know,
traveling Israel.
The coaches deserve a lot of credit for what you, especially you guys who were involved with the freaking event, the management of the whole event, you know.
Right. Yeah. Mike Leonardi even said after the second event ended, when it was just him and I talking, and Mike Leonardi was like, man, these events wouldn't even happen without you. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, because he knows about the drama that I have to deal with training Ian and how hard it was to get him to train.
Yeah.
And so, because I think he knew Mike knew that I think Ian didn't like boxing either. Just by the way, like he would interact with boxing.
So this guy, Mike, you mentioned him to me. I wasn't sure. He's the fight promoter.
So he was he was the manager that they got in touch with. So what happened, man, the story of this event was amazing. Like, Ian had to reach out to all these people and they were weird. And then he reached out to Manny Pacquiao, and Manny Pacquiao hooked him up with a guy. And then that guy ends up putting him on a phone call. And that's how they met Mike Leonardi. And so Mike was a manager in Vegas, and he knows promoters and he knows how to promote boxing events. And so the actual promoter was a guy named Ryan Rickey, who's like friends with Coach Thompson, Jesse Thompson, and this guy, Coach Rick.
That's Harley's coach.
Yeah, Jesse Thompson's Harley's coach. So anyways, he hooks us up with all these guys in Florida, and that's how we were able to throw the event. But it was like the craziest set of circumstances for us to end up where we ended up. So I wish Ian would have told the story. He should have been proud of the story.
Right.
I had a quick question. Sorry.
You want to go or should I go?
Oh, I was going to say...
sorry, I'm being silly. Go ahead.
Roll it.
Oh, Hila had a funny comment. She said, Hila donated. I hate when she does that. Why is she giving money to Google? That's our money. Anyway, she said, too much dumping in here, you guys. Stop. This is not what podcasting is.
I know. I was afraid this was going to be an emotional dumping ground.
This
and
is
I
not
was
what
like, oh, I hope it
podcasts
doesn't sound like...
Anyway, sorry, Harley, go ahead.
I was going to ask, because just your opinion, do you think that they were intentionally misleading with any of this, or just sloppy in their execution and communication?
Just sloppy. I think it was just sloppy. Like, that's the thing. Like, I still freaking, I always had the best. You want to be around people that want the best for you. And I always wanted the best for Ian. And so I always felt like, man, like, we're going to break through. We're going to have this moment where we break through and things are going to be good. But then they never were. So in my mind, I think they just got sloppy. I think they thought in the second event they were going to do millions of...
Mim, thanks for the $4.99. Donating to the local charity. Get yourself some new clothes, little gup. Wow. I'm happy with my clothes. What the fuck? I can get a couple more things. Maybe. For $4.99, no problem.
dollars in pay-per-view sales. And so I think that's why they went so far in the hole, because they just assumed they were going to get these huge pay-per-view sales.
Just to be clear, Ila's joking. I don't know if you guys know that. The dumping thing is a joke about something
Oh,
Ian
yeah.
said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I didn't want you guys to think that I was. You
This is your
guys dump
emotional
away,
dumping ground.
please. We're here to dump. Yeah. You mentioned something. So this guy Michael.
37.
He left.
No time. We got.
So he left.
No problem.
Creator Clash and went and started working for Jake Paul.
Yeah.
And he
Of course.
scheduled the Jake Paul event.
Oh wow.
For the same day.
Yes.
Yes. Ian's old guy. He did, and he
I
had
think
to do that on purpose, right?
I think he still owns Creator Clash. That guy. I think he's still part of it.
Well, I don't.
It's just when you have like a Jake Paul, you can like that's your thing. That's going to take priority over everything for sure. Like the event is 100 times bigger than Creator Clash at its best. But I think he's still involved with Creator Clash.
So, but then why would he do it on the same day if it wasn't meant as shade?
It's a great day.
It's crazy.
It's so crazy to me. When we saw that,
Yeah.
I was like, because we already knew it was the same night as it. So first of all, Ian never even reached out to me at all for Creator Clash 3. That's one of the big things I want from this is to like, because what happens when Ian messes with you or messes with these other people, a lot of it comes back onto me and either my YouTube channel or my Instagram, where people start putting a bunch of comments on my stuff. It's probably happening to Harley. It happens to everybody that's related to it, right?
Well, like what? What did they say?
They say fraud coach.
Yeah, talk about the sparring videos.
Oh.
So people want to see sparring videos, but Ian never put out any of my filming, so people think that Michael didn't
Yeah,
have
so
him spar correctly.
people in the comments, they'll say, oh my gosh, you never had him spar. That's why he lost the fight. Oh, you didn't have him do this. That's why I lost the fight. And I'm like, if he would have released the footage, they would say we did all of those
Yeah.
things. But now I have to try to stick up for myself and have my YouTube be an emotional dumping ground in my comment section.
Yeah.
To try to protect myself. But
Have you seen the video of Joe Rogan watching a clip from Creator Clash? No, but that sounds like memes. Give it to me. Put it in the YouTube stream suggestions. No, Discord stream suggestions. Holy shit, idiot. Yeah, put it there. Quick.
Or my brand. And so it was just crazy to me because
Horrible.
Sorry about that, guys. Ian, now is not your time. We'll have time for you. Sorry about that. He's intolerable. Hila is loving this, by the way. She just gifted 20 members. Loving this. So Ian almost has this superpower. Maybe it's Anisa together, but they say great leaders inspire loyalty. It seems that everybody in his life, he's forced to be disloyal. He has like negative leadership. What do you call that? What is negative leadership?
Abuse.
Abuse?
Ooh.
Okay.
Yes.
So you think it's so? I
Where's
guess
the Joe Rogan
quantify that.
react?
Did you feel like abuse?
Do they watch it in this?
Go ahead.
Yes. The reason why I
Do
say
they watch the Joe Rogan react in this? Or do I have to find it separately? The fuck?
it's abusive is because, like, for example, the bonus, right? They mentioned it to me, Michael, that they're going to give a bonus after CC1. And then after the event was so great, they just went rogue on us, you know? It's interesting because we invite them to our house for Thanksgiving. We're so nice to them. We open up our lives to them. They've met my kids, like our kids, you know, and everything. But then once the work is done and they don't need us, they kind of just put us at bay and they make it uncomfortable for us to reach out to them. Or if we reach out to them, they don't respond. So treating us like we're not really in their inner circle, which makes
Okay, so this is Joe Rogan reacting to Creator Clash. Cool. In a spacesuit. Okay. Thank you, Joe.
I saw a video today of a boxing match between a father and a son. It made me so sad. It made me so sad. Because there's this young kid. He looks like he's probably like 17 or 18. And the father's 42. And the father beats the shit out of him. I mean, like, dings him in the head and keeps punching him. I'm like, that's your son. That's your son. And we're watching you beat your son up.
Wait, they're not actually father and son, are they? Is this just like a... What the fuck is this?
I get your son probably got cocky with you, but... And he celebrates after he knocks his son out. It made me so sad.
Super mega.
Because first of all, I'm like, that kid has brain damage now. 100%. Maybe it's just a little. Maybe he'll be fine. Maybe he'll get over it. But maybe you fucked him up. That can happen too. He might be depressed from now on after that. It might fuck up his pituitary gland. It happens to people.
Damn.
And you just did
Fuck
that to
that.
your son. You're supposed to like touch him up. You're supposed to not even hurt him. Like slam him in the body a little bit. Like you think he can fight? Okay, good dude. Okay, let's have a little boxing match. You don't tee off on your son's face on television. It's crazy.
How old was the kid?
Kid looks young. To me, he looks like
kid's getting the
you know,
shit
he
beaten out
could
of
be
him.
20. He could be 19. He looks young. He's real skinny. And the father's kind of jacked. Not too jacked, but, you know, he's fit. And he could fucking punch. He knows how to box. And the son doesn't look like he has any idea what the fuck he's doing. I don't know what the thing was. Like, someone sent it to me. And they were, like, cheering that this old guy knocked his son out. I was like, you guys are crazy.
Does Joe actually believe this? Was it titled, like, Dad and Son? And Joe actually believes it's real?
You've failed as a man.
You failed as a father.
It's not? What is it?
They're not father-son.
Oh, why does it lie? It says father knocks out son
Yeah.
at celebrity boxing match.
Gotta get somebody to click on this.
Oh, no.
This was like a YouTuber thing. This guy's a YouTuber, and he's a YouTuber.
I'm such a sucker.
Damn, if only Joe realized that he does that with, like, politics, science, vaccines, everything else. Barrel out next year, Joe. Hey? Maybe you'll connect the dots one day. It's not today, though. It is not this day.
No sense because we worked with them for CC1, CC2. Michael and I have traveled with them to LA, Vegas, Florida. Keep in mind that when we were in Florida with them, we were with them for 2 to 3 weeks at a period of time. That's a long time to be with someone. You learn so much about the person. And then you start to realize, wow, everything that, I mean, I don't want to say, you know, their enemy's name. What's his name? Sam. Like, I don't want to say he's right, but when we saw that video drop, I
No,
was
he's
like,
right.
oh my God.
You could say it.
I was like,
The
what
one
was
where he's
funny
like,
about that?
well, hold on. So there's a video of Sam Hyde, and he goes, she's going to ruin his life. Mark my words. I guarantee it. Is that the one you're
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah, Anisa was the one that showed it to us because we didn't know nothing.
What was funny too is like,
I mean, I was just thinking about that on the way to work because I saw that clip too. And I was like, damn, like Sam fucking,
Yeah.
he was right.
Yeah.
Well, so what's crazy to me is like, so for example, when Ian did your show for Creator Clash 2, he would never say my name. He would always just go Ian's coach or my coach. And then AB was the one that actually had to say my name. AB was like, oh, you mean Michael? And then I was like, thank you, AB. Appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
But so, and then same thing when he did the other podcast, he said, oh, my coach is he's really tough. He has toxic masculine qualities.
Based on toxic masculine
He
qualities.
said that when he was talking
what an
to,
ally.
When he did the podcast
with the Smosh guy.
Yeah.
So he did that and he
You
said,
know what?
oh, my
Don't die.
He's lost his
Oh.
mind. I'm sorry, but
Close.
if anybody
Health
deserves to
warning.
have toxic masculine traits, it's your boxing coach, okay? Get in line,
Wouldn't
bitch.
those just be masculine traits rather than toxic masculine? Is this because Ian's done this thing where he discovered progressivism 5 minutes ago and he's just misusing every fucking term like a total dipshit? Ally, toxic masculine. He just says these words when he
You know what I mean? Go fucking wake up and run.
Yeah,
Think about, you remember Mike Tyson's coach, this like grumpy, insane old man? Like,
Customato,
this is who
shut
you
up.
want to fucking coach you, dude. What are you talking
I
about?
didn't see the podcast you're talking about, but yeah, I know when I was training with Michael, I felt so loving compared to when I was
Yeah, it
fighting
sound-
with Wally.
it sounds like
Wally used to
Wally.
tell me, you could punch me in my sleep and I won't blink. Yeah.
Nice.
That's the thing, right? I actually had to learn how to talk to Ian from training because during one of the sessions when he wasn't supposed to spar, but then he ended up going to spar
he's
Alex
enraged.
Stearns one
Shit.
day.
Oh, I want
and
to
Alex
ask you about
took-
that.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was
it's
hilarious.
epic.
It was funny to me because we weren't supposed to spar that day. Actually, it was the morning that he released the Sam Hyde documentary.
Yes.
So I had no idea he had so much going on because I didn't even know what the documentary was.
We didn't know who anybody was.
Anybody. I just want to control. I want to focus on the fight, right? So he releases the documentary, but we're in LA. We're visiting gyms,
For
and
your,
we're supposed to
for
watch.
your podcast.
Yeah, oh yeah, that was for that. But we wanted to watch Alex Stearns train. So we go to Alex Stearns' gym, and the coach of the head guy of the gym, the owner, says that he doesn't believe women should fight. So Anisa gets really upset and
Who said
decides
that?
she wants to. The owner of the gym said that.
The owner of Alex Stearns.
Okay.
So Anisa got so offended that she said, Ian needs to spar now today. And we're like, what? And then so,
He
and
sent
I'm like,
her, man, to get slaughtered by Alex Ernst, who's like some kind of like boxing savant or something. He fucking annihilated him, dude.
Yeah.
So what happened was, well, it was funny because Alex has really thick glasses. So he took his glasses off and he can't see anything. So he just starts swinging haymakers.
Oh, he couldn't even see.
Oh no, but Ian like froze.
Oh wait, and also before the filming, so before they did the sparring, Anisa and Ian runs up to me and they're like, Kate, make sure you film this because we want to put on our YouTube channel how does in the documentary, how does 3 week of training look like and 3 months of training look like? Because Ian at that time had been training for 3 months with us. And so I filmed
And Alex 3 weeks. He had just started.
Yeah. Well, and the thing was, skill wise, Ian was much better. Ian wasn't just used to somebody throwing haymakers. And so Alex comes out and just starts hitting him with haymakers. And the first 2 rounds, I was talking to him very softly. I was like, Ian, are you okay? Can you throw punches? If you can't throw punches, I'm going to scrap this sparring because you're not throwing any punches. And then he's like, no, I'm fine. And then 2 rounds later, then I'm like, what are you doing?
That's toxic masculinity. In case Ian ever stumbles across this stream, because I guess he's still on fucking first lesson of how to be a progressive retard. Yeah, that's actually toxic masculinity. If you're getting the shit beaten out of you and you might damage your brain and you can't defend yourself and you still want to keep fighting, that's actually toxic masculinity. You know, there's a time to stand your ground. There's also a time to walk away. Okay, sorry.
Like, why are you doing that? And then he went on the Small Show and he was like, yeah, it's bad enough when you get beat up and your coach is yelling at you too.
Shut up, dude.
I swear. Yeah.
Dude, listen to the audio of any corner. That's how the corner's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yes.
Throw a punch, man.
Yes.
Oh, here,
Yes.
I have the reference here. Let's watch it.
Alex is a freak of nature, I gotta say.
The way.
I remember watching that, and everyone was like, "What was that?" Because he kind of, it seemed everybody could tell he got pretty rattled by that fight.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You did you say? And I'm gonna
wait. What's this fight? Did they watch it?
Did you say he cried?
Oh, we had to have a meeting.
Yeah. So after that, so he was crying at the gym afterwards, and I said, and once again, I hate to hate on him for that because it's very emotional.
Yeah,
when
for sure.
In some hard sparring, right?
Yeah.
So but then what happened afterwards was horrible because then we went back to the hotel and then they were eating at Denny's and they said, we need to have a meeting. So I have to go to Denny's. And they pretty much then talked about how they were going to have to fire me because I reminded Ian of his father when his father would yell at him as a kid. And so I had to relearn how to talk to him. And at the time, I didn't even mind because I'm like, as a coach, I need to learn how to talk to different fighters anyways. Like communication is the most important thing. One of the most important things as a coach. So I was trying to turn it into a positive, but it definitely was. But we almost got fired at Denny's.
Yeah, exactly. After that sparring session. But
I
not
almost
only
farted
that,
at Denny's.
Yeah, Michael and I rewatched the sparring, right, with him and Alex Ernst, and you could clearly hear that Anisa was screaming louder than Michael.
Yeah, so he was literally yelling at him worse than I was. But I was like, but apparently I was the one that I yelled at him and he froze.
It triggered him and he thought of his dad. That's what she said.
So we'd have to deal with things like that all the time where it was like, he wasn't even supposed to spar that day. Like, I'm like, what the hell is going on?
He didn't have a mouthpiece.
He didn't
have a mouthpiece. So they had to buy a $20 mouthpiece from the gym and put it in the microwave. It didn't even fit. It was ridiculous.
When you plan to spar like that, you want to prep. You don't want to just go into it.
Bro, this guy, the fuck?
You want to be like, ask AB, you want to be mentally prepared for a sparring day.
Okay, because it's yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my first sparring day, like it was so fucking bad. Like when I left and I came back, Wally started jumping all around the gym. He's like, I never thought I'd see you again. He goes, okay, the fact that you came back, he's like, now I'm in.
Holy shit.
But yeah, it was scary. I was supposed to spar Alex Ernst, actually, because me and Alex would talk all the time. And I heard about this encounter, and I told Alex after that, I'm like, fuck that. I'm good.
Alex had a really good coach. Alex actually found a coach that like coached world champion boxers. I have no idea how he found the guy. The guy showed up the day of the event, like a couple hours before the event, and then he left right after the event. So he didn't stay for anything, Alex's coach. But he was a really good coach.
So he wasn't prepared to spar, and then Anisa put him up to it because she heard the owner of the gym is
correctly.
The owner of the gym who's not related to the fight really. He wasn't
At all.
there. He didn't care. It was just some comment. So she had to prove something to the owner to have him beat up Alex, who doesn't have anything to do with him. They have a weird thing. They do this where they go, "Oh, really? If you think I'm an asshole, then you should hear about this. What this kid did, totally unrelated to me at this shooting range. You should hear what the owner of this building said." Who? It's like, what are you talking about? What's that got to do with anything?
Yeah, it's like another rice gum situation where someone's beefing and Anissa's like, Ian, you better go throw a fight now and beat him up and be a boxer.
Yeah, that was actually how the whole situation started, was because Rice Gum had texted Anisa, and
Yeah.
he said, "Tell your husband to fight me, or tell your man to fight me," or something like that. And that's how they ended up hiring me, because I was supposed to train him to fight Rice Gum. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna have two totally
Witch doctors, do they
inexperienced
do a blast
people
wave? I don't think they
fight
do.
on some event. I had no idea what was going
Shamans
on.
do, right?
Right. This is a lot.
Oh my god, I'm getting
The sparring thing is
contained.
next level, because sparring at our level.
fucking
people
rooted
don't
down here? What
spar
the fuck? I can't
in their
move.
first year of boxing necessarily.
Right.
And
Yeah.
it
Am I
is really
perma-rooted?
mentally
Shit.
and physically taxing. And
Horrible.
if someone did boxing for 2 months and then sparred and then was
Oh
then
my
quit,
God, get me the
I would
fuck out.
understand
Fuck
that.
that.
And
Jesus
there's
Christ.
no way my coach
That's a good hack,
would
isn't
have
it? Look at all those
ever,
totems.
like anyone could have been like, oh yeah, he's gonna go do this or that if I wasn't mentally prepared for it.
Whoa.
So the pressure aspect is really interesting, because I don't understand ultimately what was the point
go
of
there
that.
later.
It's just
Do that later.
gonna set things back, you know.
Yeah, and that's why, like, I would always try to be have Ian do very controlled sparring until like towards kind of more towards the last 8-10 weeks of camp, and then we would really pick it up. For the second fight, he sparred hard. He was literally stopping people in sparring.
Yeah.
Even for the first fight, he actually had stopped Nathan Barnett with a body shot. He stopped Alex I Did a Thing with a body shot. So he was actually in sparring. Like, once he got a little bit better, he was doing pretty damn well. But I agree, like, you shouldn't be putting people in early until they actually know not only how to throw punches and defend themselves, but also counter after somebody hits them. Because a lot of times they might know how to throw punches or even defend, but then they get hit and they freeze, or they just don't know what to do.
Right. So you were trying to dissuade. Did you try to dissuade him? Like, dude, you're not ready. This is a
I was
bad
like,
idea.
we don't have a mouthpiece. We don't have headgear. We don't have the right gloves.
Yeah.
I was totally trying to dissuade. I was like,
It was hard.
we're not
Yeah.
ready for
You
this.
should listen to your coach, probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's hard because, like, Ian, you could tell in his eyes, he could not say no to Anisa.
Yeah.
So what is he gonna do? He's gonna just suck it up, go get that $20 mouthpiece right there, put it in the microwave, and put it in his mouth. That's what he did.
Yeah. But and then that
You shouldn't be stopping people in sparring a lot. What the fuck? What do you mean? I mean, it sounds like Ian is like, if he's sincere about the childhood trauma and not just a fucking piss baby who can't handle getting shouted at by a boxing coach. Okay, we'll give him that. We'll say that's true. Even though the use of the terms like ally and everything else is already a bit loosey-goosey. If that's the case, then he's probably kind of like biting off a bit more than he can chew. Like he's probably putting himself in an environment that he shouldn't really be putting himself in. If that's like the issue that you have. And especially having like a coach trying to deal with that as well is like kind of not too fun. Because it sounds like he's being told that he's like, if he's struggling with this, he should stop. And he's just like, no, I'm okay, we're good. Like, yeah, which is like unironically toxic masculinity. Fuck knows, dude.
Health warning.
Oh.
That was
That
such
sounds a
traumatic-
lot like the sexual stuff he enjoys. Too. I made that. I don't know why. You know what? I apologize, guys. There was a moment about putting something in the mouth, and I thought, well, that's probably because of cuck thing. I just tried to, I apologize for that, everybody. Dave.
Once again, like I mean, I always want the best for Ian, so I was always just a lot of these things were just very disappointing, especially when he came out and said he was never going to release a documentary. I was just like, what are you talking about?
That was hurtful.
We have hours of footage, and I could see why they didn't want to make a documentary on the second one, because they didn't want to show how Anisa helped promote this whole event and it lost $250,000.
Yeah.
So that made sense.
No, I've heard Anisa talk a lot on the show and other places, and Ian was backing her up. She's like, She has amazing footwork. Like she is like some natural gifted type of boxer. And I forget why they said she couldn't fight, but they're like, but she unfortunately she can't fight. But if she could, she's like amazing. And so I was just kind of curious because you were training her. Is she is she this natural gifted boxing savant?
So she did have some athleticism for a girl. But what would happen was when she would come forward really hard. When she would come forward really hard. Yeah, hit your right. When she would come forward really hard.
Well, do you want to clarify that? You can.
Yeah. So, like a lot of women are just less athletic when it comes to boxing.
It's about throwing punches. It's about because men have more upper body strength. Women have more lower body strength in general, right?
Yeah. Well, and I mean, there's plenty of women that that play basketball that will kill me in basketball, right? But fighting is a separate thing. Fighting is its own entity, and so. I don't even almost consider fighting a sport really, right? Compared to other things. And so when you have some athleticism for a girl and like, cause she had played sports, that's more what I meant was she had played sports as a girl. So she came in with some athleticism. Ian had never played a sport a day in his life. Ian had zero athleticism, right? So training her was easier than training Ian cause she had more athleticism. But what happened on her first sparring session, I would always tell her, you can't just come forward. You can't just come forward. And so she had a sparring session and she was just trying to walk forward. And then a girl punched her. And then I was actually watching Ian. So I wasn't even watching. I just heard a big pop. And then I looked over and she was kind of frozen. And then she said she had a concussion. Then the next day she went and told the doctor that she had a headache and sensitivity to light and pretty much all the concussion symptoms.
The whole entire list, like it went on forever.
And then so we were like, oh no, she has a concussion. And then Ian's like, well, she's kind of a hyperchondriac.
Yeah.
So we're like, okay.
Ian actually reassured me because I was worried at that time.
She's not gonna like hearing that.
Yeah, I tried to check on her and he reassured me. He was like, hey, don't worry about her. She's actually a hypochondria and she does this often where she self-diagnoses herself and freaks out.
She's not gonna like that.
That's like, don't worry about it. She'll be fine. And I was like, okay, then why is she continuously talking about it on all her media outlets?
The thing that drove me crazy
is that why she said she couldn't box because she had a like. Do you remember what it was?
She was an athlete in high school and she had previous concussions, if I remember correctly, or something where the doctor told her it's too big of a risk.
Well, definitely don't box then.
Also, the doctor.
Everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face. I mean, yeah, shit.
Doctor's going to tell you what you tell them. If I come in and I say I have sensitivity, light, and have headaches, they're going to say you have a concussion, right? So, and then the part of the story that drove me crazy was how all of a sudden she went from saying she had this concussion to she's had all these concussions while she was training. And then by the time she was on like your guys' show and these other shows, she's like, I've had 11 minors and 2 majors. And I'm like, I've been around concussions my whole life. And nobody's like, that was a minor, that was a major, you know? And so I was like, well, if you had 2 majors, that would mean you were like completely unconscious. And she said she got them from like lacrosse and hockey. So I'm like, you're telling me that you got knocked out completely unconscious on the field. And then a few weeks later, they're like, put her back on the field. I'm like, that makes zero sense to me.
She's a liar. I mean, she does 100%. Lie. She lies about everything, it seems like.
Yes.
Yeah. I just don't. And also like, literally.
I don't know, man. It's like I can't even think of what vibe it's giving me. I had something in my head, but I can't. It reminds me of fucking Vadim. It reminds me of Vadim in the debate sphere, you know? Like, he'll come in all fucking hot on Twitter. He's like the most nasty, toxic motherfucker on Twitter. Very snarky and shit. You get him in a debate. He's a little bit hot for a few minutes, and then he fucking tails off and realizes he doesn't have any responses and can't really carry himself in a conversation. And then suddenly he hits a wall, then he's tired, right? And then he's too tired. He's got a sleep disorder. And then you say something else that sets him off. And then he'll find his words again and keep going. And then he'll say he's tired again when he's in the back foot. And it's just like, bro, you're just not in an environment that you should be in. There's a reason I don't do sports in front of people, or probably never will, okay? Because I was a fucking uncoordinated, autistic fucking child. And playing sports as a child was fucking cringe. I hated it. Just disgusting, okay? And also, I'm definitely never going to try boxing because I have it on good authority. The getting punched in the face is kind of shit. Don't like it. Fucking sucks. Cringe. So I got no time for that. Fuck. I'll lift weights. I'll walk up hills every now and then. That's it. Yeah, I don't know why, like, if you have these kind of difficulties with, especially like being fucking screamed at by a boxing coach, or being pushed physically, or being punched and all that. Like, then, yeah, just don't, bro, don't host a boxing event and make yourself like part of the ticket. Shit.
Literally 2 majors. If she said she has 13, 11 minors and 2 majors, 2 majors would mean like you were completely unconscious, and that's
a lot of head
times,
trauma. You know what's ironic? Ian acts like that's what happened to him. You know,
Yeah.
but Anisa, she seems more in control than ever.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
she's the master.
It's odd, and that's why like I felt so bad, because you could see. So the 2 of the best weeks, or one of the best weeks we had in training, was when she had to go visit her family in Canada. And then that was when Ian invited his sparring partners to the gala. I wasn't a part of that, but he went out and did like
They took him out
one
to hot and cold plunge.
yeah, one of the guys that runs the gym. So first of all, the gym that we're out of is this guy Luca Hosever's gym, and it's called Vigor Ground Athletics. And he was the one that did their programming in the beginning. And when they went on some show and they were like, Ian, how did you gain all this weight? She was like, oh, I studied.
Hey, don't catch me. Don't make me catch you guys gassing me up to be a boxer, okay? It's not happening. Never challenge yourself. I'll challenge myself with anything, just not like... I just don't know why you would challenge yourself with something that you know is just like it's something that you probably wouldn't enjoy. I don't need to like experience boxing to know I wouldn't like it. Is that uncontroversial? Like... Ooh. Not anything, just some things. Yeah, some things. Yeah. Do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu instead. Much more safe, reliable practice self-defense. I don't know, I just don't get into fights. I don't know. Shit. The only reason people take self-defense classes is they can go out into the fucking streets and look for people to defend themselves against. I'm onto their game, okay?
Kinesiology.
That's
and I'm like,
crazy.
Wait. I'm like, how did you studying kinesiology dig him to gain weight? Like, that makes no sense. Because in reality, it was Luca that was writing their programming for him, but they never wanted to give him a shout out. And that's when we realized they don't want to give anybody a shout out. Like, they would never give me a shout out. They would never give Luca a shout out. Randomly enough, I guess occasionally they would give Mike Leonardi one.
Yes,
but
because
otherwise,
he's the manager and he had a bigger following. Unless you have a big following, she's not gonna give you a shout out. She'll just suck the blood out of you and go away.
Jesus.
No.
So you think Anisa's
She
the
does
one
not like
calling the
Anisa.
shots,
Holy
though?
fuck.
100%.
I do, but it
She's
is
not a
also
fan.
Ian that allows it to happen.
He enjoys it. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Wow.
Healed. Wow,
sorry
what a
for
nice
you.
guy.
What is
Yes.
happening with them?
Yes, he enjoys it. We used to feel sorry for him.
I did.
Yeah, we
All
both
the time.
did. We both did. Michael felt sorry for him up until CC2. After CC1, I cut that shit off because I was like, you know what? She's a fucking liar and he's a liar. And he enjoys all the punishment that she gives him.
Yeah.
So let it be.
She said that after she did that first interview. And I'm always like, I always want the best for my clients. So I'm like, no, that's not true.
Yeah.
Things are going to work out. They're going to give me a shout out.
The goal of boxing is to not get punched in the face. So if you do that, you should be fine. True.
He's going to make this documentary, like all these. And she's like, they're never going to give you the credit, you know? And I was always like, oh, well, and in my mind, I'm like, no, like I love Ian. I trust Ian. I feel like Ian's got like my best interest at heart too. But then he didn't. The time that I actually was finally fully fed up was when I had to ask them about the gala and we were already in Florida. And I'm like, this is the last straw. Like, you don't even, she's like, you guys don't have to be there. Like, she was practically telling us she didn't want us
Disrespectful.
Crazy.
Disrespectful.
For no reason.
And the reason why, I also want to say the reason why, like, Michael and I, we were waiting for them to tell us about the gala, but they never did. So they waited so long, we got to Florida. We were 2 weeks away from the event, and they still haven't said anything to us. And at this time, all of Ian's sparring partners, there was probably like 4 or 5 of them that flew out, or I think 6 of them total, flew out from Washington, paid for their own flights, their own hotel, and they're all coming there to support Ian. And they all have been helping Ian throughout his fight camp, right? And so they're asking us about the gala. We don't know about it. So we were afraid that if all his teammates showed up, they might not be able to get into the gala. How embarrassing would that be if his teammates are not able to get into the gala because she doesn't want them to be a part of it?
Also-
so that's why we asked her directly, and that's when she told us about the negative 500K. That's when she told us about why would we want to be there.
Yeah.
It made no sense.
Also, all of his sparring partners paid for themselves to be there.
Correct.
Nobody, like they would give him tickets to the event, but they didn't help anybody else get there. That was a part of his team other than Kate and I. So
Yeah.
otherwise, like none of the, like if you're throwing the event and you have all these sparring partners and training partners, I would think you would invite them before like 300 creators that don't mean anything to you.
100%. Yeah, you gotta think about the time that when they're sparring, you know, all the his teammates that volunteer their time, they're sparring for free. They're taking time from their work, their family to come and contribute. They don't do this because, oh, they're obsessed with Ian. They do this because they have loyalty to me and Michael and how we have helped them. And that's why they show up to spar with Ian. And all he does is look the other way when Anisa says and invite them. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous. It's disgusting. I can't. All we have to show is our hard work. And there's no way that I'm going to let Ian and Anisa take that away from us.
That's crazy. What do you make of
that?
Oh, go ahead, Arlie.
Did you guys hear anything or know about how they chose the performers for the gala? The people that they put, there was a couple performers there that I was just curious how, if you guys had any insight on who they were or what the connection was.
Are you talking about like the comedians or who you talking?
Comedian and singer.
Right.
There's this comedian that was allegedly paid $20,000 or something.
Yeah. Man, I just realized what Hassan's done here. This is all he's doing. I just realized. You know, in this game, in Warcraft, when you're leveling, if you get engineering and you level it up, which I really should, dumb fuck, you can get target dummies. So if you're in trouble, you drop down the target dummy, and the target dummy will grab the attention of the mob that's killing you so that you have space to run away. So the target dummy just stands there, and then they whack the target dummy, and then you flee. Hassan has done this with Ian. He's just dropped fucking Ian, the target dummy, down. And now Ethan's gone for the target dummy. And I haven't heard from Hassan in like 3 days, or maybe even longer. All I've heard from him is him trying to show his normie friends a Hezbollah flag. And honestly, I don't even care, because it's just like, how many times is he going to do that before I get bored of it? We're way past there. Whereas Ian is out here fucking left hanging, left out to dry. The fucking he's just there at Hassan's gates, soaking up all the damage. Fuck.
So for the first event, we were a part of like a lot of those decisions. But for the second event, like I said, they kept us in the dark about the gala. Really, like it was my main responsibility to help with Ian's training, but also make sure like everybody else had legit coaches and help like, because for the first event, I helped train a lot of the people. I probably helped train like 90% of the people that fought
like
on the
Eric
first
came
event.
to Washington for 2 weeks to train with you, remember?
That was another thing that actually upset me was like comment etiquette Eric. Like I love that guy. But he only was able to train for the last 17 days of the fight because he was originally supposed to fight Chad, I believe. But then when Chad backed out, they were like, oh, we need to find somebody. And so they found DJ Welch. And
That guy's a beast.
They told us he was out of shape and
that
had
guy's
no
a monster. By the way, super nice guy. That guy's great.
Huge
Both
arms.
of those guys
Huge
are amazing
pipes.
dudes. Yeah.
He was great. But
He's a
imagine
beast.
somebody telling you this guy has no experience. That's why Eric and him had headgear on. And that was another thing I got blamed for. They're like, look at how bad this coach is. Look at Eric. I'm like, dude,
That's
I had 17 days with Eric. Me and Eric just tried to make it fun because the whole time he was like, DJ's out of shape. DJ, we're just going to have fun.
And
man, DJ came out and whooped his ass. I was
Dude,
like,
he's,
what the hell?
he's jacked. He's like actually
He's
jacked.
huge
I was
arms,
like,
bro.
this is not fair at all.
And DJ fought formerly. Well, he's been training MMA for a very long time. Yeah.
They
Oh,
were
he's
like,
a
oh, he
fighter
doesn't-
too?
Yes. They go,
Jesus.
he doesn't have
So what
boxing
is
experience.
that? Are they lying to you guys on purpose?
I don't know.
So they were like, well, they didn't even tell us really any of that stuff because a lot of it they like tried to find on their own when it was last minute stuff. So for example, like when Matt fought Dad, like they almost canceled that like 20 times because Matt was never training for the event.
That's so interesting.
And they would do.
It's crazy. I would have never have known watching it.
3 witch doctors.
What happened too? I
and a
almost
berserker. I'll
don't
pull the
blame Matt,
berserker
except
over.
like Ryan found a good coach or a coach, right? So I don't know why Matt couldn't have.
No
but
problem.
Matt's
Go
coach
quick.
Would tell
Kill
him
him
that
fast.
they just want to do all this pad work, this like random pad work, and then they would say, "But don't do any road work. Don't run at all." And then when they found out that it was a real event and there was going to be 10,000 people there, they fucking disappeared.
What did they? They disappeared.
Disappeared on him. Just straight disappeared on him. Like they were taking all of his money until they found out it was a real event. I think a lot of people were shocked that it was a real event because like we were going to these places like with no clue of what we were going to have happen. So we're like, hey, this is what's so crazy is like he could have told the story if he would have been proud of it. Like the story was amazing. We were going to these boxing gyms in LA and all over the place. And we're like, hey, we want to throw a YouTube boxing event. They're like, where? We're like, we don't know. They're like, when? When? We're like, we don't know, but we're going to do it. And they were like, get out of here. You know, it was like, it made no sense. And so I was almost like, hey guys, maybe we should let me talk to some of these people before. Cause like they would just have these awkward ass conversations in all these boxing gyms. And, but so a lot of the people that ended up getting hired, like, I don't know if Lucky even thought it was a real event when he was training AB, or they didn't know how big it was going to be, you know?
Right. Well, AB knows. Oh, did you know?
Gym,
I don't know.
My gym, like they wild card, they don't fuck around. Like that. Supposedly, they even kicked Jake Paul out before. Like they're very serious about boxing. I don't think they care like how big the event was. Yeah, I think even Ian like added Wale on Instagram, and I don't think Wale followed him back. Like he's just, he's like, I don't know that motherfucker. So I mean, he likes
that guy
Ian,
is
but
something else.
Yeah, he's not in it for any clout.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Now I want to ask you something. It's alleged by Anisa herself that Ian has both bad breath and he shits in his pants frequently. Do you have any data on that? Having been in close proximity with him?
No.
Ian.
I don't want to just talk shit about him, but like there would be times, for example, before the first event, where he was talking about getting tonsil stones, and he was saying he was going to get strep throat because he had tonsil stones. And I said, Ian, tonsil stones don't cause strep throat. Tonsil stones are because you're not brushing your fucking teeth. And so he was like, oh, okay, hygiene. And I'm like, yeah, fool, like you need to brush your teeth and you like.
Wait, hold on. That shouldn't be something you need to hear from your boxing coach. Brush your teeth.
Wait, don't tonsil stones, like the little white specks in your tonsils. You can get those from tonsillitis, no? I don't know if you get them for, is strep different from tonsillitis? I'm pretty sure you can get that from like the infection, like from the bacteria, not the not necessarily from not brushing your teeth. It's old food. Yeah, there are a few ways you can get that. It's compacted food usually. Oh, I did not know that. I thought it was like pus. Isn't that with tonsillitis? Cause wait, tonsillitis is like, it's like pus spots, isn't it? Is that not what that is? Am I wrong? It's fucking pus. Because tonsillitis is like the most fucking painful thing. Man, tonsillitis is horrible. Oh god, I've had it like, there was one period when I had it like 4 times in 6 months. It was, I don't know why I kept getting it. They didn't remove them. They didn't remove my tonsils, but like they just fucking hell. I think there was one time when I had it, and I also had it at the same time as like an ulcer and a bad tooth, and my mouth was just like, I was sweating. I was sweating fucking buckets in bed, just like, it's so much pain. Fuck me. Tonsil stones are not pus, but do they not look the same? If it's just white spots on your tonsils, it looks the same, no? Although I think if it's just stones, they would go away if you just eat some dry toast, and they would like scrape it off. Right? That's the whole idea? That's the whole meme? Whatever. You're
That's
weird.
something. See, that's it. Knowledge he should have come to you with.
Yeah. He was
Yeah.
worried about getting sick. Like, so, yeah. So,
Was it Creative Clash 1 or 2 where Anisa sent us? It was the day of training for one of the CC 1 or 2. I can't remember which one. And she sent us a photo of his tongue. And she said, "Oh, I think he might have like bad breath, and it's causing."
Wait,
she said tonsil stuff.
Hold on. Go back. Why did she send you a picture of his tongue?
They thought it would show us that he was gonna get strep throat.
Yeah, so he couldn't.
And I'm like, because they were trying to say he's gonna get sick before the event. And it can happen if you train too hard before an event. You run your immune system down, so then you can get sick. But we weren't training too hard for him to get sick.
Yeah.
So for example, like they wanted him to gain weight, and I kept telling him, like, there's ways we can gain weight right before weigh-in. So I want you at like a healthy weight, because they wanted him to be 188 for the Dr. Mike fight. So the Sunday before the fight, Anisa makes him eat all this shitty food. So the Monday before the fight, he couldn't even do 2 rounds of pads in the ring without almost throwing up. So I'm fucking pissed. I'm like, what the hell? Like, why are you doing this? I was like, I was telling you, if you're 188 or 180, but you drink like a couple Gatorades, a Gatorade is 32 ounces, which is 2 pounds. I'm like, just drink 2 or 3 Gatorades right before weigh-ins, and you'll gain like 4 or 5 pounds, and then you'll be 185. But instead, she was like, no, he needs to eat all this shitty food. Yeah. So they were feeding him all bunch of shit food, right? And that's why when he weighed in with Dr. Mike, he was like, grab.
Tonsil stones are primarily a plaque buildup due to bacteria within the mouth being built up over time. It's normal, but if they are constant or large, you need to remove the tonsils.
Thank you for the $10. Nurse, by the way. Well, there we go. Shit. Now wait, that's not the important question. The next question is, do they not look like tonsillitis? Do the pus spots from tonsillitis not look the same as stones? No?
In his belly, and I'm like, bro, that's embarrassing for me.
Yeah, you're making us
I'm your
look
fucking
bad.
coach, and you're in there with a belly up there. Like, it's one thing to have gained the weight and be like, oh, I gained weight, but it's another thing to be like the day before the fight grabbing your belly, and it's because you fucking ate a bunch of bad food.
Yeah, they would
like,
eat at Denny's all the time, and then he would
Denny's?
be like,
This is important. I'm accused all the time of people say that they see me in Denny's farting. They say that about me, and I want them to. I never go to Denny's. Huh? I never go out to Denny's. But Ian's the one who's actually shitting his pants at Denny's.
Yes.
Jesus.
Yes. The meeting that we had right after Alex Ernst's fight,
Yes.
sparring session was at Denny's.
Yeah.
Say that again. I'm sorry. Say that again.
The meeting that we had to have with Ina and Anisa after the sparring session with Alex Stearns was at Denny's.
What did they eat at Denny's? What did they order?
Just like disgusting.
But she loved it because she used to work there back in the day. And I was in my mind, I'm like, Ian, you're a fucking millionaire. Why are you eating at Denny's all the time? Like, stop it. And then,
he's allegedly. I've heard Hila noticed this, and I guess Anisa also confirmed that.
I don't think I've ever been to a Denny's. I've been to America like 5 times now. I've never been to Denny's. Why not? Why not? Isn't it just where you get like pancakes and bacon? And maple syrup? And a steak? And a bunch of shitty, fluffy eggs? Who knows? I had fish and chips the other day. That was nice. That was pleasant.
Very cheap, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't experience that. Like, he was always good to me, but at the same time, except for the fact he would never help promote me.
Well,
I
could say that I wonder if like this is a good example, but like for example, when Michael trains Ian, he charges $100 an hour, but Anisa would always want to be trained at the same time, so Michael is training both of them for $100 an hour, and I would always tell Michael like you're training both of them, you should charge each one of them $100 an hour. And Michael would be like, oh, well, it's for a charity event, and I feel bad asking, so let's just do this for now, because we're going to get a bonus one day.
Yeah.
And in boxing, if you do bring 2 people within that one same hour, you do pay more.
Yeah.
That's not just boxing.
Yeah, thank you. And that's how it should always be. But for them, I was always like, whatever, like, I would, once again, I always wanted the best for Ian. I always wanted the best. I was like, oh, this is why I like,
Mushy peas.
He didn't want the best for himself, so it was really hard for me to want the best for him when he didn't want to train.
Now, do you have any commentary about his potential body odor?
Sorry, can I just say to people in chat, because someone mentioned it and it kind of triggered me, chicken and waffles is like quite shit, okay? Even if the chicken's great and the waffles are great and there's a lot of it, I just don't know why you need a chicken and a waffle. Why the fuck? Too dry. Yeah, especially because who the fuck's putting maple syrup on it? I don't know. Chicken and waffles are just fucking dumb. It sounds amazing because I love chicken. I love waffles. But you get them together and I'm just like, fuck this. I'm pretty sure there's still a video of me in Miami eating a chicken and waffles. Like a really good recommended one, Miami Beach. I'm just like, you should put syrup. Why do I want to put maple syrup on a chicken? Fuck. I mean, I tried. There you go, chat. Look at them. Look at them pop off. Look at these American idiots. All of them. These toothless fucking inbred skeeter gun-toting retards. These God-fearing dipshits. Getting really upset about my chicken and waffles egg, which is 100% correct, by the way. Sorry. You can slag off some Scottish food that isn't good. There's plenty of it, okay? Chicken and waffles. I mean, I'll have it, you know, but it's one of those things that you want because it sounds banging. Then you get it and you're like, what the fuck? Why did I do this? What am I doing in my life? Every time. It's like sex. I'm joking. Where's the... Oh, here. Alright, where's the, 7 stamina, 2 spirit. Okay. Ooh. I need to mail out some shit. Okay.
I mean, I say it's true. I smell all the time. It's horrible. A good example is this, because Michael's so nice and he doesn't want to say it, but here's the thing. When we're in fight camp, he does 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening, okay?
For the first fight he did. Well,
yeah,
for the first part of the first fight, not for the actual camp.
Correct.
During the camp was when he cut out his 2 days. And that was the most important time to be doing 2 days.
Yes, so he would smell so
fuck are
bad
2 days?
that when he comes back in the afternoon to train, he doesn't shower in between his sessions. And so like the coaches that are training other, you know, members there would just like look at us with the weirdest face, you know, like a stink face. And then Michael would try to take Ian to the corner where there's not a lot of members of the gym so they don't have to smell it.
I tried to take it to the open doorway.
Yeah, so that does happen. I'm not lying. It's true.
Hey, thanks for the $4.99, Fifi Melon. Here is a $5. Stop bad-mouthing chicken and waffles, and I'm not even a Yank. By the way, love your work. Oh, thank you. I mean, you're wrong about chicken and waffles, but I guess that's why you watch the streams, okay? So I can give you good advice. Next time one of you guys eats chicken and waffles, you're going to know what I mean. You're going to think, like, this is just not as good as it sounds in my head. Okay. I need to get a sandwich. Ooh. Be right back. Woohoo! Let's go into my bonk character. Alright, let's have a look at this.
True. He doesn't shower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just didn't understand why she wouldn't tell him. I'm like, what is going on here?
So, and
She tells the audience. She humiliates him to
in her Discord.
Yeah.
She's fine releasing everything, but she won't talk to him about it. I'm just like, what the hell?
Yeah, and
like I didn't
Hold
feel
on,
like
guys.
it was my
I gotta
place.
sit on that for a sec. He stunk up the gym so bad you had to move him away from people.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me just sit with that.
0.5 hotter, as if like he fucking his breath didn't stink all the time.
Yeah.
Another question. I heard that Anisa was talking shit about me and us even before Creator Clash 1.
Yeah, she had said like I forget what she said like, but she had said that she didn't like associating with you guys for some reason, but then like you had been doing better or something, so they were happy to go on your show. It was it was vague, but because she would talk, she would kind of talk poorly about a lot of different people, so it was easy to just lose track of it. But yeah, she definitely had mentioned like something about you and Hila, and like, or maybe it was just you, but somebody had done something that had offended her at one point.
I'm
so
sure.
she thought, Yeah, so she felt like you guys weren't like good people or something. But then once you could do their show, but she loved AB and Lena. She always loved them. Yeah.
She would. So here's
There
the
you
thing.
go. Who doesn't love AB and Lena? To be
That's a
fair.
good question,
To be fair, right? Who doesn't love AB and Lena?
Yeah, she wanted to get her Lebanese credit, so that's why she like loved so much.
She's trying to get her Lebanese credit up.
Yeah. He would always, because she would be like, they're Muslim,
Imagine.
and I'm Muslim.
Yeah, it's.
Imagine doing that. Fuck.
And I was like, everything you do is haram. Like nothing you do is. I have Muslim fighters.
Yes.
They pray 5 times a day. They
don't touch women.
Like
besides their wife.
They're a couple of them are from Dagestan, right? And in Dagestan, you're not allowed to shake a woman's hand. Like, but they put their hand on. They're very respectful, right? But it's just a totally different mindset. So then when I hear, and I have other Muslim fighters that maybe don't pray 5 times a day, but they still like they'll try to eat halal when they can. They have like a lot more. They have a different moral compass. So for example, she would always talk about how America is this horrible place and Americans are like so bad, especially like white Christian male Americans.
Get out of here, dude.
And
Why? What is her problem?
And then, but somehow I'm like, have you ever been to a Muslim country, Anisa? Like, and then obviously she hasn't. So to me, it was just like, there was this big disconnect between reality. So example, before the first or second creator clash, she said, we have 300 creators in the event. And I said, oh.
Sorry, I'll have you find, my friend. I don't know why you keep talking about Muslim country and Muslim fighters. I'll have you find Lebanon is a Christian country. Don't do disrespect my Maronite phalangist brothers with this slander. Lebanese forces will be on your door, buddy. Shit.
Who are they? And she said, it's mostly communists and sex workers.
Yeah.
And so I was just super confused
She
by
said that?
Yes.
I heard this. Okay, so hold on. They've said before that it was Twitch streamer. Oh, this is so telling. Publicly, she said it's Twitch streamers and porn stars. Right? Is that what she said, AB?
Boxing and sex work.
Boxing and sex work. But behind
that's what Ian said about
behind
the,
the
vibe
scenes,
of Creator
they're
Clash.
saying communist and sex workers. Which,
That
by the
was
way,
huge.
I've been holding on to this image since you mentioned the Getty that they flew the Getty images in. The only one I've seen is this guy. This is Froggy Tonic.
Froggy!
And he showed up here.
Whoa,
I think
jump scare.
he
Whoa.
mistook the event for
Froggy never did anything wrong.
for some kind of communist gathering. I mean,
Oh,
what a
wow.
fucking weirdo, dude. This is the guy that.
Did
look,
you
can
guys
see
see
the
him
madness
there
in his
at the
face?
gala?
That guy is mad.
Did you guys see him there at the gala?
I didn't see him.
I saw him.
Isn't it so insane to wear that outfit and not be seen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Isn't that unbelievable?
Wow,
like you
that is a good
did all that, and no one. I too did not remember seeing that person. A friend of mine who was there in my corner did not remember seeing that person. And I know if someone wore that around me, I would remember them.
Yes.
So that's
I remember
crazy.
that. My
remember
cousin
seeing
said,
him?
"Why does homeboy look like Fidel Castro?" It was,
Yes.
it was my cousin. He's a jackass. He doesn't even probably know who Castro is, but it did make me laugh.
What a fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's a horrible person. That the Froggy Tonic thing is especially interesting to me because
low-key,
he's a disgusting
sorry.
human being, like really
He
vile.
ruined Creator Clash. It was him. He ruined Creator Clash. Couldn't shut the fuck up. He couldn't just shut the fuck up. He had to go and be talking all this
Him and
nonsense for
Frogan.
no reason. Twitter, just nonsense Twitter. And look what happened.
You're
you fucked it
right.
up, bro.
You're right.
You fucked it up. Yep. Because
Yeah,
if you
you're
didn't
right.
say shit, then you wouldn't have the thing and the thing.
This guy was
whatever.
on. I don't know if you guys know the lore. He was on Twitter saying shit like about how I feed my kids dog shit, and then CPS came, and then he kept going on about how it was justified and all this stuff. And I don't know if you guys know the story, but I was like, dude, why are you friends with this guy? And then that's basically what started the whole thing.
Right. We saw that like all they had to do was help you guys with the CPS call, and they wouldn't, and then they turned completely negative on you and started attacking you
Then
guys.
they justified it.
Yeah. And so that was how that was part of why I wanted to do this, was because I was like, you guys actually supported us more than they ever supported us. So I was like, this makes no sense. It didn't make sense why he would attack the biggest. So I was a part of everything for the first event and a lot of stuff for the second event. And I can tell you the most fans at those events was your fans.
Yes.
Was your people.
That's just good business, right? He's like, let's start a blood feud with the one person who's promoting this event. Like
And he
all
cared
the
about
people
it.
there, more than anyone who's there, the announcers, the hosts, the fighters, I promoted that event more than anybody.
Yes,
I will say the way people treated me before and after my fight was crazy. Like the other coaches and stuff who didn't know who I was, once they heard the applause that I got because there were so many H3 fans in the audience.
Do you think, if he goes there, the coward Samson will simply end up being the Houthis' new flag? His glaikit eyes staring at the west left, he's saying don't make the mistake I did.
What? I appreciate the Scottish language. That word glaikit, that means stupid. Like dumb fuck. What a banging word. Oh damn, I could have got this. Wait, maybe I can use this. I should give this to my other character. Okay. LonerBox, go. Okay. Good break. Back on the fucking plunge. Glaikit. I should use that more often. Glaikit. It's a fucking brilliant word.
Audience, they were like all super nice. Not that they were mean before, but I
were
don't think I'll ever
interested, yeah.
feel that famous again in my life.
Yeah, we're a big deal. I don't know if you know this, but we're number 6 on YouTube. Or hopefully, I don't know if that's still true because I keep missing.
I got to be a part of AB's walkout for that first event. It was one of the most ruckus crowds I've ever heard. The craziest thing was like I was at the Seahawks Stadium when they broke the record for the loudest stadium ever, and when AB got back up and dropped Hundar, that was the loudest I've ever heard a crowd in my life. It was the craziest thing I ever heard. And when he got dropped, I was like, oh no, like here it's gonna come, like Hundar might finish him. And then instead he dropped him back, and I was just like, this is the craziest event I've ever been a part of in my entire life. Like I was having the time of my life. I was like, this is insane.
The ruling with Mahmoud Khalil. I don't know about that one, but I know that the Garcia, whatever the fuck his name is, Kilmar, him, he is coming back to. He's going back to the United States, but I think there still has to be some kind of hearings or some shit. Like it might not be the end of it. Well, it won't be the end of it, but he is at least getting out of the fucking slave camp. So that's a sign. Thank you, whoever ruled that should happen.
You know, but it was a lot of it was because like AB fighting on that card and your crowd.
Yeah, but it's great. It's just kind of sobering to learn that she was, talking shit before even that event, and then they come on and act like we have been friends. And it's funny because I did say a comment about how it's funny how they show up when they need something from me, which is for me to promote their fight. And he got all incredulous about that. He's like, "Oh, really? I don't need anything from you, Ethan." And I'm like, "Well, how's Creator Clash 3 going?"
Right. Well, and that's what probably I don't like an ego thing, or it makes no sense to me because once again, I was a part of all that, and he would never put out training footage. He would barely ever promote it. And so you would actually be like, hey guys, Creator Clash 3, AB's on it, he's training, Lena's training for this.
Yeah, we talk about it all the time.
So you guys would talk about it way more than he would.
Also,
He would never put anything
also,
about
I want to say that like after Michael and I came to LA to go on your podcast, right, with Ian and Anisa, I clearly remember that when we came back from that event, I put up the reel of
Take him down.
Matt and Ryan, right, working with Michael. And then Ian texted me right away, and he was like, "Hey, Kate, just so you know, you shouldn't put out content without confirming with me first, because a lot of YouTubers are actually very sensitive to their image, like me. And so, therefore, before you share anything, you need to let me and Anisa know." And I just thought, okay, so I'm just going to do a ton of work and never share it. How's this a thing?
I'm sure. By the way, I am sure that you said you were training. It was footage of you training with Dad.
No, it was Matt and
I can't get over the fucking
I'm
shit.
sure that none of those people. He didn't mind doing that.
Oh no,
he didn't. He actually accepted the collaboration, and it had 200.
Oh, he accepted the collaboration.
Yes.
So it sounds like a win-win, wholesome post.
It should have been. But that was when I realized I was like, he doesn't want me to get any like clout from this event whatsoever, even though I'm the one putting in work with like a lot of.
But why is that? Why would he call you and seemingly be like, you shouldn't post? I don't want to see you posting stuff without my permission.
It's just
that had nothing to do with him, by the way.
Anisa would always say, because I would want to kind of post some stuff too, and Anisa would be like, yeah, Ian's really private. He doesn't want people to see this part of his life or this stuff. So we were like, so I just respected that. I was like, okay, he's a private guy, so he's not going to.
You know what's funny? He's going to become even more private based on the views on his last video.
Oh no!
He's gonna be living a real private life soon.
I got a question. Just following up. So Froggy Tonic was flown in.
This is so good.
To film Anisa and just give her the credit of putting on the event and all that.
Oh no!
And they still did nothing with that footage or the footage you guys had as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think. What's that?
No, go ahead. Go.
I think that because I think for the first fight, it could have made a great documentary. But I think for the second one, they were scared to put out that Anisa did all this work because it failed so badly. She wasn't even a part of when he did his charity, when he did his charity stream, or not, I won't even call it charity. When he did his fundraiser stream, because it wasn't charity, it was a fundraiser. So when he did his fundraiser stream, I don't even think she was really a part of it. And it was like, a lot of this thing failed because you were the person in charge, but now when Ian has to make up for it, she was nowhere to be found. And he was like doing embarrassing things. As a boxing coach, you don't want to see your client doing those things under those circumstances. You know, it'd be different.
Keep the pride up. Keep the self-respect up.
Literally, because that's on my. And once again, that's what I was telling him. I was like, a lot of what you do reflects my brand. So when he attacked you, all of a sudden, I start getting all these messages on all my stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why am I getting all this? Like, one, we were getting views again on some of the like old, because I haven't even put anything on YouTube for a long time, and all of a sudden I had a video of us at the AM of the Creator Clash, and all of a sudden there's just all these bad comments on it, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then I find out, and that's when we find out that he created the drama with you, and that's when we found out all these other things, and that's why we were like, I want to get my side of the story out there, because one, I'm not affiliated with him unless, like, except for training that 10 months the first time and the 4 or 5 months the second time. Otherwise, like, we have no affiliation.
Yeah.
We'd invite him to Thanksgiving dinner. He came once. Like when I went to
him and Anisa both.
When I went to
LA,
Thanksgiving
dinner at your house.
I made a turkey for my first time, and it was a special Thanksgiving because it was.
You had turkey for the first time?
No,
what have you been waiting for? Oh,
yeah,
you made it. You made it.
I
Okay.
made it. Yeah, so I made the turkey for the first time. It was a super special Thanksgiving because Michael and I had just moved in together.
Aw.
We decided that we were going to get married. And not only that, but Michael's dad passed, you know? And so that Thanksgiving was super special. I've never made a turkey my entire life. I put it together. I figured it out. We live in a small 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment, and I had to go buy extra tables and chairs so there'd be room for me, Michael, my 2 sons, and my friend, and Ian and Anisa to sit. And we went out of our way to do all this for them. And they just treat us like we're just, I don't know, gone with the wind.
Yeah. So, but what I was saying about that is like, I would invite them out to do stuff and almost never get a response. And then when I was in LA, like I hit up AB and he's like, yeah, let's go out to dinner. And I'm
AB's
just like,
such a good guy.
Yeah. I'm like, so AB's willing to go out to
But
dinner.
baby
with
likes
us,
you. I think
but-
he wanted to spend time with you.
Yeah, but my own fighter didn't, and it broke my heart all the time because, like, so there's a coach named like Mike Quick Flores, and he's amazing, and his fighters loved him. They helped him start a damn YouTube channel. They bought him cameras. They helped him start a YouTube channel. They did all this stuff for him. And like one of his fighters was like James Odd One's Out that got knocked out in like freaking 30 seconds, and he still loves training with the coach. So I'm like, how does somebody that get knocked out in 30 seconds have such a close relationship with his coach? And I like went to hell with Ian, and we have no relationship.
Yeah.
I got punched out of the ring. Out of the ring. That never happens. And I love my boxing coach.
Yeah.
That was pretty awesome, by the way, Harley. That was a great moment.
That was one of the best parts of it for me was one, meeting people like Harley AB, but also like networking with those coaches, right? Like Harley's coach Jesse Thompson is amazing. Like he's an amazing guy. He's an amazing human. He's an amazing father.
Yes.
All the coaches that we would work with there, Coach Rick at his gym in Florida, like we love them like they were our Florida family. But then Ian and Anisa would just kind of use them. They didn't even know whose promoter's license we used until like 2 weeks before the second event.
Yes.
So
I told her while the promoter was there, because that's actually his gym that we're training out of, right?
Can I have to kill this one? Yeah.
And so I told Anisa that that's actually Ryan Ricky. He's actually the fight promoter. We're using his license to throw the events in Florida, you know? And she was like, oh my gosh, really? How did I miss this the first time around? And I'm just like, I don't know, maybe because you don't care about anybody that doesn't have a huge following.
Yeah.
And so right away she went and followed him and then she started tagging him.
We're fine.
It's just ridiculous.
No issue.
So
we were like, how did you?
Yeah.
They didn't want to take time to get to know the boxing community.
Yeah.
She acted like she was better than the boxing community.
Yes.
We were in a boxing gym called Top Rank one time, and there was a guy named Jay Prince who was like the manager for Floyd Mayweather, manager for Andre Ward, and all these very high-level boxers. So for me, that's a big deal. And the owner of the gym was kind enough to introduce us, and she was like, no, I don't want to meet him. Ian's tired. We don't want to meet him.
Yeah,
Wait, I don't want to meet him because of what?
Yeah.
Ian was tired.
Yes.
She would tell Ian when he was tired. One time we ended sparring, and afterwards everybody's hanging out, and she walks up to Ian and she goes, "You're hungry."
Yes.
And then so they had to leave because Ian was hungry. So she tells Ian when he was hungry. We're like, what the hell?
So
It's so-
is this what is
Is
It's just nonsense.
do you think that he walks around in a gimp suit at their home? No,
I
like
hope not.
I'm genuinely wondering. Do you know, does
The ball in his
he
mouth.
just sit there? Does he sit there and as a chair in a gimp leather suit, and she just sits on him? I mean, where does this go? By the way, there's this clip here I want to watch. I've been having it on standby. It's when you referenced the toxic masculinity comment aimed towards you. Let me
other
see.
than boxing. Oh, you don't have time or energy to do anything other than boxing. There's just like a lot of things that I've had to learn along the way. Like my coach is a tough ass guy. You know, he's got a little of the toxic male qualities, and it's made it hard sometimes because.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
Yep.
Like, dude, please. Like, I don't understand. You were literally made videos with Filthy Frank, okay? And now you're like, I can't. He was a little toxic, and it made it hard for me. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah,
and by
I'm
the
like-
way, compared to all the other coaches that I know, you came off seeming like super nice and like not
yeah.
Super
not
nice.
pushy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know how to be soft with certain people, and then I'll be harder with other people. But if they can't, the sport's already so hard to begin with. This is one of the things I've been involved in fighting for over 25 years. So the sport is so hard to begin with that if you're getting more shit from your coach than you can handle, you're gonna have a bad performance, right? So each person you have to treat so differently. So some of my fighters might need me to yell at them, slap them before the event, and really like get to a different kind of savagery. And then other people.
Why are you asking me how am I still 37? What are you like? Were you gonna ask me how I was still 36? Are you trying to motivate me? You're being a toxic male, Mr. Yassine. Jeez. You're a hard ass.
Are very soft, and so you kind of mostly Ian was the softest, but
Was he the
because
softest
you
fighter you've
understand
ever
that-
trained?
What's that?
Is he the softest fighter you've ever worked with?
Well, he hated boxing.
Yeah, but not only that,
Pushing
every single
forward.
time we had a session,
Hell
we would
yeah.
have to follow up with a therapy session with him and Anisa. How frustrating is that? I was depressed after every single creator clash because of all the therapy we always had to imply. Otherwise, it was
But
going to be a shit show.
My other fighters fight, like, even if they have nerves or they're scared before a fight or something, they'll fight because they want to and they love it. Especially as an amateur, you're not getting paid, you're losing money. Even like low-level pros, you lose money working with low-level pros.
getting
You're
fucking
traveling,
trolled in chat.
you're doing all these things
Fuck
that
off.
the expenses aren't covered. So they have to love it. They have to fucking love the sport. And if you don't love it, it's very hard to do. Like, that's why I commend Harley and AB.
Yes.
Because, man, they were a part of freaking more than one event. And they have actual jobs. You know, it's like, what the hell? That's so to me, why wouldn't I show those guys all the love in the world? Because they're putting themselves out there when they don't have to. Also, there's a lot at risk when you go out to fight.
This is not what podcasts are.
Dude, please. That's only because they're talking
Horrible.
about you. It's so obvious. Sorry, guys. He keeps interrupting. Let me continue this clip.
Male qualities.
Swing back a little bit.
And it's made it hard sometimes because, you know, the way he talks to me.
See, just the way he talks is like he's just dead behind the eyes. I don't know. He just seems like a very slow, dumb fuck person.
Sometimes I could be a little bit sensitive to it. So that's like led to a couple times where I've just been like kind of broke down. If you have like a bad sparring session, it's like that alone feels bad. But if you're getting your shit kicked in and your coach is like exuding their disappointment to you the whole time while it's happening, it's like, I just kind of suck. He's gotten a lot better at it, and it's really not his fault. Like that's literal, and Anisa's told me this. She's like, that is the most normal thing. You're not gonna find a coach that's gonna fucking take care of your feelings, bitch. Wow. And I'm like, okay.
That's the biggest irony of all is that.
See, that's toxic masculinity, whatever Anisa said. If that's what she said to him. I don't know if she did, but. Be careful. No lightning bolts, please. Oh. Fucking hell. Alright, then.
And you confirmed that she was consistently the meanest person to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't see it that way.
But also, like, in defense for her there, she did stick up for me in that scenario, right?
Yeah.
So there was times, but also, I didn't know if she was sticking up for me because they liked me as a coach or because she knew I was one of the only people that would take their shit.
Nobody else would train him. Nobody else
They
would.
couldn't have gone to, like, I can guarantee you, AB's coach would not have allowed Anisa to come into the gym with her attitude or want to change the music at the gym.
The boxing coach is not a therapist. I mean, obviously they're not. I don't know if it's anything like music teaching or production. It probably isn't, but I know doing music production. You think teaching would be more the case, but doing music production was like you had to be a therapist. Because if there was these bands that just couldn't really get in the right fucking headspace, or there was like internal fucking politics and drama and shit like that, especially if they were young, yeah, that was, yeah, you did kind of have to babysit quite a lot. Or even just basic things. And if it wasn't that, it was like making sure that they fucking cleaned up after themselves and shit like that. So like, they wouldn't be in the studio and then they would leave it looking like a 17-year-old's bedroom with their fucking cum socks everywhere. Not those, but just like, you know, packets of fucking crisps. Empty packets of crisps on the floor.
Oh, tell me that. One time she came and tried to put on her own music, right?
Yeah, and then we got into it because
they got into a tiff because she wanted to change the music. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yeah. So
what song was it?
Oh man, I would have to look it back up because I was actually in shock because some of the songs, even if you like that kind of music, because it was maybe some like indie punk rock music.
It was dark.
But what was just weird, and so not gym music at all. So I was just like, hey, I was trying to tell her that because one of the other coaches was like, hey, I'm gonna change it now because she was playing the music
After
at the
1
gym.
hour.
But she shouldn't have even been on the aux in the first place. Like you shouldn't be at somebody else's gym and then hop on their speaker. That's crazy to me. So she hopped on the speaker and then one of the coaches was like, hey, I'm gonna take you off now. And she was like, oh, like offended by it. And then I made the mistake of being like, well, that wasn't really gym music. And she was like, he doesn't play gym music. And then I said, what was kind of emo. And then she said, what's that?
Hooba stank.
Yeah.
Hooba stank.
Was it Evanescence?
Yeah. She said the other guy plays emo music. And then after that, I said, well, it was kind of like 12-year-old girl emo music. And then that
red jumpsuit apparatus.
So I did I probably went too far.
That's not mean. I like 12-year-old girl music sometimes.
I mean, in the right moment.
In the right moment, sure, yeah.
It's not fair to all the other gym members that they have to listen to her music. By the way, this is a very big gym. I think it's like how many square feet? 4,000?
4,000.
4,000 to 5,000 square feet, okay? And there's multiple facilities inside this gym. There's a Fit Bar Cafe. There's a physical therapist office inside that gym. The Seawolves also train out of that gym, okay? They used to, but, you know, so other people use this space, and she just wants to control the music. That's so unprofessional. It's not allowed, and it's not fair to
What the fuck are these fucking 12-year-old mid-2000s emo dipshits in chat doing? Fucking Hoobastank. I remember I liked a couple of songs, but it's been a long time. I was never a big fan of that emo music that was actually just like, it was just people who looked emo, but the music was really happy and pop punk.
Here is another tenner. Great stuff, fellow Scott. P.S. If 12 string psyche stuff your thing, then listen to Ghost Woman. Peace.
Whoa, thanks to £10. Really appreciate that. 12 string psyche stuff. Can't say I'm huge on it, but yeah, well, there we go. Wait, did people in chat think I'm 37 years old? No, in the fucking game, I'm level 37. Jesus. What? You guys are nuts. You guys are weird. I'm gonna go inside here and kill them all. Kill them all!
Other members.
So she got
And we
mad
don't
at.
allow somebody else to do that.
Yeah, no, but I don't allow my other fighters to come in
Yeah,
and
no,
like.
that's insane. Who the fuck changes the music for the whole ass gym?
It was
Well, she
crazy.
did, and then she,
Crazy.
yeah, and then she threw a fit about it
that?
and cried about it, and we had to have, and I had to talk to her about it the next
So wait,
day.
what happened? Tell me what happened.
So she ended up leaving. We were supposed to actually do
look
her pad
older.
session, but then she left.
She cried.
And she had to go out to her car. I mean, I don't want to talk about how her feelings were, but anyway, so yeah, so she
Listen,
was.
that's just the bags under my eyes, okay? That's just the sleep, this tiredness, the sleep deprivation, the sleep disorder. It's just the bags under my eyes from all this fucking gaming, bro. And these long streams. These streams will probably age me by like 1 year per level. Easy. You make a cup of tea with these bags under my eyes. Fuck. You make a nice English builders. Oh fuck.
Super offended. So then the next day, what had happened was the next day they came in and they told my wife that they don't know how she could date me because I don't respect women. And so
She thinks that she doesn't know how.
Wait, how did she expect your wife, Kate, to react to that?
I have no idea.
What
It
an
was
insane
crazy.
thing. I'm pretty sure I would, if I had to ask you if you thought Michael respected women, you would probably say yes, considering you're married to him.
100%.
Yeah.
I love
Not
her.
in combat, though.
Yeah.
Not in combat.
Not in
course.
combat.
Right,
No.
right.
No
Yeah,
respect in
but-
combat. Do you? I'm gonna throw you a curveball here. Oh wait, hold on. I want to finish this clip. I want to see where he's going with this.
Sense they're almost preparing you for those feelings, right?
Exactly.
Because they're going to come up, especially if you are losing in a fight.
I would just say that maybe it's given me more confidence just in life. That obviously comes from, being able.
Everything he says, I don't know, maybe I'm just being, maybe he's just autistic, but everything he says, it sounds like he's just saying it because he thinks he's supposed to say it. Does that make sense? Like a Patrick Bateman album review. That's the vibe I'm getting. I don't know. Just a feeling.
To defend myself, and also just.
Okay, I've heard enough. Let me throw you a curveball here. Anisa, semicolon. Anti-Semitic?
Jewish.
Why would they ask these guys that? What the fuck? Do these guys have an opinion on that? What the fuck?
Probably, in a way, yeah. I mean, it's hard to say.
It depends on it depends on who's talking, right? And
It's hard to say
audience,
no.
Right? So,
It's hard to say no. It's hard to say no. We leave that door open.
Because I can't say, she never specifically said she was anti-Semitic, but just.
The thing is, she's probably not from everything I've seen. The problem is, again, it's like that other side of the internet. If you said that there were groundbreaking discoveries from Mengele's experimentation, bro, they'd be calling you a Nazi for the rest of your fucking life. It doesn't even matter if 10 seconds later she said, oh wait, did he not? Was he actually just a mad fucking scientist who tortured people and didn't even take good fucking notes about it? So even any revelations that could have come from it didn't actually come from it.
I mean, the way
Although
she
I will
acts.
say that I didn't know about all this stuff that she has against Jewish people, and then once I heard about it, I realized that after I shared with Anisa that Michael's mom is half Jewish and half Italian, I noticed that she started keeping him more at bay and not being nice to him. So I think that might have been the start of it.
Did you know? Is that right? So when
Excuse
she
me.
learned that Michael had some Jewish ancestry, she distanced herself.
Jewish.
I don't know if it was exactly from that or just.
That's how you perceive it.
Yeah, there was plenty of times where her and I would get into it, and so I just felt like it might have been from one of the scenarios where we got into it. Because once again, it was hard because I'm trying to focus on Ian fighting in front of 10,000 people, and I was having to deal with a lot of stuff with her too. So there would be a lot of times where like her and I would disagree.
It's funny, but it's a reach. Listen, if Scarlett says it's a reach, it's definitely a reach. Okay, that's my fucking yes. I feel the same. Yes, I strongly agree.
On things, and then it would kind of cause issues at the gym. And then she would be like, sometimes she would be all for it, and then other times she'd be like, you need to chill out, you know? So I was like, all right, I can't push this.
It was just so hard because I've never worked with a fighter where we had to like therapy and deal with his wife 24/7. We can't get the work done that we need with a fighter, Ian, because we have to deal with his wife.
That sounds like an insane situation. Yeah.
It's insane. It's
a good
hard.
A good example is before the first event. It's like 3 days. It was the Wednesday before he has his first fight. He's never fought a day in his life. He's about to fight in front of 10,000 people. We have weigh-ins on Friday in the press conference, and then we have the fight on Saturday. On Wednesday, she had such bad anorexia that she was going to die. So she tells Ian, Jesus. I'm gonna die, but if I go to the hospital, they're going to hold me and I'm going to miss the event.
Wait. She says she's like, my anorexia is acting up and I'm gonna die.
Yes, the Wednesday before the fight.
Mm-hmm. So that's literally because she's obviously. I mean, she doesn't appear to be not. She appears to be of healthy weight. I don't know.
She looked. I would have never guessed. I wouldn't have thought she was gonna die.
Anyone can have anorexia. Olivia said.
Right. Yeah. But I wouldn't have thought she was gonna die on Wednesday. You know, I saw her. I didn't think she's going to die, but she's telling Ian. And so I'm like, if I was going to fight and my wife 3 days before my fight is like, hey, I'm going to die, but I can't go to the hospital because then I'm going to miss your fight. I would be so stressed out from that. And so it was just like, how are you stressing Ian out about this freaking...
It's all about her.
Yes.
And what I've noticed too is that like knowing them for so many years and traveling with them and being with them all the time, I realized that it's something that she does. She has this way of always sabotaging every single moment before who's about to have a big moment. You know what I mean?
Makes it about her.
Correct. Like, for example, for CC1, she decided, she came to the gym and she was like, oh, our lease is ending and we need to buy a new house right now. Otherwise, I'm going to be homeless. The world's ending. So then Ian had to go and try to buy a new house for her, but then he couldn't because he had to sell his house in San Diego first. Otherwise, he wasn't going to be able to do that. So then they had to sell the house in San Diego, then buy like their over $1 million house in Seattle the week or two before CC1. Okay, and then for CC2, like before he was supposed to start training for his fight camp, right? But then they didn't come and train, and then she decided that she was gonna have her tits removed, like during his fight camp.
Oh, that was the second one. That was
I said CC2.
Oh yeah.
So hold on, yeah, I remember. By the way, a long time ago, they came out to hang out with me and Hila, and you know, I find it interesting that she seemed to have always hated me, despite pretending to be my friend for a long time. But she came over and we were hanging out and she just was like, so I'm getting fake boobs. And I was like, okay, great. Good for you. And then next thing I know, she had him removed like less than a year later. I was like, okay, I guess, what, why? I guess, what was she saying, that it was uncomfortable or something?
I mean, it probably hurt her back.
I mean,
what are you doing?
She told me that.
I do that in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, she always blames it on everybody. She blames it on her doctor. She told me personally that she wasn't too sure about it, and then her doctor told her to go too big, and now she's not happy, and she's got to get it taken out. But it's like, out of all the times that you could have done it after CC1,
so you're saying you're saying she did it during training camp?
Yes.
Yes. Before the second fight, also I told him, don't fight Alex Wasabi. Alex Wasabi loves boxing. He put a boxing ring in his backyard.
Yeah.
He moved a pro boxer that was like a really good pro boxer into his house. Yeah. And I'd worked with him before the first event.
Yeah.
I'd work with him before he fought Deji. And I was like, oh, Alex really likes boxing. So don't fight Alex because he loves boxing and you don't like boxing. And so
he's going to be better. He's going to be a lot better.
Well, so, and then exactly, literally.
Yeah.
And then and he trained with a good gym. He trained with this guy, Brian Valoria, Julian Chua. So he trained with all these high-level guys. And I'm like, now my brand's at stake because I'm going to be competing with that type of level of guy. I need to have you show out. And he had missed literally between May to November was when she got that done. And so he was supposed to train during November, but he took all of November off because she couldn't come to the gym. But originally
Whoa,
they
he
said,
took the whole month off because of
Took the whole month off.
because of the procedure to.
Yes.
Oh
He
wow.
said, well, this is how you know he doesn't like boxing, because they said he was going to come into the gym when she couldn't be there. But then when she couldn't come in, he never came in.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that was his thing where he just
He needs his. He made a comment recently where he's like, "When Anisa's not with me, I don't know what to say." And I'm
Which
like,
is
dude,
crazy.
what happened to you? Who are
What's
you?
Well, she tells him when he's hungry, when he's tired. How's he gonna know
That's
those
why
things?
he's definitely in a gimp outfit at home. That's
She had said that she had
no.
actually, I didn't know this, but she had done the Content Cop. She worked on Content Cop with him back in the day. But she's never apologized for the N-word. Only Ian apologized for that. And if she was the mastermind behind it.
No, that's a great point because she wants to. I always got the feeling that she wanted the credit. Like, oh yeah, no, I worked on that. But then it was her idea to go stalk Tana and do the N-word thing. And like you said, Ian's been out there apologizing, and then she's the one accusing me of being like not woke enough or whatever. And it's like, dude, you're the N-word girl. You're N-word girl.
Yeah, you're
You don't want to be one of those.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Someone needs to put an N on her forehead.
By the way, you shouldn't talk about black women like that. Jesus Christ.
Ethan. Don't do that.
And for what? Yeah. Oh, because she's the N-word girl. Yeah, I see. No, don't say the word. Don't say the word. Let's see here. Is this an abuse fetish? I don't know. Or is he just like really pathetic? I don't know. It's very interesting though. We have so many like points of view now.
Yeah.
And you know, listen. Oh, it sounds, you're saying, yeah, it could be abusive, but at a certain point, it is definitely abusive, it sounds like. But at a certain point, where does he just become like a collaborator? I don't know.
He's a collaborator.
That's what I felt like too, because some of the times it was him, and then some of the times it was her, but then some of the times it was actually him, and she was actually the one keeping him like to stay the course. But at the same time, he didn't want to box, and she was the one that wanted him to box. That's what it seemed like.
Yeah, you know, here's a good example. Like when the whole Froggy Fresh thing happened, right? They were actually at our home because one of our mutual friend, David Benavides, who's a pro boxer, he was fighting that night. And Ian had met David Benavides through one of the YouTube podcast events that we were doing and at the gym, at the Benavides gym here in Washington. And so Michael and I paid out of our own pocket to get pay-per-view. We invited Ian and Anisa over to watch the fight of David Benavides. And because the Froggy Fresh drama went down, they spent the whole time in my bedroom on Twitter reading all the comments. And it was the craziest thing ever. And that's when I was like, damn it, can't hide this fight. Because look at them. They were reading it and Ian was like, oh, Tiffany, 465 says this. I think that's a great comment. And then Anisa's like, what about this comment?
Oh, no.
And it was the craziest.
They're kind of like people that stuck up for
To
him.
be fair, I do that on stream, so can't really complain.
And didn't stick up for him. And meanwhile, I'm like, hey Ian, the guy that you just met is fighting in a world championship fight. Let's watch this fight. But he couldn't even watch the fight because they were so caught up in like the Twitter comments.
Yeah.
What was it that happened? Did he drop his video? Or I remember Froggy made this comment about how he would, if he lost, he'd subscribe to her OnlyFans.
Yeah. It was really because Froggy worked with Sam. And once Froggy worked with Sam, Ian was super offended.
Yeah.
And so Ian was really, really offended by
Harley
that.
worked with Sam.
I know.
Dude, and those videos were funny. Those videos were hilarious.
I think
Like,
they let Harley go because you know, like, he's so cool and they don't want to like take him off the card, you know what I mean?
Well, I think he kind of did it beforehand too.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, they kind of were like not cool with it.
Was that what happened? You did it before?
Well, he never told me that I couldn't work with Sam. I just, as a person that spoke with Sam and spoke with Ian, I noticed that they had bad vibes between the two of them.
Yeah.
So for Creator Clash 2, I just opted to not work with Sam because then he got it. He understood that they had this whole beef thing. And then Froggy, he had gone and worked with Sam. And then there was an issue of Froggy, I don't want to speak for him, but I believe he felt that they were overstepping their boundaries of who he could work with or not work with. I didn't know that the whole thing was because of Sam until Ian unveiled it months later. I thought it was because Froggy made a joke about Anisa, and then they doubled back on that.
I thought it was insane that he actually just admitted that blatantly. He's like, oh, he got kicked because he was training with Sam. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Why
And
did you
then
even
they-
admit that?
What Sam is he talking about? It's not Sam Hyde, is it? Because was Sam Hyde at one of these? Because he was in a boxing thing, wasn't he? Where he challenged fucking Hassan. Was that Creator Clash or was that something different? It is. Okay. Oh no. Ooh, Panther. Ugh!
Yeah, they tried to
Sam
use
Cedar,
the video as kind of the last straw. And I mean, keep in mind, they would come to me sometimes and say things, and I'm not involved with that type of world. So they're like, yeah, this guy said if he loses, that he's going to have to subscribe to Anisa's OnlyFans, and he's so disrespectful. And I'm like, well, it's your event. Fuck, if you don't feel like you want somebody on your event, then don't have him on your event. And then, truthfully, it ended up causing way more drama than it should have, and he brought way more attention to it than he should have. So it's like, if I would have been in the know, I probably would have said, man, just ignore it, let it be.
Come on.
Yeah, but at the same time, like I said, like Ian would never say my name. At least when Sam would make videos about me, he might have been talking shit, but they were pretty funny.
That's
and he
funny.
he'd be like, Michael Briggs did this.
So
Michael
Sam
Briggs.
Hyde did more to promote you.
Yeah, I was
Literally.
Oh no, they're glazing a Nazi. They're siding with a Nazi. You can't do that. Can't do that.
super happy. I was
Then
super
Ian.
happy when Sam Hyde did that video, and I saw that there was like 11,000 views. And I was like, look, babe, my
Yeah.
content's finally out.
Oh, yeah.
My filming is out.
He had videos that were like talking shit about me, but they had like 100,000 views. So we were like, fuck, that's more than Ian's ever done for
That's
me.
crazy. That's crazy.
And
the
also, like I
first
said, they
Creator
were funny.
Clash. Yeah, the first Creator Clash, Sam had a major presence there, even though he physically wasn't there. I did see a lot of shirts, a bunch of Sam Hyde, and something that has that type of what's it called? Like it's
an allure.
hard to
It's
get people
it's
to
intrigue.
move. Yeah, and people were there. They were wearing his T-shirt and stuff like that. And I had a lot of people that watched Sam and watched the documentary that watched Creator Clash. But you know, I guess it was like picking and choosing who could be a part of the event.
Right.
Yeah. That whole thing was so stupid.
Yeah, they brought more attention to it, not letting him be there, than they would have if he would have just been there. Like, so.
It was the craziest thing because Anisa said to me, she's like, Kate, you don't understand. Ian and I both believe that Sam Hyde would really come and find me and would actually murder me. So that's the reason why we have to take all these precautions. And I was just like, are you sure?
I was like, I think the guy's a millionaire. I was like, I don't think he's going to risk his freedom to kill you. But okay.
Okay, so Sam is definitely an unpredictable, like high-level troll, but I don't believe that he actually I don't think their security was in risk. Why would he kill him?
Well, Creator Clash 1, he bought a ton of seats. He bought like a table right next to the ring that was like over $10,000
Yeah,
or something.
what do
He
you
had all
think
his
about
guys
that,
there.
Harley? Do you think Ian was right to cancel that? Or
I've always been at a place where there are so many decisions I would have done differently, but I've always acknowledged, okay, this is your event, do whatever. When Froggy got kicked off the card, I remember calling to be like, yo, so this is so much drama unfolding. And he was like, oh yeah, I just told Froggy he's not on the card. And I was like, oh, that's gonna not go over well. And I still understood his logic, not the Sam thing. I thought it was for insulting his wife, so I understood. I'm like, yeah, back your wife, sure. But I was still like, people are gonna feel away 100%. You know, they really, and now that I know that there were so many other people working at Creator Clash other than them, if I were their partners, I would have been like, who cares? Let that guy come here. Who cares about any of that? Let him fight. It's a YouTube boxing event. You know, let it all happen.
I mean, if he was really
there was
worried,
a lot of gatekeeping.
Right.
Gatekeeping this event. That's the less gatekeeping there is, the more successful it could be for charity.
Right. Correct. And also, like, that guy would have promoted it too. So.
And at that time, we were under the impression that it was still for a charity, right? So I thought to myself, well, why are you going to refund $10,000 that could have gone to charity? But now we all know the truth. It didn't go to charity.
and the event lost money, so it's not a great look.
That was for the first one.
Oh, that was for the first one. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and that was the thing, is they could be like, it was just 10,000, we raised 1.3 million, which once again, I was always telling Ian, I would always say, be proud of your work, be proud of your work. And so, for example, when he came onto your show for the second Creator Clash, we weren't with him for that event, for that interview. So he goes on the show and he tells you that he's been boxing for 2 years now and all these other things, when in reality, he took freaking 6 months off to make a show with that Dax kid.
Yeah.
So I'm like, why wouldn't you go on to your show and promote what he was doing? Instead, he didn't promote what he was.
Mr. Mailman, thanks for $5. I think I missed this one. Chicken tendies only, thank you very much. I guess that's a reference to chicken waffles, eh? That goal's almost complete, guys. You've been much more well-behaved this time. Well done, well done. Only 2 more to go. Wow. Man, I don't know. I wish that... I feel like if these guys had some bombshells to drop on Ethan and Anisa, it would be a lot more... Ian and Anisa, sorry. I feel like it would be a lot more self-contained. There seems to be like a lot of useless shit getting aired on this right now. And usually people are better when they have only like a couple of the most impactful things to memorize and like repeat to people and shit like that. So otherwise there's not going to be a good summary of the situation. That's where I am personally. I don't know, but
was doing, he pretended like he was boxing the whole time. And for me, I'm like, I'm your boxing coach, and I can tell you never once showed up in 6 months. So now it's going to make me look worse if you tell people you're on year 2 of boxing, but you took 6 months off.
Yeah.
Can you guys spend a lot of time with them? Is there any other creators they specifically didn't like or that they were talking about?
We have to tell you guys about how like was it the real estate guy?
Oh, Stephen Graham. Oh man,
Yeah.
He pissed her off.
Stephen,
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me pull up.
He's
the finance guy, right? Oh, he bought in the first one, right?
Yep. Super nice.
So wait, what did he? Yeah, he just seems like a pretty like. Wait, what?
He's a great person.
One,
this is a different Stephen Graham, right? Like.
No, I thought it was Graham Stephan.
Yeah, that's the guy from the Irish.
Yeah, Graham Stephan.
Graham Stephan. Okay, I was like, he kind of looks like him.
What's up, you guys? Yeah, it did almost look like him. That's crazy.
we know this guy. He's the finance guy.
Yeah.
Very nice guy.
Very nice. And like,
so what happened? How did he piss off Anisa?
So he owns properties. No, I'm just well, that was kind of it. But when they did his show, because we went to Vegas to promote the event, and when he went to do his podcast, he didn't have a chair for her. So she was super offended by that. She was so pissed.
Jewish.
Yeah.
Did he not get her a chair? Is he by chance Jewish?
The timing of that is so fucking funny, man.
I don't know.
What's that?
Is he Jewish?
Oh, Stefan, good question. Good question. Yeah.
They're obviously Jewish.
Well, she might have thought so. If you hear.
Yeah, she might have thought so. She was so pissed because he had her. She was complaining about it, and he had a chair for Ian, but not one for her. So she had to sit in the back far away, and she wasn't in frame. And so she thought that was so offensive that he would, like do a podcast with Ian and not.
Wait, let me pull that up. I want to see what the I'm going to see.
Graham's producer is actually a fan of our show. He's invited me and Lean out to dinner when we were in Vegas. Yeah.
Yeah, Graham was great. Graham was super nice.
He's
like
a nice
Michael
kid.
Reeves was great. Graham was great. Like I tried to help Graham a lot.
So, I'm trying to pull it up. Wait, this is not. I want to see their interview. The iced coffee hour, is that what it's called?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Iced
believe so,
coffee hour. I'm just curious what the set situation was like. Oh, look at his dumb ass all beat up.
Yeah,
Hey,
no room for
you
her.
frugal warriors out there. Welcome back to another episode of the Iced Coffee Hour podcast.
Ah, God, everything about it now is just like fucking Patrick Bateman. It's like him and Noah Sampson, just like fucking terminally dead behind the eyes. Fuck.
Health warning.
You're like bonk. That's why you can't box, right? You bonk him in the head, and a bunch of fucking moths just start flying out, and a couple of bats. Jesus.
Featuring Graham Stephan and Jack Harlow. We are now up to $136,000.83.
Nice.
That's a good guess. Is it
Great
even?
guess. Yeah. Yeah, 198,000.
So let me just kind of
heard him.
So they have a limited space. It seems like they have like a very specific.
I would feel
set.
terrible
Let me
if I
see.
like even.
I'm a professional podcaster, so I can look at this and you know, I can say what happened, right?
This is not what podcasts are.
Okay, listen, I've got
Horrible.
credentials. You have no credentials. Where does he get off saying that?
You've chosen essentially the Keemstar.
Can they hear that, Dan? Okay, good. So it seems like they just have a preset thing here, right? Like that seems. Or maybe they were just like this girl's annoying.
Yeah, to be honest, I just think they wanted Ian to interview.
Yeah.
I think they just wanted to interview Ian.
Yeah, and he's the fighter, and he's the guy.
he's
Well, I
boxing.
mean, yeah, what the fuck? Why do you have to be in everything, Anisa? Sit back, sit down.
So wait, I gotta tell you this before I forget, Ethan. So like when we came to LA with them that first time, right, to be on your show,
Yeah.
it was so interesting because those two are very unprofessional. They're bad with communication, and they don't ever tell us anything ahead of time. So it's always last minute, right? So basically, the day before we were supposed to come on your H3 podcast, she was like, oh, I got to get back to the hotel. I got to rest and prep myself because I have a podcast tomorrow, and made it seem like it was just her. And so we're like, oh, wow, maybe she's like this big YouTuber and she's going to go on a podcast and we're just going to follow her around. Turns out it was actually about Ian and the Creator Clash. You know what I mean? So she, I feel like she was going on H3 for her.
We're eating breakfast,
yeah.
so we go to eat breakfast in a hotel, and she's like, I have a podcast today.
Yeah.
And then Ian didn't say anything. So we're like, oh, she has a podcast, but Ian doesn't have a podcast. And then we go to Super Mega House, and it was Ian's podcast. And we're like, why didn't Ian say he had a podcast today? Instead, she kept talking about how she had a podcast to do. And it was so odd, because then when we got there, it was like, wait, this is Ian's podcast.
I don't know if I've noticed that when they come on together, she does most of the talking. I'm struck by a memory long ago when they started dating.
I'm struck by a memory, which I've recalled from.
That was a long time ago, and Ian was like the content cop guy back then, and she was there, and there was kind of a narrative about how she was like just kind of a clout demon, and she was. I was like, do you want to sit in with us? And then Ian actually was like, no, she's not going to be in it. Like he asserted himself. And I was like, wow, that seems like he's pretty guarded about putting her on camera because, and it seemed to me that she was disappointed and he was trying to protect himself and his image. But obviously a lot has changed since then.
Right. Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah. She told me that the reason why they moved away from LA was because she had all these friends that wanted to use Ian and just take from him.
Oh my God,
so,
she's so doing textbook isolating him.
Yeah, she's isolating him. And literally, besides me and Michael in the gym, he doesn't have any friends.
Wait, this
and she
is
has
actually
no friends.
really sad.
She has no friends as well. It's ridiculous.
That's why I would feel bad for him.
Yeah.
That's why I felt bad all the time. I'm like,
It's
man,
so
it's
hard.
just sad.
Yeah.
And Graham Stephan's a Jew.
He is?
What?
Yeah, I asked ChatGPT.
There it is. I fucking knew it. I knew it. No wonder she hates him, right?
That's so surprising. The money YouTuber? Crazy.
Stop it, Harley. Stop it.
Let me have fun. I thought that's what podcasting is.
We're more than that, Harley.
Yes.
Jewish.
Jewish.
Yes.
So Griffin, so that's funny. So that was any other creators that they were all hyped out about?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm trying to remember who else.
I know that they you know what's sad is because they speak poorly about Dad, Nathan Barnett all the time.
Really?
And, yeah, they do. They just say he's a weirdo and he does crazy stuff.
Yeah, but are they lying?
But they.
Yeah, I think that's okay.
I love that.
Yeah,
I'm go joking around.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
He's a strange guy, but that
Yeah,
didn't
but
sound like
it's
they said
sad.
it in a good way.
It's sad because you know why? I see all the heart that Nathan puts into the Creator Clash. I see, how much he cares about
It's true.
Ian and Nisa.
True.
And so for Ian and Nisa to throw those kind of comments around when we're about to go meet, Dad, it's just like, it's sad because we see him and then his eyes light up. He's so happy that it's Ian and Nisa, But but they talk so much shit about him all the time.
I had a little tiff with Dad, but everything's all good. Water under the bridge. But he seems like a very sweet, interesting
Interesting, yes.
guy, but definitely passionate about boxing and putting on a great show for them. I mean, from Creator
Yes.
Clash 1, his fight with Matt was the one that everyone was talking about. Joe Rogan
Yes.
watched it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes. And she was
Oh,
upset.
why does it
She wanted
lie?
all the credit.
Shit.
Yeah.
So they used to call him a weirdo?
Yeah, but he literally had some of the most viral moments of both
Oh, yeah.
shows. So, but another person that I know they didn't like the William Haynes, was it?
Oh yeah, the one that fought on CC2.
Yeah. Well, they didn't like his post-fight speech.
Yeah.
And a lot of us thought it was hilarious.
He said the Anisa word.
Which
What's
guy?
that?
What's his name?
Was it
William Haynes
William Haynes, right?
from
Yeah.
SourceFed?
You?
He said the
Is he
the
Jewish?
N-word at the end.
No, I don't know.
If he wants.
So
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
He's a really nice guy. I love Will.
Yeah, he was hilarious.
Yeah.
So
Is
that's
this
what I'm
him?
saying
This guy seems old. This guy seems like older. This guy was
Oh,
born in
no, no, no.
900.
No, he's black.
1900. Oh, not him. Okay.
Our Will Haynes is.
He died. This guy's been dead apparently for 60 years or something.
That was the thing. He wasn't. I don't think he was as big as some of the other people as far as like
What?
his
Can
following.
you someone send me a
But-
list of this guy? He's
Yeah,
losing
but
out
he-
on this Google search to someone who died a decade ago.
SourceFed. He was on SourceFed.
Wait, this-
HAYNES.
Oh, okay. So he fought. Oh,
Yeah, he was
SourceFed.
really
Froggy
upset with
Fresh.
his post-fight speech. But he was he was one of the people that like came out and he on his IG and all these other things, he still promotes the event all the
Yes,
time.
He's very supportive.
And so I'm like, a lot of the people that like supported it the most or got the most out of it, like Dad or him, are also people that they were like, I don't know,
they didn't care for.
Is this
Right.
it?
Yes, that's him.
That's him. Yeah.
Is this
Yeah.
because it says this is the weirdest post-fight speech ever? Because I'm curious what he said. Hold on. But this speech was given in the ring after the fight.
Yeah.
Shout out to
find that?
Dynamic Banter, by the way. Shout out to Dynamic Banter.
You know who that is?
Yeah, that's Steve Zaragoza's podcast. He's a good guy. They were on a
Shout
show
out.
together. This is old YouTube. Even before you were even on YouTube, Ethan.
Yeah.
You don't even know.
No,
bro.
you come from another age, my friend, for sure.
Yeah, you were vaping on the streets.
I wasn't. Probably not even that far in life.
Will used to be in some of Casey's old videos. Casey Neistat.
Oh, so you love him.
Yeah.
They're fighting for your life.
I would pay very good money to be in.
What are they doing? Why did they edit between every single word? I'm sorry, but what a dynamic
That's what I
banter.
learned. You should not have to.
Watch how they edit.
Why did I not get a kill for that panther? What the fuck? Oh no, we're not quest bugging, are we? No, that's not good. I hate this fucking part because they're all hidden. They're all stealthed, and I feel just so slow running through this zone.
Edited this guy.
After fighting for your life.
I would pay very good money to be in that booth while that's happening. This is the first time for.
What just happened?
I think it's AI
I
trimming.
would
Yeah.
be very good.
It's time for me in.
So here it is. Okay.
It's like cut to William Haynes and he's gonna say something nice.
And we're
probably.
All you mean so much to me. I could do none of this without the lion and
Oh, he says the lion hose. So he say all the hose means so much to me. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's doing a gag.
Oh,
What does he say? What does he say? What does he say?
I came here to take ass and bring names, and I'm all out of bubble gum.
Cut away, cut to the line. Cut to
Good
the
one.
line. Commercial.
And that's what I
So
learned.
he said, I want to thank all the hoes tonight. I'd be nowhere without you. And then what did they? Because that seems like obviously it's a gag, right? But also this is a boxing event, and also you're the N-word guy and girl. You guys are the N-word couple.
Right.
N-word
right.
couple.
Right.
So like
You
I mean,
shouldn't talk about a black couple like that, Ethan. Holy shit.
just a little hoe joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well,
what did they say about the speech?
Oh, they were super offended by it, and they were like, "Oh, I can't believe you did that." Like there was a lot of stuff that they was just kind of in passing. Like I wasn't ever really taking notes on all the people.
Yeah,
they
of course.
talked. Yeah, it was just there was so much. Plus, there was, I mean, a lot happened in those 2 years, and yeah, it was a lot of it, like I thought there was gonna be a damn documentary on, so I thought a lot of this stuff
Yeah.
would have came out, but
Yeah.
it never did. So
There was a moment where I thought she was gonna get upset with AB, like during the, I believe, second Creator Clash, because she came to the gym one day, and I don't know if this rings a bell, but because I don't know the YouTube world, right? But she says somewhere along the lines of like there was like an AI sexual thing or a video that was done, and I guess like AB either shared it or like knew about it.
There's no
And she-
way that's true, AB, right?
And that
he's like, what?
yeah. And then she was like, "Ugh, I find that so offensive. Like, I'm gonna have to talk to him." And then
I
was
think
just like,
she's referring to the cutie Cinderella thing.
You didn't do anything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Is
the
that-
problem,
was
though.
that
but
the
that's,
bridge
but
too
that's
far
the
for her?
problem.
yeah, I guess she brought it to the gym.
But what does that
Everyone
have to do with
trained.
AB? Yeah, it has nothing to do with AB. You're gonna have to talk to AB about something I did. Gentlemen over open fire.
Sometimes you just take
This
an
is for
opportunity to talk to
Ian's
AB.
career and reputation. Give me a sec here, guys, just to enjoy the moment.
There's a live Eskimo. Everybody know.
Have you ever seen such a flawless victory in your life? Chestnuts roasting. Jack Frost.
With the eyes on
Frosting.
the
I don't know what's the words.
road to sleep tonight.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you to enough.
By the way, for the record, a lot of people don't know why a lot of us were laughing in that moment. It wasn't actually the Chestnuts moment. It was just the way that it played out.
It was awkward. It was, of course, it
very
was
awkward.
It
You
was
know what I
nobody
mean?
should be blamed for anything that happened in the office other than me.
Well,
Like,
it was.
thank you for
It was
saying
more that
so.
you
Obviously,
kept telling
right?
Zach to play
Obviously.
it, and then as soon as he did, you blamed Zach. So
I
that's-
told Zach to play. I bullied him into playing it.
totally did.
Zach was
You
like, "I'm
tried
not
to throw
doing
him
it," and
under
I
the
said,
bus. That's why
"Play
we were
it."
laughing.
You guys have no idea what we're talking about. That's okay. We'll move on. So you guys had mentioned you hung out with Ian one time without Anisa, and he was normal.
Oh my god, it was so nice.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is the sparring sessions that we had, or just the week that she was gone, was the most normal he ever was. That's why I remember on his show or on your show, he said that without Anisa, he's super awkward, and I was like, that's not true at all.
Opposite.
Like, you became famous without her.
Yeah, she convinced
Like, what
him
the
that's
hell are you
true.
talking about? And then when anytime he was there without her, after sparring, a lot of times like the guys all hang out together, and that's usually when she would interrupt it and then tell him he had to leave. But then when she wasn't there, he'd hang out for like an hour and a half after his training session and just like hang out and talk to the guys, watch training. He actually seemed like he liked it at those points. So it was very odd that sometimes he would seem like he hated boxing, and then other times like that when she was gone, he would hang out for an hour and a half after the session.
Yeah, you would see moments of him breaking through and being his true self, and then I would have hope for him. But then she would go and like have like a talking point, and then he would back her. So then I'm just like, you know what? Forget it. I don't feel sorry for you anymore, Ian. I'm tired.
What? Man, the thing is, like, a relationship like this is really easy to envision, but man, I just don't know. I don't know. It's all hearsay, but it would be very weird for these guys to just come out and like lie about all this. There might be a thing that if you don't like someone, then it might prompt you to perceive a lot of their behavior in a different way after the fact. I choose to believe it all. Well, I taught you guys well, didn't I? Fuck.
I didn't know sometimes because sometimes he would say that she's the one like keeping him on the boxing path, and then other times I felt like she was kind of the reason that it was hard for him. So it was hard to figure out if he's in charge or if she's in charge.
Right.
Because some of the times it seemed like, okay, Ian's in charge and this is what's going on, and then other times he would say things and you're like, that's her words. Like that's not your words at all.
That's such a bizarre freaking way to navigate the world, man. What's
You
going
did have
on?
a moment at the sorry.
Oh, go
I was
ahead.
going to say she had a moment at the gala, Creator Clash 2, where she gave a speech, you know, and she had gone up there. And I remember she said her speech began with, "When I gifted Ian boxing,
What?
And then she went
when
on to
I
explain
gifted
it. and-
Ian boxing?
we're always fascinated by that choice of words, and it's something my partner and I, my
How do you
podcast
get-
partner, we
oh,
always.
that's
Well, that's
horrible.
what we always say. We always do that whenever someone's doing something they enjoy. I'm like, well, ever since I gifted you video games,
Wow.
you finally
What a
enjoy
weird
them.
comment. All right, this next question is very salacious, so it's totally up to you. You can pretend like you don't even know what I'm talking about if you want. But what I've heard is that she was hitting on one of his sparring partners.
Oh.
And was obsessed with him and gave him a VIP pass to the event.
A lot of his sparring partners got the passes, but she definitely had a big crush on one of the guys that would come in and spar with them. Because anytime they would spar, she would just be super into it and watch every moment. And then, even if he would like beat Ian up, she'd be very into it. And then,
I want to say that, I want to say that before. So Anisa never gave shout outs to Michael training Ian at all, but she put out the first video of Ian like getting rocked in sparring when Ian was sparring with her crush. Yeah,
it was our friend Gabe.
She shared it. And we have a clip too. You guys can share.
I would call him Gorgeous Gabe.
He's a beautiful guy.
Yeah, he's got tattoos. He's large.
Gorgeous George.
He's tatted up.
Yeah,
I have tattoos. Nobody calls me gorgeous.
Dense Pixel, thanks for the $5. We're one away from the goal, guys. One away. Well done. We got loads of time as well. You've been very well behaved today. I just might not shout at you for the rest of the stream. Ooh.
He
has very nice tattoos.
Yeah.
Oh, they're nice. Thanks.
We can actually clear it up. Like, they literally did say that when they go get tattoos, they either point at the wall and get one off the wall, or what they would do, they would tell the tattoo artist that if he had a tattoo he really wanted to do, then he could just do it on them.
Yes.
And so, like, all of these tattoos meant nothing except to somebody else.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's so odd to just go in and say, hey, if I'm like, she was putting tattoos all over Ian.
Yeah, during his
We're like, what the hell?
The fact that their tattoos are like the same makes me think like,
come on,
why did he do that? Why did he do the whole everything around? Just I don't know. And listen, you can make fun of my tattoos all you want, but mine are sentimental. They have meaning.
Yeah,
it's not, and it's funny because everyone says like, "Oh, you just picked like a random tattoo out of the 25 cents gumball machine, whatever." But that sounds like it is what they did. They were just picking something on the wall.
That's why I was like, I want to clarify because I always hear people talking about how they chose their tattoos. They didn't choose their tattoos. They walk in and they say, "Hey, tattoo whatever you want on them." There's only a couple tattoos that, like, I'm sure Anisa probably was in control of a lot of hers, but most of Ian's. I think the only one he chose was like the eagle on his chest.
Yeah.
Otherwise, everything else. Oh, and then she had this story too about how this girl had a crush on Ian at the gym and was asking about tattoos. And I'm like, that story was never true. That girl has she's married with children and has her own life. She just also does like tattoos. What's that?
It's projection.
Yes, completely. Well, in my opinion, because you've already exposed her for being like the first person that Ian's ever been with, right?
Yes.
So in my opinion, what happened was she even told us, she used to always tell her mom, "I'm going to be with a millionaire." And so we think that once she
used
kind
to
of got
tell her mom that she would be with a millionaire. How do you know
her
that?
mom told her that it had to be someone rich.
How did you know that?
Well, she told us.
She would tell us that.
It was, I remember exactly. It was when we were in Vegas going to the other podcast, and we were inside the Uber, and we were with Ian and Anisa. And Anisa said that like her mom only had two expectations for her to marry someone that was rich and also to be of her religion, right? And so she said that Anisa goes, well, I mean, I didn't get someone that was of my religion, but at least I got one part of it right. He's rich. And then she like laughed about it, and then he was in the car, and you could tell he was bothered by it.
I was bothered.
Who wouldn't be bothered by that?
This is so awesome.
Yeah, this is on. It's like a fountain.
This is awesome.
That's really great.
I felt like she was always trying to control him because she was the first girl he'd ever been with.
Yeah.
So I felt like she didn't want other people. I felt like that was.
Did you know that?
With them.
That he lost. I mean, you knew that.
He said he claimed.
Just to verify, because people were like, "Oh, you're making that up." You guys are co-signing. He was a virgin.
Well, he claimed he was with one other woman before her.
Oh.
So what Anisa told us was that
Button.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
So Anisa told us that Ian had a girlfriend, but he never had sex with her, and that she was a single mom.
So he lied. What?
Yeah,
He was with
and
a
that
single
that's
mom?
like he couldn't get anybody.
I heard this.
So like this.
He was dating a single mom?
What's wrong with that?
It was
And he
something
didn't have
about
sex
some
with her?
sort of MILF at rock climbing or something.
Yes. Rock climbing.
Oh,
yes.
rock climbing MILF with a child, and then they never had sex?
Only single player.
Know what to do.
So hold on. So he says they had sex, but she says they didn't have sex.
I couldn't figure it out, but I swear.
So Anisa told me directly that like he dated a single mom and it went nowhere, and he didn't know how to be in a relationship. So then they just kind of like broke up after a little bit, and then when Anisa met him, he was still living with his parents, right?
Yep.
And then she convinced him that he had to move out of his parents' house and buy a house, or she was going to break up with him because she needed him to be a real man.
Yeah.
And so that's when he took his $1 million of money and went and bought that house that they lived in.
But also, then you saw on Discord that she said that his room at his parents' house stunk like trash, is what she told her people on Discord. So it's like, no wonder why she wanted him to move out of that house. His room stunk like trash.
She wanted him to move out because she wanted to get her claws deeper.
I think the stink follows him. It's probably not the trash.
But so literally, she was the first person that he had ever really
You
been
know
with.
what? I gotta say something. Toxic gender norms. She was bragging about how she bagged a millionaire.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is a toxic gender norm.
Completely. Yeah.
Why does it
Yeah.
sound so fucking weird when he says that?
Yeah.
That's a toxic
I mean,
gender
bask
norm.
in that. Toxic. You know, you need a man to buy her a house, a real man. I mean, this is toxic femininity right here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Not that.
I'm the
Grace
toxic.
Clark, thanks to 499. Queen. There we go. We got the goal. Well done, guys. We got the goal. You know what that means? Means I can stop streaming and do self-care. Or no, it means I can start another goal. New goal. Well done. Thank you for the super chat. Hell yeah. Okay. There we go. Fuck that.
One though.
Yeah.
Right. Because you're pushing this poor guy who's going to go fight.
No, that was what was crazy to me is I'm like, if I'm the toxic one, why is it when you say something, everyone talks shit in my comments, but when I say something, I wasn't creating any toxic drama. Like all the toxic drama was following him, but yeah, I was the toxic person. I was like, this is crazy.
What did you guys think when he dropped that content cop on me right before the event?
I was shocked. I was shocked. I was like, because he said he was going to do a content cop. So I figured it would be somebody. There's plenty of people online that talk shit about him. So we were like, oh, it's probably going to be somebody that constantly talks shit about him and his podcast and Anisa.
Lexer, thanks for the $2. Draw a line from der Judenstadt to this convo. That'd be no problem. Like the domino. Herzl writes der Judenstadt. This drama happens. Ian and Anisa expose themselves to be a toxic fucking freak couple whilst promoting a charity boxing event that wasn't really charity. 5 gold for this broadsword. Fine.
And so then when he did it on you, like I was shocked. I was like, he literally attacked the one person that promoted his event more than he did. That got a lot of fans. That's part of why I was like, man, I wanted to do your show, or wanted to at least put our side of the story out, because you were one of the people that was most supportive to him, and yet he chose to do the content cop on you. And I'm like, that must have been like Anisa's doing, in my opinion.
100%. That's what it had to be. This all had to be her idea. Because, I mean, listen, but I don't want to also. you know, I
take
don't
the
want to
wind away from
excuse
him.
Ian being a
Right.
scumbag,
Yeah.
but like but the way that they talk about it is like, my wife is half Irish and half Lebanese. So we understand what it means to fight the.
I don't know. I'd probably have more fun watching more Vadim shit. Honestly, it's making me want to go back to something completely. It's making me want to go back to Vadim and the fucking hippy dippy vote. What if I just want to watch that? That was funny.
Oppressor, and I'm just like, that is what? The fuck? Like Anisa's never left North America, from what I can tell.
We would get in arguments sometimes because she would talk about how dangerous America is. Like, so after my dad had died, I went to Manchester, and my dad lived in a very, very ghetto area of Manchester. He lived on government housing out there, so it was a super dangerous area. There was people getting stabbed all the time, arsons all the time. So I told her when I was out there, I was like, yeah, it's a dangerous place. She's like, America's dangerous. I'm like, okay, but there's other dangerous places too. But she would always try to just be like, America's so dangerous and act like America is this worst place ever. And she would always talk about how she's like anti-capitalism. I'm like, your favorite shopping mall is Bellevue Square, which is like where all the rich people go in Bellevue. But you're a communist?
Well, you know, the irony, and it sticks with all of them, it's these socialist communists that are always like, I'm going to secretly take 34% and give the fighters 1%, and I'm not going to give a bonus to my actually working class and people, you two who are working your butts off, and I'm going to stiff them. Me, the fucking, and let me prove to you guys, I'm going to make a proclamation right here, as the resident capitalist. This was not discussed beforehand. This was not offered in any way. This is, you guys are hearing this for the first time.
Fuck this. 1 second.
That's what we should act and how we should act in the future. If you have questions, let me know in this front and I will explain it.
The question is, you said we're exposed to Lebanon.
Yeah, Lebanon is in front of you. This mountain, all this front is Lebanon.
When you say exposed,
all the barren land is Lebanon. The green is Israel, the barren land, the brown is Lebanon.
This is a really stupid question. When you say exposed, can people see us with
Yes, they see you and they now...
Okay, no problem. No heckin' problem.
You had no incentive to do this other than your rageful, we all mutually despising these two evil people. I'm putting words into your mouth a little bit, but I want to say here that I, the capitalist, will once again be ponying up for the right cause. It is not right that he stiffed you guys. I'm going to be sending you guys $5,000 for the bonus that you never got.
Oh my God.
Because he should have never fucked you guys.
That's insane.
It's my pleasure to do it. I'm going to send you guys that money. You should have got more than it from him, frankly. But once again, let's just bask. Hassan doesn't pay his moderators. His mods are on stream begging for money.
Look it up.
Yet, like, look at me, right? Go ahead, Tom. Say something nice about me.
You're just an amazing person. You look very handsome in the suit
Thank
today.
you. That's
You're
what my mom
generous
says.
with your money. You're just all around good guy, good family guy, great dad and husband.
Thank you. Communist never.
I'll say thanks for reimbursing me and Lena for her training. That was very nice.
Exactly.
The check cleared.
I can't believe you're giving me $5,000. This is crazy, dude. I was coming here just for fun. That's nuts.
Oh, you said
$5,000.
You said you were going to give him money too, Harley?
Yeah, Harley.
What you said?
No, but basically what I'm driving as I want the best for you guys. It's totally unfair how you guys got stiffed. So I want to promote you. What are you guys working on right now? Like, where can people go support you?
So I'm working on trying to get my own gym going. My business is called Bonafide Boxing. I'm on Instagram on Bonafide Boxing. We're gonna start doing more on the YouTube channel. We haven't done anything for a long time. But everything you can usually
Prepare
find
a
out.
sad story for the next time you talk to H3. Oh, I'm sure I've got plenty of sad stories. Why not? I don't know. I don't understand why people do that. I don't understand why people do that. Exaggerating their fucking issues so they can get support. It's fucking weird.
Bonafide Boxing, but we are trying to open our own gym. We actually had asked Ian if he could help us open a gym, not even financially, because at the time we were okay. So we were like, hey, could you just help us out by signing as a guarantor? And he had told us in no world could he ever help us.
He said that?
Literally.
He said it like in a mean way?
In no world. He said, in no world could I help you.
Why would he respond like that?
He did.
Yeah.
He
So
did.
Wait, why? When was that? When did he say that?
That was
right after the second creator class.
Yeah, it was
In no world can I help you?
September of 2020. It was actually like a year
It was
after.
July. No, I know exactly. And I know exactly because I remember when we found that spot. So we found a spot in July 2023 after CC2. And I didn't think that like the 250K hit them that hard because when they made it seem like, oh, they're fine and they're moving on and all these other things, right? And so Michael and I had the capital for our business, but we needed a personal guarantor to help us because we have a new LLC. And so I told Michael, maybe we should ask Ian and Anisa because when they came to us, they had no fight promoter, they had no manager, they had nothing. They were just the two of them, and we didn't know who the hell they were, right? But we stuck it out with them, and we helped them. So even if they couldn't be that personal guarantor for us, they can guide us, right? They can be like, hey, let me give you some referrals or
Let me
something.
put you in, yeah, right.
Yeah, but instead they responded with, in no world would we or would we like help you guys.
Why
or
so
could we-"
mean? Why were they so mean?
And I believe that was Anisa texting, not Ian, because those are her words. She always uses the words "in no world."
Yeah,
That's her favorite word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In
But also,
no
yeah.
world, Anisa?
Yeah.
Should you ever be running an event again?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank God. Thank God. Well, yeah. But so we were trying to open a gym that hasn't gone through, but we're still working on it. But otherwise, I'm right now. I'm working on getting a couple guys into the UFC. I have a couple pro boxers that I'm working with as well. Yeah. So where a couple of my fighters are really close. Actually, one of my fighters was supposed to be fighting on the UFC this weekend, but he had got a concussion.
Oh no!
So he wasn't able to get
Just
into
like
the
Anisa. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Actually, exactly like that. But it was a real one. It was a real.
Yeah.
It's a real one, yeah.
Yeah, it was
Real one. CT scans.
But I have a website, bonafideboxing.com, and we do have apparel, like the T-shirt I'm wearing now. We have like mugs. We have coffee mugs and
Get
stuff.
some merch. I like the name Bonafide.
I followed this guy for years. Great follow
Bonafide
on
Boxing is a
Instagram.
great name, by the way.
I like mugs.
I like
Thank
she,
you.
oh, she likes mugs.
By the way, Michael, I know I put you in my YouTube video, but I actually do have footage to make a documentary. Hopefully one day when I find time. But you are definitely in that. So yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
I appreciate it.
Yeah, don't worry. You didn't pay a team to fucking film it and then just tell everyone you're making a documentary and then like tell people that are helping you, being like, I'm gonna put you in this documentary. It's gonna be great for you, and then not do it. So you're good, baby.
Yeah, there was supposed to be a documentary released on, I believe it was April 16th, per our contracts with Creator Clash 3. I had a guy come out and spend like a full day with me doing all that stuff to capture for Creator Clash 3, but it never came out.
What are they
that doc
doing?
never came out. The footage, there was like a guy they hired in Tampa. It never came out, and it was supposed to come out on the 16th, which did make like the multiple drama-infused videos seem a little bizarre to people that were in the event because the documentary stuff was supposed to come up. But what happens with the footage, the Creator Clash 1 and 2 documentary footage? I mean, essentially that's kind of interesting footage now. It has more it's more fascinating now than ever before, I'd say.
Yeah, I thought I missed the mark. I thought it was too late, but now there's a resurgence in interest. So
Yeah, there is.
I
No,
might have
now
to
there
split it
isn't.
up. It was like super positive, so maybe it's like
Can you
a-
just
a
make? Can
rise
you
and
edit
then-
it so it's just Michael?
Yes, please.
I also have
Because
Kate
Michael Briggs supercut.
spraying me for spray tan also.
Oh yeah, I heard the infamous spray tan. Excellent. This is by the way, this is the biggest expose of the day. Here is Ian by himself and a Denny's.
What?
And it looks like the bathroom is off. Yeah, this appears to be real. The bathroom has been sectioned off as a crime scene. My God.
Jesus Christ.
And then he's got a bunch of paper towels. Why has he got paper towels?
Bottomless Pit, thanks for the $5. Can you play Plants vs. Zombies on stream? I can think very hard about it. That's what I can do. Where did it go? Oh, it's here. I didn't know that button got rid of picture-in-picture. Thinking very hard, but thank you for the super chat. Thank you.
There's big wipes.
For
big boy wipes.
Oh, because he clogged the toilet? Well, this is a whole crime scene. And then he's got mayonnaise and a Coke. What is happening, Ian? And he's crying. Ian,
Four
what the
mobs at
fuck?
once.
I just want to ask him if you've always been shitting your pants.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. Do you guys know if he ever shit his pants or no?
I mean, we found that out through her. So
Yeah.
we found out when everybody else did.
Yeah.
But she liked that, and so that was during his. I think that was during when he was trying to raise money for failing the second Creator Clash, and then she like threw that out there. So once again, that's something that we were just like, what the hell are you doing?
Just to summarize, he has bad breath. He shits his pants. He's cheap. I don't know if you guys saw that one. She's like, oh, he took a girl to Cheesecake Factory and didn't pay.
Yeah, we saw that.
And then she goes, I totally believe that. So he's cheap, shits his pants, he's got bad breath, and we're continually adding to the list. But basically, I can only add stuff that Anisa herself has said.
Yeah.
Well, with all that being said, guys, what a conversation it's been. Thank you guys for spending so much time with us. It was fascinating from beginning to end. And Kate, Kate, no, I'm not done, because Kate, I wanted to ask you brought up when we were chatting a bit before the show, I brought up your working on some really interesting activism where you were. This is not interesting. It's really shocking and sad that you yourself were a child bride.
Yes.
Whoa.
So I'm a child bride survivor, and at the age of 12, I was put into a child marriage from the time I was 12 until 23. Within my child marriage, I had 2 kids when I was 15 and 17. And this happened in America, okay? And
what? This was the... Why did they wait so long to drop this fucking... Holy shit. Okay. That's, That's pretty extreme. Okay. All right, we gotta take out all these 4. No problem. No problemo.
And Ian and Anisa are well aware of my story because I've had them in my home. They've seen my kids and everything. And so last year, right, 2024, I learned that there was a House bill in Washington State trying to pass House Bill 1455 to end child marriage. And so when I learned of this bill, I thought to myself, even though it had been 15 years since I escaped my prison, like this is a chance for me to come forward and tell my story. I sent, so Michael and I went to Olympia in Washington. We met with politicians. We lobbied to support the bill. I gave my public testimony to support the bill. And, I was on Seattle Times and television and everything. And I reached out to Ian and Anisa and I asked them if they could help, share the information because it was really important to me that this bill passed. And they just both left me on red. But guess what? Today, when they saw the highlights on Ian's story that we were going to be on here, Anisa was texting me and Michael, and they were like,
they reached. Yeah. Yeah. They ignored us when we were like trying to fight child marriage, but
that is quite bad.
Then when they found out,
are they pro-child marriage?
Yeah.
Take a hard stance. It makes one. Begs the question. Wait, so how? And if you're uncomfortable talking about this, refrain. But it sounds. How did you get married at 12?
So basically, in Washington State, there's no law to prevent parents from marrying their children. So as long as there's a parental consent, then the judge on it and it happens, it could just marry a child at the age of 2.
What?
Yes, and also I want to imply that I also want to let you guys know that last year after Michael and I worked so hard in Olympia in Washington to pass the bill was passed in March of last year, and the bill was signed by the governor at the end of March.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it became a law June 6th.
That's amazing. Is that a state bill?
Yeah, and then I also came out to California as well to support the bill in February of last year. But because of the politicians and they're more focused on their sponsors and not ending child marriage to protect children like me and survivors like me, the bill in California was actually trashed the day before I was supposed to go down.
Are you saying in California you can get married at any age? With
Yeah,
parental consent?
Yeah. Yep. So
I did not know that. I did not
Yeah.
know that.
we were trying to fight it in California too, and it looked like it was going pretty far. But then they pulled it back because, like she said, if one of their sponsors is against it, then they'll take the bill out.
Yeah, the
Who's
politicians.
against that? Who the fuck is against that?
So Planned Parenthood is actually is hugely against ending the passing the bill.
Well, it was very complicated. So Planned Parenthood in Washington was for the bill. Planned Parenthood in California, they were scared to pass the bill because they were afraid if they made child marriage 18, then it would lead to contraceptives having to be at 18. But part of our argument was like contraceptives and those types of things are not those are time sensitive. Marriage is not time sensitive. So if some girl needed something for medical help, or they needed access to abortion, or they need access to birth control, that is time sensitive. But the marrying somebody is not time sensitive. So we didn't feel like it was going to affect it at all. But they were afraid. And there's actually literally the state Supreme Court said it can't be affected by that. But they were so worried that those things could lead to a path of that, like of oh, you'll need to be 18 to get abortion or all these other things. So Planned Parenthood was against it. So we had to like really push against like, hey, like marriage and abortions are completely separate. You know, we're not trying to take away like a woman's right to choose. We just don't want people to marry off their child.
Yeah.
Correct.
Dude, what?
Yes, and also the thing is this: if there's a child bride, right, and she gets into a marriage and she's being abused, right, which most case happens, right, they get abused.
Because if you have sex with a 12-year-old,
Yeah.
it's still a child.
But if you have a marriage license, it's okay.
No.
So it's statutory.
So if you get married, as a 12-year-old, he can have sex with you?
As much as he wants. It's not. It's no longer. So that's the loophole to statutory rape.
Yes.
That's a loophole to pedophilia.
Yes, literally.
Yes.
Yeah, literally.
What?
Yeah, and so
that's crazy.
Yeah, one of the people
That's disturbing. Really disturbing. It's crazy that they're in favor of that.
Yeah, that's why I can't believe that Ian and Anisa wouldn't even like respond to me about it when we have been nothing but supporting to them. So that's when I was just like, you know what? This is actually a situation where I really needed their platform to like help spread the word that I want to help end child marriage. I'm coming forward with my story. I'm sharing it for the first time on public television. I'm testifying to support the bill publicly.
That sounds really important.
Hard,
Very
you know,
brave.
and they just put me on red. Not today.
Yeah.
I'm blown away.
Okay, what's this? We have a tabloid,
I
a
learned-
Yeet tabloid stopwatch. Hang on. Empathy TM.
I learned that there was a House bill in Washington State trying to pass House Bill 1455 to end child marriage. And so when I learned of this bill, I thought to myself, even though it had been 15 years since I escaped my prison, like this is a chance for me to come forward and tell my story. I sent, so Michael and I went to Olympia in Washington. We met with politicians. We lobbied to support the bill.
Sorry, no. I mean, look, obviously sympathy for child brides, but like, if you're going to grow up to become an adult bitch.
I learned.
My fellow countryman, my spirit animal, my misogynistic lord of the earth.
Hey, I'm frankly blown away that this is happening.
Yeah,
yeah.
And I'm going to be back in California again next year when the bill goes back
Fucking hell.
down to,
We'll go back to Sacramento.
So I'll let you guys know, my journey.
Absolutely, please
do. Empathy
Yeah.
TM.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you.
That was Millhouse. That was the Do Not Worry podcast. The fucking Lebanese dude who thinks I'm a traitor and a fake Lebanese person. And then he found out that my first name is more Arab than his first name, and then he fucking soyed out about it on Twitter for like 2 days. Yes, he is the whitest Lebanese guy. He's got the white Western dipshit attitude towards the conflict and towards fucking like all this shit. Basically, if you look at his podcast, he's basically like, look what he's doing. He's trying to be H3. I don't know if you realize that. You realize he's trying to be H3 with this
I learned that
podcast
there was a
background here, right? Like this fucking
House
nonsense.
bill in Washington State trying to pass House Bill 1455 to end child marriage. And so when I learned of this bill, I thought to myself,
Look, it's not exactly a mystery, okay? He's trying to be H3 with this like goofy little podcast background, except it's just him fucking celebrating Israelis running away from fucking bomb sirens and then crying like a little fucking bitch when Israel fires back. It's like, bro, I'm sorry. You're like, what? Why are you so happy about the first link in the chain that leads to the second? Why? Use your fucking brain. Holy shit.
So how does that happen? How do you? But like, what's the arrangement like? Or like your parents agreed for you to marry? Who was the person?
So I grew up. I came to America when I was 3 years old, and in my culture, my nationality is Hmong, and you can have more than Hmong.
Hmong?
Yeah, Hmong.
H-M-O-N-G.
H-M-O-N-G. Yeah. If someone can look that up too, that'd be great. Just because Hmong people don't have their own country. They originated out of the southern region of China, but then they resided in the mountains of Laos for a very long time.
Did she say Hmong? Hmong. That's what it's called, right? The hill people. They're hill people, right?
Wow.
And then when the Vietnam War happened, our people were living in the jungles of Laos, just, no electricity, no running water, just surviving in the jungle. And it was the American CIA that actually approached our people, and they asked our people...
Yeah, they fought on the side of the Americans in the Vietnam War, yeah.
...to help them, first line of defense, right?
Oh, no.
And in return, they would...
Get me Millhouse's clip of him reacting to the fucking Hmong people siding with the Americans. Oh, shit. CIA. Oh, no. We're not going to like that, are we? Oh, no.
Set up camps in Thailand for us, so all the women and children will have to flee the mountains of Laos, go to the refugee camp set up in Thailand. But there was a huge...
Are you sure she wasn't a settler child bride? Good one! Thanks for the $5, Uber. Really appreciate that.
...river that separated the two countries, called the Mekong River. And so you would have to wait until nightfall, and then you have to either drug your children with opium and build a raft with bamboo shoots, and then swim across the river to make it to the camps. Once you get to the camps, you stay in the camps, and the camp is in a barbed wired valley of the mountain regions of Thailand, and you have to stay there until it's your time to come to America. Yeah. And so,
why is she even against her? What did she do to Lebanon? Well, she attacked iDubbbz, who simps for Hassan, and Hassan is all the Arabs. So, pretty much, not really exaggerating. That's it. That's the story. Start to finish.
So when the Americans pulled out of the Vietnam War, right, they just left. And because the organization was, the operation was ran by the CIA, it was classified. And so that's why nobody knew what happened to us and why all these Hmong people were showing up in America. It wasn't until
there's a whole film about this. You know, in Gran Torino, the Clint Eastwood film, where he's like a racist fucking American suburban dude. And there's all these Asians in his neighborhood, and he hates them, but they're actually, then it turns out they're Hmong people who fought on the side of the United States, and it turns out they're actually a lot more like socially conservative and like family orientated than his own family are, and he likes them, and they make him eat their good food. And he just calls them slurs for the entire film. It's fucking brilliant.
Like after the early 2000s, when the early 2000s, YouTube happened, and then when YouTube happened, the veterans that had retired went back to film the Hmong people that was still fighting for their lives, the Hmong people that were still stuck in the camps that didn't get to come to America. And then that's when they finally closed the camps down. They brought everybody over to America around 2006. And that's when Obama went to Laos. I don't know if you guys remember, but when Obama went to Laos, they put a big Band-Aid on it, and they said, we're going to call this the Laotian Civil War, and that's the reason why we brought the Hmong people to America, and we're going to call this the Secret War. Yeah. Okay, so that's what happened at the end. But yeah.
So your mother was one of these refugees?
Yes.
She was born in the refugee
I was born
camp.
in the refugee camp.
Yeah, she was born in the refugee camp.
Oh,
They
you were
came to the-
born in Thailand in one of these places. What?
Yeah. I was born in. My parents remained in the camps for so long after the Americans pulled out of the Vietnam War. They met each other. They married. They had me. I was 3 years old, and then we finally came to the U.S.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think it was. It was '88. Yeah, we came to the U.S. in '88, and I was 3 years old. We lived in Fresno, California, because the way they had the operation set up was California, Minnesota, Wisconsin. Those were like the 3 hubs in America where they would send all of our refugee home people. And then we didn't have a country. So whenever we went to school, they would say, "What are you?" And I would say, "Hmong." Nobody would know. So a lot of Hmong people would just classify themselves as Laotian or Thai, but that's actually not true.
Right.
You know, there's a whole story behind it. Yeah, or they say Chinese, you know, because they don't have to explain the heritage and everything. But for me, it's super important because our people played a huge role in, you know, in supporting the Americans. You know? Yeah.
Uh-oh. We don't like that. Oh, shit.
At 10 and a half, though, she was sent to live in Washington.
Yeah.
And then her aunt
so
helped arrange
yes, yeah. So basically, like in my culture, a husband can have more than one wife, which is very sad. And daughters are only meant to be sold off as for dowry, and sons are the only one that are respected and put on a pedestal because they carry the last name of the family, right? And so, unfortunately, my mom had 5 daughters, no sons, and because of that, my dad left her. It was very sad.
Oh my goodness. That is...
So I grew up in California. I grew up in Fresno, California, and I had it was me, my mom, and my 2 sisters. My dad left us, and we were on our own, you know. And then my mom didn't feel like she could make decisions for herself because in my culture, you're a woman, so you have to rely on your elders and you know, and the men, right? And so because we couldn't practice the religion because we didn't have a man in the household, then we went to church. And then my aunt at the time was moving. My aunt and uncle were moving back to Washington, and they asked my mom if they could bring me with them at the age of I was like almost 11. I was like 10 and a half. Yeah. And so they asked if they could bring me with them because they had 5 kids, all under
Listen, I will say, sorry, if you've ever actually DM'd me about some insanely traumatic shit that you want me to draw attention to, and I haven't replied, just DM me again, okay? I have fucking ADHD. I don't remember to go through all messages. To be fair, I probably wouldn't leave it on red because if I'd seen it, you know? Just saying. I don't think I've ever snubbed a very important message like that. Don't think. But you never know.
The age of 6 years old, and they wanted me to be their nanny and their helper, you know.
Yeah, so she had to go raise her aunt's family at 10 and a half.
Yeah, and my mom couldn't say no because it's not allowed. You're not allowed to say no. So she allowed me to go with my aunt and uncle to Washington. And then when I got to Washington, I also lived a very sad life, you know, because I lived in a 2-bedroom with 5 children. I had to take care of them, and it was really hard. But I tried to find the best in everything, you know, that I had, you know, because my life was very hard. And and so then when I was 12, my aunt brought me around to like the community, and I would work and stuff like at gatherings. And so someone spotted me, and they just thought like, oh, look at this little girl. She's super sweet, and she's super obedient, and she's very good at like washing dishes and all the house chores. So how about we buy her for our son? And that's what happened.
Jesus.
Yeah. And a lot of cultures, so I was just gonna say, like a lot of cultures will do dowries for girls, and like don't really give them a lot of respect. Like the men are supposed to like lead the way. And it's really backwards because in those cultures, the men are becoming like children. You know, so
and so I was married to someone who was older than me. I was only 12 and he was 19 years old. 3 months after marrying him, he was physically abusive to me right away, and it was the most difficult time of my life because I had no friends, no access to anything. I had to be enrolled in 7th grade and tell the school that his parents were my parents, even though we didn't have the same last name. No one ever questioned, you know, and then no one questioned. And his family had a farm because they sold flowers at Pike Place Market. So I was also a farm slave while I was there. They would drop me off the farm, and I would work there until the evening, and they would come pick me up. It was my job to take care of his entire family's household because they bought me. So I would take care of his.
Oh my God!
I would work at the farm. It was extremely hard, you know, and
Bro, this all happened in fucking United States of America. Holy shit!
was one of the most difficult times of my life.
Yeah.
You know, and I finally escaped at 23 because I had my kids. Life was hard. But right after high school, I did Running Start. So I was already working in surgery and oral surgery. When I was 22, I applied to University of Washington and I got accepted. When I had my first class at the University of Washington, I realized I'm actually fucking smart. Brainwashed me this whole time. They told me I couldn't have friends outside of the community. I couldn't have friends outside of his sisters. I couldn't go anywhere. They told me that the American people would reject me. If I was to ever leave, they would shit on me because I'm a single mom now and I don't have a husband. You know, so I was afraid that I would walk the same path as my mom. So that's why I suffered and stayed with abuse for so many years. It was really challenging, yeah. And also, I want to say on the first day of 7th grade, after my marriage, my mother-in-law told me, she said to me, if you go to school and you tell the American people that you are in a child marriage, I want you to know that CPS is going to take your sisters away. You're never going to see them again. And they're going to put your mom in prison and you'll never see her again. So what do you expect a 12-year-old to do, you know, in 99?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's who did they pay? Was it your mom or your like uncle and aunt?
So when we had the ceremony for the wedding, they gave $6,000 to my mom, right? But it was my aunt who actually arranged this whole thing.
$6,000?
Correct. $6,000. Yes. And my aunt, and we didn't know this at the time because, you know, like you don't really know and you're not allowed to question in my community, right? Like in my culture, you don't question your elders. So I didn't know this at the time, but my aunt had a huge gambling problem. And so that's the reason why she actually, she put me in an arranged marriage. And then after that, my family got $6,000 for it. And then my mom had to give her $2,500.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, how do you raise a child to the age of 12? It's such I have young kids. It's such an intimate and you know, taxing and rewarding experience. But then how do you sell your child for $6,000?
Dude, I have a 10-year-old daughter. That's like 2 years older than I couldn't imagine.
It's very sad. You know, like I remember, like I just want to say that I remember the first time I got a job at Sears as a photographer when I was like 15 years old, going on 16, and I got my first paycheck, and I thought to myself, wow, I wonder if I could buy my freedom, you know, because they bought me for $6,000. So I wonder if I just made $6,000 and give it back to them, I would be free. But no, it was just constant abuse. There was no way out. At the end, it just got so bad. He even like, you know, my abuser even like put a gun to my head and told me that he told me that if I left him, he would shoot my children. He would shoot our kids and shoot himself. So I would have to live with the misery of ruining the family. You know, and once I made the commitment to fully escape and leave him, I never went back. I got a restraining order, and even though I had a restraining order, he wanted to sabotage my life. So he would make continuous CPS calls against me, and I would have to be investigated. So that's completely why I sympathize with you and Gila, because why the hell are people making CPS calls to good parents when we're trying our best to take care of our kids? It's not easy. CPS is not easy. They make it very difficult, even if you have a restraining order against your abuser.
Crazy. So how did you escape?
So you know, it's so there's always been so many beatings in my life from my husband after 3 months of living with him and his family. But the last straw for me was like I was 23 and he wanted me to, my abuser, my ex, he wanted me to clean the garage a certain way, and I didn't do it because I was upset that he like made a hole in the wall in our bedroom. Whenever he gets upset with me, he tries to break something that I love to control me. So he was upset with me, so he threw a chair in the wall, and he knows that I love the house because we bought a house, but it was under his name. I was the only one paying for the mortgage. And so he put a hole in he put a hole in the wall. So then after that, he wanted me to clean the garage. And then I said, I'm not going to do it. So then he got really pissed off. He said that he was going to go and watch a movie with the kids. And when he came home, I needed to make sure that I do it or I was going to get my ass beat. And then I did everything in the house, laundry, everything, but I just didn't clean the garage. So then I'm sitting in the loft by myself and I'm folding the laundry. And then he comes up and he grabs me and he's like, why didn't you do it? Why don't you clean the garage? And then I said, well, because I'm upset with you for making the hole in the house, in the wall. And then he said, well, you know what? I'm going to beat your ass now. And then so he started beating me, and he just said to me, exactly, he said, you always know how to push my buttons. You know what to say to upset me. And you do it intentionally because you're, you know, a bitch, you know? And so he started beating me.
Hey, that's what the Millhouse guy called her. They got something in common. Shit.
All the time in front of my kids. And at this time, my 2 kids were 5 and 7 already, okay? And it's so hard for me to have my kids live in this type of life where they see their mom get beat up all the time. But this time it was very different. I consider my eldest child my savior because at the age of 8, after his father was done beating me on the floor of our loft in our home, his dad ran off and just went to another room. My son came up to me at the age of 8 and he said, Mommy, you don't have to do what Daddy says, but if you just tell him that you're gonna do it, and then when he's not home, just don't do it. That way he won't hurt you. That's what my son said to me. And I just couldn't take it. And I just was like, you know what, fuck that shit. Fuck him, dude. I'm not doing this no more. I'm not staying in this marriage no more. I've been here for 11 years. I keep on telling everybody that he's beating me, but nobody's listening, you know? So I'm gonna step up like for my kids. You know, I realized I couldn't leave for 11 years for myself because I didn't know how to love myself. But in that very moment, I had to leave for my children. So right when my son said that to me, I just got up, I ran to the bathroom, I locked the door, and then I went to the closet and I called 911. And I told myself that, you know what, I'm never gonna fucking go back to that prison. And then I took my kids and I left. And I put a restraining order against him. And it was hell for 2 years because I had to fight for a parenting plan. I had to fight all the CPS calls that he made against me, all the false CPS calls. But you know what? I got through it, and it's been 15 years. Yeah. So you know, like last year, it was 15 years since I escaped my prison in, you know, June 11th of 2009. Right? It's been 15 years, but I didn't need to go back and tell my story to America or the world. You know, my child bride story. I didn't need to rehash all those sad memories. But I did it because I understood that someone needs to come forward. Otherwise, these politicians are not going to see that this is happening in their backyard.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So her testifying helped. She had to tell her story, and that helped. That was the thing that helped end child marriage in Washington, was her telling her story.
That is
yeah.
That isn't
so brave.
That's an absolutely unbelievably noble pursuit. And frankly, I don't think anyone in this room knew that was happening, that was legal.
I was shocked when she told me. I was like, this happened in America? She was like, this happened in Washington State. And I was like, Washington State?
Yeah.
I was like, what the hell? Like, we're supposed to be progressive.
What the fuck?
Yeah, and also when I escaped in 2009, I told my you know, I had to apply for a free attorney, right? Because I had no money, and I had my 2 kids, and I told my attorney about like how he raped me, you know, throughout the 11 years I was with him. And she told me at that time that like, oh, well, I'm so sorry, but the statute of limitation for rape has already passed. It wasn't until way after I escaped my prison that they changed it to where there was no expiration date.
Yeah.
Did you pursue charges?
So I tried to, but at that time they told me that the statute of limitation had passed, so there was nothing I could do about it. And then when they did pass it later, like many years later.
Are you gonna watch the concern trolling thing? No, I can't be fucked, man. Maybe.
I was at another point in my life where I was already happy. I was going to school. I graduated from University of Washington with my science degree. I graduated with my master's in business. Like, I love my kids. My kids are successful.
Why do Americans always talk about having a science degree? Is there actually a degree in science, or would it be a degree in like physics or chemistry or biology or some other nonsense? Why do they keep calling it a science degree? You could do a Bachelor of Science. The fuck? Okay. Wild.
They're like 21 and 24 right now, and I'm 39. And I work hard to make sure my kids are happy. So I don't see the need in like, you know, making things harder for me. My mental health is super important to me. And I just want to keep on going forward and do my best to like speak life into those who are suffering in silence, because there's a lot of survivors out there.
Yeah, there are a lot.
That's unbelievable. Thanks for sharing all that. That was stirring.
Wow,
I can see why it's so personal to you.
Yeah, it really-
Okay, let's take
Well,
it down.
obviously, I mean, I see why it's so emotionally charged. Like how much that would hurt to have
Yeah.
someone that you thought was your friend just completely disregard that. That is unbelievably.
Yeah, it makes no
harrowing.
sense. That's why I'm very sad about Ian and Anisa because, you know, Michael and I really cared about them like they were our family. But again and again, they disappoint us. Again and again, they treat us like shit. Again and again, Ian puts out that video saying that he has just a ton of 4K videos of him doing stupid shit. Like that was my 3-year work filming them before CC1, right? Because they came to us summer of 2021, and CC1 happened in 2022. Okay, you know, so like I had all this work that I'd done, you know, and I just stopped telling people about what I was doing for Creative Clash because I look stupid. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm filming, and it's for the documentary.
None of the film came out. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I feel so done talking about it when like they don't put it out, and I like, am I making it up?
Right. Yeah. So, it strikes me as just deeply ironic that she's severing all of these relationships because of men being disrespectful to women, and then like I can't imagine a more pertinent, pressing, urgent issue than
Someone you
this
know.
one.
Yeah,
It's someone you know and have a relationship with.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was just very, very sad, you know, but it just shows their true colors and who they really are. And that's the reason why, you know, after that incident, I told myself, I cut myself off emotionally for them because they're not good people.
Yeah.
They cry about all these crises and women's rights all the time, but I reached out to them and they just put me on red. Like, you know, we helped them with their business of building Creative Clash when they had nobody on their team. And then after that, like when we reached out to them just to ask them for feedback or how we go about starting our own business, they told us that in no world could we ever help
so
you.
mean.
Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I don't
Are you
know.
That's why part of why we were able to like when Harley came out, that's when we were like, oh, okay. And
Yeah.
then more people started coming out, and then we're like,
Yeah.
and then people had questions about, okay, what happened with the money with this event and what happened? And I was like, we have a lot of those answers, but also I don't want to be associated with all the hate that I've been getting from being on his side when, like, other than training him for the fights, I wanted to have a bigger relationship the same way all the other guys had relationships with their coaches, but him and I were just never on that level. So that always kind of broke my heart because I was always like, I put in so much to Ian, and that was the thing. If he would have released a documentary, you would have seen how much I put into his training, and not only his training but the whole event. Like I wanted everyone to actually be successful on that event and the whole thing to go well.
I want to ask Kate, what can we do, or audience members? I'm sure everybody was extremely moved to help pass more bills like this, or support you specifically.
So I started. It was really hard for me to share, but I started an Instagram called The 12-Year-Old Bride, and I started that Instagram last year, January, when I started my advocacy work. So if they can follow that Instagram, then I can, in the bio section, I have like the articles that I've been in for passing the law here in Washington State. And I plan to announce in the future as well other states that I'm working on. The 2 states that I'm working on next is Hawaii, Oregon, and California. And so when I come to California, I hope that, you know, I can reach out to you guys and get support.
Killer99, have you seen that hit piece video about you by that guy with the ginger beard? What, Vosh? No, I have not seen a ginger beard guy. Who the fuck is the ginger beard guy? What are they called? Thanks to £5. Maybe. I might look. I haven't actually seen... Like, I'll sometimes watch bits of fucking hit pieces off stream, but none of them they're all shit. They're all just like triggering bad faith nonsense, but I just don't know. Dankula. Wait, what? That would be a really old one though, surely, unless he's made a new one. Who are you talking about? What the fuck?
Time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there, so if you come out here and you're able to talk, is is public support going to help this bill get passed when
Oh
that?
yes, 100%.
Yeah.
There's not enough people.
His
There,
name
yeah.
is
So
Over the
basically, when
Counter Speaker.
so because California trashed the bill, now the nonprofits
Okay.
that I work with have to restart the bill from scratch, right? So once they get the bill written up, now they have to ask politicians to sponsor the bill. Once they have politicians to sponsor the bill, then we go to Sacramento and then we lobby.
Yeah.
What that means is that I have to meet with every single politician every 30 minutes and tell them my sad story, right?
Yeah, over and
yes,
over.
over and over. And by the way, I also suffer from PTSD because of my trauma that I've had in my child marriage, right? So imagine telling your story over and over for every 30 minutes with a new politician, trying to get them to co-author this House bill, and then
This guy has 200 subs. And a video from 12 days ago called More Like Loner Flops, the Racist Liberal. And it's me belly flopping into racism. Okay. The guy looks like a bundle of joy, though. He looks like a fucking demented kids show. Okay, we'll watch that maybe.
after 30 minutes of crying and telling them your story because it's so hard, they say, thank you for sharing. But you know what? Because of our sponsors, we're not going to be able to co-author right now. We're going to let you know later if we decide to support the bill.
Yeah. So, if, we'll let you know when it becomes another bill, because every bill has like a house number or a number to it.
Yes.
So we'll let you know when the next bill goes through. And then you guys, I don't know if people have to write to their congressman or.
So basically, there's going to be a link that I will share, right? And so all you got to do is just go in there and put your email address and the link that is provided by the nonprofit. Is actually I would like to share. Her name is Frady, and she's also Jewish. And I know,
She's
right?
what? Love that.
Yeah, she's also Jewish, okay? And she's from New Jersey, okay?
Shout
Yes,
out.
yes. Mhm. She funded the nonprofit called Unchained at Last because she said that in her community, she was a child bride but married at the age of 18. And she couldn't leave because in the community, if you're Jewish, you're not able to leave your husband unless he unchains you from him. Yeah, like you have to go through all these like schooling and stuff, and they torture you. Yeah, and so she started the nonprofit Unchained at Last, and so she and her nonprofit is actually the one that I'm working with. They're also a federal nonprofit, so they also work with the United Nations. We're hoping that we can end child marriage.
Yeah. Oh wait. Hello, sorry.
Hello. See, I hopped in here because I feel bad for this person who's been waiting in the for 4 hours in the waiting room, and he's
Who?
asked like several times to talk to you. Christian Medina.
Oh.
I just felt bad, bro. He's been in there before our conversation with what's her name? Tally? Was it Tally?
Okay.
And he's been waiting since.
Well, fuck. Okay. I hope people understand that like I just pull people in when I feel like it, right? Like it's
Yeah, you should probably make that more clear though. Remember, people sit in there for fucking hours.
people get it made clear to them. I don't fucking okay, wait, hang on. It's just
Okay.
it's a very hit or miss, okay? But we'll see.
Okay.
I need to watch this,
This-
fucking hit piece on me after this, you know?
Bro, after the hit pay, sure, but like this video has been way too fucking long.
I know they spent a long time yapping about most of the stuff was not relevant. Like she could have just done this bit at the end and maybe a few other like tidbits from the rest. But you know, they're not content creators, so they're not thinking about how much everyone's gonna absorb.
Yeah, to them it's just a conversation. All right.
Yep.
I'm gonna leave you to it so you don't take more of your time taken to talk to this guy.
True.
Bye.
Well done, very considerate.
That's all.
Bye bye.
By 2030.
I hope
Because-
so too. It's so disturbing, and just the lack of awareness is frankly unbelievable. So,
Yes.
by the way, I want everyone to go. We're gonna link the 12-year-old bride. I see this page you have set up here. Let's put that in the description and spam it in chat. Make sure that we get people following this page, and then Unchained at Last.
Yes.
That's a great name for the org.
Yes.
This is the nonprofit that you work with.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I'm planning to start my own nonprofit in the future too. I'm planning to call it Heal Out Loud because as I was doing my advocacy work, I realized that it was so challenging for me because even though I escaped 15 years ago and I've been working on my healing journey to build myself up, I've never opened up and told my story and shared it out loud. So because of that, when I went to go do it, it was so traumatic for me. Like I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat. It was very, very difficult. And then also made me realize that there's so many layers to healing, and healing out loud is super important because I see that as kind of like one of the final phases of healing. And so that's the reason why I told Michael that, once we get everything situated, I want to build a nonprofit. I want to call it Heal Out Loud. And my slogan is going to be, when we heal out loud, we speak life to those suffering in silence, because that's what I've experienced. And that's what I hope to bring to other survivors who are suffering.
Like you said before, you were getting a lot of hate online and stuff. I think your story is so powerful that I think you're going to get just an outpouring of love and support.
Thank you.
Thank you. I really.
Wait, she hasn't met Millhouse yet. She hasn't met that side of the internet. Sorry, mate. We don't care about your fucking child bride story. CIA? What? CIA?
Really appreciate
It's
that.
unbelievable.
It's hard. Think about like you have PTSD and you have all this trauma, right? And then you have to go and then put it into content so people can actually support you.
Yeah.
It would take me 3 to 4 hours to put up one Instagram post because I would just be crying,
Right. Wow.
Like I have to be vulnerable until like my most vulnerable moment and testify on public television, and I have no support. I have no platform.
It's crazy because we go into these rooms and they have to tell their story, and literally you'll have the room full of people crying. And then we have to 30 minutes later go into another room and tell the story, and then we're crying all over again.
Yeah.
And then we're in another room and we're crying all over again. And so it happens like it'll be like 10 times in a day, and then by the time the day's over, you're like exhausted.
You're so
It's
exhausted.
crazy.
And not only this, I want people to know, the audience to know that like the reason why I stepped into this role, because what I realized was that these survivors, right, that are going out to testify for these House bills, there's no funding for them. Even though the nonprofit's there, the nonprofit is to provide structure and direction, right? And they write up the bill.
Yes, we have to
but
pay
no one
everybody.
pays for my flight, my hotel, my time away to go and testify. I have to do that out of my own pocket. So if I didn't have my own business, I wouldn't be able to do that. And at that time, it was not easy for us to do that either. But Michael and I knew that this was super important to us. So we just paid out of our own pocket, and we went for it. But I know that in the future, I have to be smarter and better because I need to build a nonprofit.
Hello?
Yeah, pin the link. I just put her Instagram page in there.
Oh,
Do you see
okay.
it?
Yeah, hang on. Oh,
That was it.
hang
Ah.
on. Where the fuck is it? Oh, my chat's way behind, so it just looks like I'm getting spammed. Look at this. I look like a 100K live viewers channel with chat going by like this until it catches up. You guys should be like that all the time, to be honest. We need a lot more spamming.
They were spamming some shit earlier. It was going really fast. Here, I'll put it in. I'm gonna put it in stream chat too.
Oh, wait. Here. Okay, pinning. Got it. There you go. Okay, cool. All right.
You're a gem. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Because no one's taking care of me out there, and
Fuck
I need
this
to make
layer.
sure
Holy
that
shit.
survivors
All the
are
layers
able to
busy.
be taken care of when they're going out there to tell their story, so we can pass these bills.
We gotta pass these bills.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anytime
100%.
there's something you guys need, reach out and we'll blast it. You guys can call in, we'll share it, whatever. Which is important to all of us.
It is
Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Yeah.
You guys have always been our huge. Oops, sorry, Olivia.
No.
Go.
I was
It
just going to
is-
say you guys have always been our biggest supporters. So,
Like
I
that's
said,
sad because
it's crazy.
that's honestly tragic.
Yeah, you and
But
Sam.
But I'm glad we connected on a more serious level here, where we can definitely advocate for you guys, which is what you deserve. What were you gonna say, Olivia?
So sorry. I just think it is so brave that you're using your time post healing in your adulthood to help other children who wouldn't otherwise be helped. You are stronger than anyone I think I've ever listened to.
Thank you.
That's part of why I married her. That's why it was
wow,
funny.
she's amazing.
That's why it was funny to me because I know
because
how
that's
strong.
your toxic masculinity traits, buddy. That's coming out. Fuck me. That's what iDubbbz identified as his toxic masculine traits.
She is and what she's went through, how she had to raise 2 kids on her own, left the situation she was in, went to college, had to work, and did that on her own. And then so when Ian and Anisa are like saying that I don't respect women, we're like so confused. We're like, What are you talking about? Like, like, my wife is one of the people I respect most in this world because of what she's went through as a woman. You know?
That seems to be one of her refrains. She just leans on that anytime she wants to isolate him, it seems like. By the way, we just got a comment from this user, T4UT7. I'm also Mong. Is it Mong?
Hmong.
Yeah, Hmong. H-M-O-N-G, yes.
I'm also Mong, and my grandparents
this
escaped the
fucking lair.
Vietnam War, and my
Shit.
grandpa gained citizenship for helping transport U.S. soldiers. So awesome to see our people be recognized. Much love. There it is.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. There's so many Hmong people out here, and you know.
They're good people. They work hard.
Yes.
Yeah.
How did you guys meet?
Through a friend. I was coaching out of that old gym that I was out of for 18 years, where I used to work with fighters like Demetrius Johnson, all these other people that were like world champions. That was kind of how Ian and Anisa were able to find me, was because of the work I had done out of a different gym. The front desk girl at the gym had introduced us and said she thought we'd hit it off, and
She was right. Oh my goodness. They really nailed it.
You know, I want to tell you about Michael's brand, because when I first met him, right, he told me that he had this brand called Bonafide Boxing that he bought the trademark from since 2014.
Great name.
He told me that he's never had the opportunity to build it, right? And I met him in 2019. So then he told me that it was always his dream to build his brand, but the gym that he was at, his head coach wouldn't let him build his brand or do anything or film at the gym. He was kept to just be like, you know, the head striking coach and to run the gym. And so I had so much heart for him, and I just thought, I saw his work, his like boxing and everything and training.
That's great. We can't. Sorry, that's all good, but we can't watch the entire. I think we got the bulk of the story. We got the meat of the story. Jesus, what a fucking unexpected twist. Wow. Okay. Well, good for those guys. Ian and Anisa, I don't know, kind of cringe, kind of weird, kind of gupped. Hippy dippy time. We're not doing the hippy dippy. I want to see, what's this?
Let's listen to her talk a little bit about her
He reacts for 1 minute. Okay.
trauma, just to watch that video again.
Working on some really interesting activism where you were.
Yes,
This is not interesting. It's really shocking
so-
and sad that you yourself were a child bride.
Yes. So I'm a child bride survivor, and at the age of 12, I was put into a child
One more
marriage
for the boys.
from the time I was 12 until 23. Within my child marriage, I had 2 kids when I was 15 and
Whoa.
17. And this happened in America, okay? And Ian and Anisa are well aware of my story because I've had them in my home. They've seen my kids and everything. And so last year, right?
Madamar sends 2 pounds and says, IBS jokes, killing it. Madamar, stop. You said you were done. Enough, Madamar. I should cut you off. Oh, look, good pause right here, huh? Look at that. I was a child bride. Again, I mean, it's very sad to be child bride, but to grow up to be an adult bitch. Sorry about that. Ooh, sorry about that. That was fucked up. Sorry about that. You know, but you went from child bride to adult. Piece of shit. So fuck you and your story. Let's listen to 2 more minutes of it. Just
Bro, what did she do? She shot in fucking iDubbbz. What does iDubbbz have to do with you? Okay.
2 more seconds and then watch more of her shitty dog videos.
2024, I learned that there was a House bill in Washington State trying to pass House Bill 1455 to end child marriage. And so when I learned of this bill, I thought to myself, even though it had been 15 years since I escaped my prison, like this is a chance for me to come forward and tell my story. I sent, so Michael and I went to Olympia in Washington. We met with politicians. We lobbied to support the bill.
Sorry, no. I mean, look, obviously sympathy for child brides, but like, if you're going to grow up to become an adult bitch, who gives a fuck? Let's listen.
He did too. He said it twice. Thought it was Lupin. That guy needs a fucking nap. Holy shit.
I told him.
Soundboard. Someone can clip it for soundboard if they want. Ooh, wait. Okay. Do I actually want to watch a hit piece that's about me? I tend not to do these because it's usually just the same 3 snark brain rot arguments, but this guy actually looks kind of funny. Over the counter.
Oh, it's just 2 nations.